Howdy AdWords fans and welcome back. In this section we're going to talk about AdWords scripts. Some of you may be familiar with AdWords scripts, some of you may not. I'm assuming most of you are not familiar with scripts. They're a pretty advanced technique, but when used properly, AdWords scripts could drastically improve the performance of your campaigns, and they could create a tremendous amount of additional added efficiency to how you go about optimizing and enhancing the performance of all the campaigns, ad groups, ads, keywords in your account. So what are AdWords scripts? A script is essentially a piece of JavaScript code. Now, before you get all nervous saying, hey, I don't know JavaScript, that's fine. For those of you with a programming background, you understand JavaScript, you could write JavaScript. You could actually go ahead and create your own AdWords scripts. But I'm going to give you pre-built AdWords scripts that you're going to be able to copy and paste directly into your own campaigns. I'm going to show you some of my favorite, most useful AdWords scripts, and I'm going to walk you through step by step how to set these scripts up and how to configure them in the most effective, beneficial way for your specific accounts. AdWords scripts work using the Google API, Advanced Programming Interface. Google allows developers and these scripts to access all different sorts of AdWords reporting and do different things with them. For example, with an AdWords script, you're actually able to make a rule that will pause any of your ads when the weather drops below 70 degrees. Interesting. For example, let's say you're an ice cream shop. So you might have a rule that runs every single hour. Another thing that's important and useful to know about scripts is they can be run up to every hour. They could be run daily. They could be run weekly, but they could also be run every single hour. And when we say run, that means the script is executing. The script is doing what the script is supposed to be doing on that in that interval. So it's hourly, the script will do what it's supposed to do every single hour. So for example, if you're an ice cream shop, you could have a script that pulls weather data from an external source, from a third-party source, and whenever the weather drops below 70 degrees in a certain location, all the ads in your account will be paused. You could have the same thing where if the weather is above 85 degrees, you could increase the max CPC bids of all your keywords by 10%. So it's pretty interesting stuff. You could actually set up a script, I saw this recently, that pulls information of a given stock. Let's say you have a publicly traded company, you have a given stock, and it could change anything in your AdWords account based on the performance of that stock. It could pause campaigns, it could enable campaigns, it could change max CPC bids, etc., etc. With AdWords scripts, you're actually able to maintain a spreadsheet, let's say a Google spreadsheet of a list of keywords, and with a Google script, you're able to dynamically generate new ads based on new keywords that you add to that specific spreadsheet. That's another potential function a script could execute. So there's really lots of different ideas. You're able to, another interesting script that hopefully we'll cover is a script that captures your quality score. As you know, in your Google AdWords reports, you're only able to see the quality score as it is now, usually within the past 24 hours. There are scripts out there that could pull into an Excel spreadsheet all the account keyword level quality scores over the course of time, so you can see how that quality score has progressed on a daily or weekly basis. It's a pretty cool script. The scripts that we're going to show you are going to use Excel spreadsheets. There are some scripts that are just going to be executing within the account directly into the API interface based on rules. But overall, the main idea behind a script is that it's JavaScript computing code. It's a programming language that uses Google's API, Advanced Programming Interface, to extract data from your AdWords campaigns and to generate functions, to generate rules that should happen to your AdWords ads, your keywords, your ad groups, your campaigns. These could be bid related, these could be keyword related, it could be related to creating new ads, it could be related to pausing campaigns. Basically, with anything that you could do manually inside an AdWords account, you could create a script that will run, that will manipulate those data, that will manipulate the different elements of your account based on other rules that you set, other parameters that you set within that script. So without further ado, let's jump into our very first script where I'm going to walk you through step by step exactly how to get it done, the optimal settings. So you could really professionally start taking the performance of your account to the next level. So I'll see you guys in a few seconds on the other side. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back. In this exciting lecture, we're going to talk about our first script, which is called the bid to average position AdWords script. It's really a powerful script. It's one of my favorite scripts to use. We use it in essentially all our client accounts that are running Google search campaigns, which most accounts are and most of you are running, and it'll probably be one of the most practical and exciting scripts that you're going to be able to implement in your account, which is why it's the first script that I want to cover. Once your account starts getting bigger and you have a lot of different keywords, all those different keywords, like we've spoken about in this course many times, represent different levels of commercial intent as it relates to your business. A given keyword might be likely to convert at 5%, while another keyword, while still profitable, might be likely to convert at 3%. So each keyword represents different levels of value, and as such, you want to bid differently and maintain certain average positions for different keywords throughout your account. Now, we know that Google shows us the average position column in our AdWords report, so we can see if it's, every single keyword, what position they've been averaging in it. And when we go in to do our optimizations, we might say, hey, this keyword, which is a really good keyword, it's averaging position 3.5. I'd like it to average position 2, so I'm going to increase the bids a little bit. And I want to try to average that position number 2. Now, that gets a little tricky because you're not really exactly sure how much you should increase your bid to hit that position, and additionally, that could get to be a lot of work. As you're going through all these different keywords, and they might be hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of keywords in your account, it gets a little bit overwhelming when you really want to maintain certain positions. A lot of our clients, and many of you will find that certain positions tend to perform the best for a given keyword. Certain keywords might be better off in position 2 or 2.5 or 3 than position 1, because position 1 might require a certain level or certain aggressiveness of that bid. You might need to bid a little bit more than you're comfortable with to maintain position 1, while position 3 is really you found to be your sweet spot. So this script that we're going to talk about here is going to allow you very easily and very simply create an automated rule that will run. We're going to set it up to run every single hour, but you could set it up at whatever interval you want, that will actually change the max CPC bids of every single keyword that you tell Google that you want to be in a certain position. So let's go into the computer right now, and I'm going to walk you through exactly step by step how that is done. Here we are in the dashboard of one of our clients. As you can see, I'm in the keyword report, and I'm sorting these keywords by clicks. Keep in mind, you're not seeing the actual keywords, but that's because for privacy reasons, this client's data needs to be kept private. The first thing you need to understand for this script is the concept of labels. Labels are exactly that. They help you organize, they help you visualize, and they help you segment out your data with labels that you create. As you see here, I have these labels set up to position 2.5, and you scroll down the page, and these few keywords here are in position 1.5. In order for this script to work, you need to create labels labeling what position you want these keywords to be bid for. So for example, if I were to take these 3 keywords here, these 3 keywords that have position 2.5, and to access your labels, you simply click on the Labels tab over here, and I'm going to deselect or unselect position 2.5 and click Apply. And now we see that those labels have been removed. Okay, so in your account, it might look like this. If you're not seeing the labels column, which is possible that you're not, you need to add the labels column via editing your columns. So you go up here to Columns, click Modify Columns, and you go down to Attributes. Attributes will be pre-selected. Once again, remember, you need to be on the keyword report, which is up here, the keywords report. You go to Attributes, and if labels is not added, let's say I were to remove labels, you would click on the double chevron and add labels, and then you could drag and drop wherever you want it to be. So I'm going to add labels up here in the front, just so we could make sure we see it. All right, I'll add labels after quality score, and I'll hit Apply. Okay, so I'm going to go here and say, hey, this is our top performing keyword over the last, few months, whatever it may be, 158,000 clicks, and I want to bid this position. I want to bid this keyword into position 1.5. I want my script to try to get a position 1.5 for this keyword. So I'm going to select it, and I'm going to click on labels, and I already have position 1.5 here. But say I didn't have position 1.5 as a label, you're not going to have these positions yet. You go to create new, and you'll type in the name for your label. So I'm going to just create a label called position 1.3. Now here's a couple things you need to remember for this script to work. Your labels have to say position spelled correctly. There has to be a space, and then there has to be the actual position. So it could be position 1, it could be position 1.4, 1.3. You don't have to capitalize the word position, but that's something that I do anyway. But you could also use, this is something just random, you could use a comma instead of a period or of a decimal point. So I'm going to do position 1.3 and click create. And once the page loads, it looks like we lost, the label column moved all the way to the right, so I'm just going to click on columns, modify columns, and bring my labels back to right after quality score so I could have things more organized visually over here. All right, so now I have position 1.3. And now let's say these two keywords here, I want them to be in position 2. So I'm going to select those two keywords, jump over to labels again, create new, and type in position 2 and click create. And once again, my columns are going to be messed up, of course. So let's go to columns, modify columns once again, drag my labels up to where I want them to be, and click apply. So now you'll see here, I'm not going to go through all these keywords because you get the basic idea. That's the first step, labels. You might be wondering, how am I supposed to know what I want these keywords to be in? Well, that's really up to you. It really depends on your business. Every single business is going to have a different idea of where they want their keywords to be. Here are a couple suggestions that I typically do to assess what position I want to bid these keywords up to. So number one, I'm going to take a look at the top performing keywords in the account over the last 30 days, the last 60 days, the last quarter, and those are the keywords I want to start working with. What are the top performing keywords? Because those are the bread and butter of our business. So you might just start off by sorting by clicks. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at quality score. So I'm going to create a simple filter. Create a filter, click create filter, and then in this drop down, I could choose, if I scroll down, I could choose quality score, and I could choose greater or equal to, let's say, an 8, and apply. So these are all my keywords that have a quality score of an 8 or above. And that might be basically where I also want to start adding labels, because if your quality score, remember, you guys know all about quality score now, if your quality score is below a certain number, if it's below 6 or 7, you're going to be overbidding in the auction. Typically, you'll be overbidding. So you might not want to start bidding aggressively to position if your keyword quality scores are too low. So I might filter out by quality score. So here I have a report that shows me my top performing keywords. So over here, I have 2 more keywords without labels. I'm going to add position 2.5, and I can do that without having to create a new one if that label is already there, and I'm going to hit apply. And now those labels will have 2.5. Those keywords will have the label 2.5 applied to them. Another idea is to filter out by conversion rate. So I could either add another filter, another qualifier to this filter, or I could start my filter fresh by clicking the X and then clicking add another. So I might say conversions, click conversion rate is greater than 35%. Now, 35% is extremely high for most accounts. This account, typically, they do get keywords in that, they do get conversions in that range. Their conversion, this client's conversion action is a free sign up to a very appealing offer. So I'm going to see which keywords are above 35%. And I might start deciding where I want to start bidding these keywords to based on that filter. I could add a second filter. I could do above 35%. And the click-through rate is a certain amount, or there's a certain amount of conversions, or the cost per conversion. Cost per conversion is, let's say, less than $1.50. And these are all numbers that I happen to know. I have a feel for this account already, so I know where I want to be filtering to get my top performing keywords. So I have click conversion rate is a greater than 35%. Cost per converted click is less than $1.50. And here's another keyword with a 5 out of 10 quality score. So I'm going to try to bid this keyword into position 3. So I'll select it, go to labels. I have position 3.5 already, so that's fine. I'm going to hit apply, and we're all good. And the nice thing about labels is that they're all different colors. So that's the first step. We don't need to go too deep into setting up your labels. Your job is to determine where you want your keywords to be. Now let's go into the fun stuff and actually create the script. But this was step 1. Position, and you need to make a space after the word position, and then add the actual number of the position you want that keyword to be in. To create the actual script, we're going to first jump into our bulk operations menu in the left-hand panel down here. You're going to select bulk operations, and this is going to bring you to your bulk operations page. Under bulk operations, you have automated rules, you have scripts, bulk edits, and bulk uploads. We're going to be working in the scripts submenu of bulk operations, so make sure to navigate to the scripts submenu. The top part of the screen is showing you the different scripts that you have running. So over here we have 2 active scripts that we're not going to talk about now because we're going to be adding our own new script. You have the LR ratio and then anomaly detector. We'll go through those scripts eventually, but right now we're going to create our own script. And below you have a log, which is all the different scripts that have run, and under the summary is the details or the changes that happened in your account when that script actually ran. To add our new script, let's go to Add Script, simple enough. And the first thing we're going to need to do is authorize Google's API to use our script. So we're going to click on Authorize Now. You're going to click Allow, and we're going to have to come back to this step again once we actually run the script. Over here, you have a sample function pre-built. The first thing you want to do is make sure to delete that. So delete that sample function. Then name your script. So in our case, we're going to name this, you can name it whatever you want. I'm going to name it bid to average position. Okay. You don't need to save it yet. The actual content, the actual JavaScript for this AdWords script is in the resources section down below. I have a link to this document down below. So go ahead, click on that document and grab this, all the text in this, it's an 11-page document. So you're just going to select all, Command or Control C for copy, jump back into AdWords, and Command or Control V to paste, and there you go. That's all you need to do, and now you have an active running script in the account. But let's go through some of these different functions, some of these different options in this script. So the first variable we have is max bid, okay? This is the maximum your bids will ever get increased. So if you have an account that you never want to go above $2, write in $2 here, limit it to $2. In this account, $1.15 is pretty good for me, but I'm going to move it to $1.25. So this is an editable variable, and you should edit it for the best results and for how you want your own account to perform. The max bid, once again, is the maximum this script will ever allow any keywords to actually run. So I have it set as $1.25. The minimum bid, you might not want your bids to ever drop below a certain amount, so that will be your minimum bid. Over here is 20 cents. I'm going to label this to 40 cents because I don't ever want my bids dropping below 40 cents. The first page max bid, okay? As you see here, we have a little bit of a description for what this is, but pretty straightforward. The script in general will not reduce a keyword's bid below its first page bid estimate. We know that Google will give you that first page bid estimate. If you think that Google's first page bid estimates are too high, then we could overrule their first page bid estimate with this variable. So over here we have it set to $1 by default. You could change that. I'm going to make this $1.50, let's say. Okay. Now, and you could leave that at $1. It really won't make that much of a difference. I'm actually going to change this to 90 cents because I don't want the bids to ever drop below 90 cents. The variable data file, leave this as is. You don't need to do anything with it. And use first page bids on keywords with no impressions equals true. You could change this to, you could leave this as at true, or you could change it to false. There's a description for what this does, but it's pretty straightforward. If you have a keyword in your account that has had 0 impressions since the last time this script ran, how do you want this script to treat those keywords? Do you want this script to leave those keywords alone? If you want this script to leave those keywords alone, label this false. If you want this script to automatically increase the max CPC bid to the first page bid estimate, then keep this labeled as true. So it will either label it to Google's first page bid estimate. So for example, Google might have a first page bid estimate of $1, or it will raise it to your first page bid estimate of 90 cents if that's what you have it set at. Okay, so I'm going to keep it set to true. Moving down here into our advanced options option over here, we have bid increase proportion 0.3. This is how much bids will get increased every time the script runs. So for example, if your bid is $1, the most that bid for that keyword can get increased is 30 cents. That's 30% of $1 and go up 30%. It could, the same thing here with the bid decrease proportion. The percentage decrease in a keyword every time the script is run, the maximum. Now that's to say it's not necessarily going to hit, it's not necessarily, the keyword will not necessarily change 30%, or it will not necessarily decrease 20%, but that's the most it will be able to increase or decrease at a time. So you could kind of throttle how aggressive or how significant an impact this script has every time it runs. So bid increase proportion, I'm okay with it going up, let's say 40% at a time, or, I'm going to leave it to 30%, and I'm going to say we could decrease the bids 40% at a time. Keep in mind, the greater leeway you give these options, the more likely this script is going to hit that target position. Target position tolerance, this last variable over here, is within what range are you comfortable of this script hitting your targeted position. So for example, if your targeted position was a 1 and your target position tolerance was 0.3, then the script will try to bid, or it will be okay if the position is within one, if your average position is, let's say 1.3, so it's 3%, it's 30% lower than what you're targeting. So if you could change this, you could leave it at 0.3. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. If you want to be really, really specific, make it 0.1, where the script will continuously try to really hit that average position of 2.5 or 2.7 or 2.9, whatever your average position is in your labels. Keep in mind, this script is using the labels that we set previously in step 1 to determine which keywords this script should run on and what position those keywords should be. So for example, if you have a keyword with no label, if any of the keywords in our account now that don't have a label associated with them, they're going to be left alone when this script runs. If the label for a given keyword was position 1.5, this script is going to try to get that keyword into position 1.5 based on the data over the course of the time period the script last ran. So from here on out, let's just assume we're running this script hourly. So when it comes to 2 p.m., if the first time we ran the script was 1 p.m., it's going to take a look back at the last hours of data and then say, okay, where have things been now for each one of these keywords? It could be analyzing 20,000 keywords in a fraction of a second. And it's going to say, what bid does this keyword need for it to target or for it to hit the position that the advertiser, that's you, that's me, want this keyword to be in? And they're getting that information from the label that we set for each specific keyword. So once again, target position tolerance, it's as it sounds, 0.1. I usually leave it as 0.3, give it a little bit of leeway. I don't really care if it's exactly position 1.5 or if it's position 1.7. I just want it to be in that ballpark. And that's all you need to do. So you could change the currency symbol over here. So I have it set to dollar because I'm in the US. You could change it to pound. You could change it to whatever currency symbol you want to use for it to assess your actual bids. Anything below, and really anything below these advanced options, don't touch, just leave it alone. This is all the JavaScript code that's going to run the script successfully. This is not a JavaScript course, so we don't need to go in detail what these functions are and how they work. Just know that this will work once you configure those basic settings, and now it's time to preview the script. So let's go ahead and click preview, and let's see what happens. Once again, we have to authorize this script again, request for permission, click allow, and then we can go ahead and click preview. And under the preview, it's going to show us all the different changes that will run if we actually ran this script. So it's really cool. So we see on the left-hand side the actual keyword, in which campaign, in which ad group, the type of change, the current value, and the new value. So we have $1.15 to $1.25, $1.15 to $1.25, $1 to 87 cents. This one's going to go down a little bit, and so on and so forth. Now let's click run this script now to actually run the script. And if you see over here, it says running. We have the little timer, the buffer symbol running, and we have 8 successful keywords. And if we click on details, we'll see the actual breakdown of every single keyword that this script ran on. So it's really, really cool. If we go back to scripts over here, we see our 3 scripts in this section, and we want to do now is create a schedule. So we go over here, we click create schedule, and I'm going to run this, let's say, hourly. And you have the option to email me if this authorization expires, which basically means if something goes wrong, if the passwords are changed, or if this script at any point cannot run, they'll email you a warning. And if we click this drop down again, you could run this one time, hourly, daily, weekly, or monthly. So it's really cool. So we're going to run it hourly, and we're going to go ahead and click save. Now, say you want to see the history of these scripts, you could always go ahead and check it over here, but you could also check these scripts in the change history tool. So if we go over to tools, change history, we're able to see a log of all the changes made. So if we go over here and we click show all details, on the right hand side, we're seeing the different changes and the actual bids that resulted from those changes. And then as the script runs every single hour, this change history tool will continue to be populated with those scripts. Now, say we go back to our campaigns and you wanted to edit that script, it's really easy. You always access your scripts in the bulk operations section. So you click on bulk operations, you have this menu over here, automated rules, you go to create and manage scripts. If you wanted to edit any of the options in the script, you would go over to edit on the script that you wanted, and you can go ahead and change any of those options, or the variables rather, that you set previously. So for example, if you wanted your max bid instead of 1 to 25, if you wanted your max bid to be increased, the threshold to be increased to $1.50, you go ahead and change it to $1.50, and you could preview the script again, or you could actually just run it if you wanted. But let's say we were to preview, we wanted to see what changes would be made, wait for it to be done, and we see over here we would have a number of changes that would increase or decrease the bids accordingly. So we could run that script again now, or you could just close it and it will run the next time with those changes. So we have it set to $1.50. Another nice thing you could do is you could always go back to your keywords and continue to add more labels as time goes on. Don't feel pressured to add all the keywords that you have that you want as labels right away. Do it slowly, do it methodically, and you will see that these campaigns will start increasing in efficiency, increasing profitability as you let a very advanced computer determine the right bid for your right position. Now, I want to say a couple more things. One is, remember that this script only uses one max CPC bid. So in that script, you basically said, I'm only allowing this script to set a keyword max CPC bid at a maximum of $1.50. That's the most recent change we made. You might have an account where certain keywords should be maxed out at $1.50, but other keywords might be maxed out at $9, $8. And position 1 for certain keywords, you want to have at max of $1.50, and a position, other keywords, the position 1, you might be willing to bid $8 or $7 or whatever it may be. In that case, it gets a little tricky because this script only uses one max bid for that script, whatever keywords that scripts are using. So if you set the max bid in the JavaScript to $8, it's going to allow those keywords that you only wanted to max out at $1.50 continue to creep up and creep up and creep up. So use this script wisely. Choose the best, highest performing, most profitable areas of your account to apply these labels to and to use this script with. I definitely recommend using this keywords for your highest volume keywords, the keywords that are getting the most clicks and impressions, the keywords that are responsible for bringing you the most amount of traffic. There's no minimum of volume or traffic that you need for this script to work very effectively with. You could really use this script for whatever type of account that you want. It could be a keyword getting 5 clicks, or it could be a keyword getting 5 million clicks. Either way, it will be effective. I always recommend using this script hourly because you'll get the most accurate results, and it doesn't take any time. So just run it hourly. But if you want it, you could always obviously run it weekly or whatever it may be. Also, start off small. You don't have to go through all your keywords and start labeling them right away, but use those filters. Use quality score filters, use cost per converted click, use click-through rate filters, conversion rate filters to find those high-performing areas of your account that you want to start applying those labels to. If you have any problems with the script, if it's not working, if you have any issues, if you have any questions, of course, ask me a question in the student discussion forum, interact with the other students, but I'm really excited to hear how this script helped you guys out, if you've used it in your own campaigns. And keep in mind, if you start using these scripts effectively, you will be in the top 1% of power AdWords users managing your campaigns like a pro. I can tell you right off the bat that out of the hundreds of clients that we've worked with at our agency, less than 1% have been using scripts to help create a greater amount of efficiency and effectiveness in their campaigns. So it's really exciting that you're going to get to do that now and do that here. So remember to share with me how that goes. I'm really looking forward to hearing some different stories and how you guys have used this in a creative way to create more profitable campaigns for yourself and for your businesses. So thanks a lot for watching this one, and I will see you soon in the next lecture where we're going to talk about another exciting AdWords script.
Okay, so to start, this is the URL you'd go to. It gives you information. You'd click on the new template sheet. Okay.
Yeah.
And then it brings you to this. So it's a copy. So you're gonna have to make a copy of this one, and then we'll run it. Okay. Okay. I think to start document details or spreadsheet settings, we have to change it to United States. And then the Eastern, are they in United States? Aren't they?
So interesting. They actually are in UK, but we want to run it for the US campaigns. The US campaigns ran for a lot less time.
Uh-huh.
We want to see details. I guess this is more for the US launch.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess let's do the US campaigns that ran, even though there's a lot less data.
Okay. Fine. So this would be, you change this currency symbol. We're going to treat less than 10% as 5%, and we're going to do it week by week. Okay. So we'll start.
Week by week is the top one.
Is the comparison. We could do it by month if you want to.
No, week by week's fine.
Okay. That's like a bit complicated. I forgot. There's something you have to change in the date format. Like you'll run it and you'll see how it looks. But you'll also have to change the date there. But okay, so we first have to populate the auction insight section. So is it only specific campaigns that you want ran?
Yeah, do add a filter. Campaign name contains US.
Campaign.
It only does enabled ones?
No, probably because I only have enabled, yeah. All. Okay. Campaign contains US. This
so US, yeah, all of them.
Australian brand US Google Bill. Do you know what that is?
No, they ran that. I don't know what that is. This could have data in the back end, honestly.
So let's quickly look first when these campaigns were ran, right? Name contains US. Like, when was it ran? Is it the last month, last 30 days? What time period do you want to look at?
For ours is probably around last 30 days, last 60 days. Theirs is like much longer. I think they tried a few years back even.
So what report do you want this from? Like what date range? From when it was ran in 2018 or just the last little bit?
It looks like that's just ours. I can't see the rest of the screen. We could, what's the blue? Oh, that's probably 20, what's that? If you go back.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Yeah, it looks like 2 years ago they ran US.
So what are you thinking you want to run?
Let's do for just the AMG ones. If you just do AMG US, how much money did we spend for all the US? I think it was a few $1,000s. I'm just hoping that's enough.
AMG.
2,000 pounds.
Yeah, is that what you want?
Yeah, is that enough?
Yeah, if this is what you're trying to pull, it should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's already just using, I think, those, but I could double check. Just do it. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's 5 in total, or 4.
US branded Yeah, 4. Okay. And then we want to look at the last 30 days or longer, maybe 90 days. When was it ran?
I think like 60 days is probably fine.
I wonder if we could segment by week then. Yeah. Okay. It wasn't really ran until
So
July.
do July 5th, I guess. Or maybe even July 8th.
Here, let's start the week of July 12th. Because there's no other data before.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay, so this is what you do. You go into Auction Insights, filter by the campaign, segment by week, and then you're going to download this information into Google Sheet.
Okay.
Okay, so while that's downloading, then I'm going to go back into campaigns. This is, so now, okay, that's open sheet. Now I'm going to take all this information, just copy and paste it into our, I'm going to get rid of these, into this. Good, done. Then we want to segment by week. Week. For all these ones, the campaign name contains US and campaign name contains AMG. And then let's see, any specific metrics. We said we need CPC usually, I think we put in, and click-through rates maybe. So I think we should be good here. Fine. Yeah?
Perfect.
Download the Google Sheet here.
And then when that populates, you put that into the second tab.
Exactly. And then there's a device one. I don't usually run that, but I think it just has to be there when you first run, and then you can get rid of it.
Okay.
Open sheet, and then I don't want the total. Okay, let's see. It says, I think we might have to change it to currency code as what it was before. I wonder if I update the. Where'd it go? I have to find a euro symbol. I don't know. Do you have a euro symbol on your keyboard?
No, you have to I just copy and paste it. There's like an Alt-Shift way, but it doesn't work for me.
Probably doesn't work for me.
I would go into the spreadsheet and copy to the
The
currency.
original one. Let's see if this works. Okay, that should work. Okay, now which competitors? This currently automatically doesn't include all, but we can include all, or if there's ones that you want.
Duke.
Okay.
Um,
And is there any here that you don't want?
oh, another one, Etsy.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. Generate report. It should work. Let's see. We'll find out.
And what? Oh, wait.
Running script.
Oh, it says running script.
There we go. There we go. I just figured it's like the type of thing like I would want a video on or something, just like to remember which details to change and what to run. So that's why I figured the recording would be helpful and just hopping on a quick call rather than like trying to just explain it.
Yeah, it's perfect. Awesome. And then can you just share me access? And now I'll be able to have like 7 different charts I can share with them.
Yeah. Okay. It's just saying we didn't have the auction finished script. Okay. So then when this is done and you have everything you want, first of all, I don't know why this one's not labeling the name of the competitors. Usually it does. Where's
Chart and access titles. That.
yeah, probably. No, that's a chart title. I don't know. You have to look into it, but usually it labels the maybe treat. No idea. Labeled? Why wouldn't it label? because it's not telling you what's what.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Usually it does that.
There must be a way to do that.
Yeah, you could just Google because that's just applicable to anything. It should be able to pull it. And usually I just add information what impression share is, and sometimes they overlap, and I just make this smaller so that you can actually see what the name of the competitors are. And then it's interesting sometimes to look at like CPC click-through rate compared with how competitive our the auctions are at that time, if it directly correlates. So just delete the settings page and then delete the other tabs for just the back-end data, and you should be good.
Right. Awesome. And you said you don't know how to put the titles on the things.
No, but I could quickly Google labels to chart in Google Sheets. Let's see. Or let me look at, I could look at it after and see. Customize series, maybe it says. Series. Nah. It's weird because usually it does it.
Oh, use row 2 as headers. Yeah.
There we go. Simple
Yeah.
fix. Okay, cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Did it change for all of them?
No.
Oh no, it's fine. You gotta cut. Yeah.
Okay, you could do that. Perfect. But then you see how like overlays. So I usually
Yeah, that looks much better. And then
I
then you change the font.
what?
Then you change the font.
Yeah, you could change the font,
Or
but
you center it.
I just
What did
make
you
it
say?
smaller, and then
Right.
this maybe you can make it smaller also. Well, this just made it bigger, but yeah, you just adjust. Okay.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much.
Of course, I'll send this over to you, and I'll also send the recording for future. It's pretty simple. It's just like remembering what to change.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I
Cool.
appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks, Andrew. Have a good
No
one.
problem. You too. Bye bye.
So I've been building out a share of search report for a prospect, and it's been complicated, and I have a few different charts here and a lot of data, and just like kind of sifting through this and organizing it was pretty time intensive. So I wrote a script thanks to ChatGPT that's going to help automate and create these reports. I think you guys might find it useful. Share search is awesome. I've spoken about it at length. It's a great way to measure the impact of your brand awareness. It's basically saying like how many people are searching for your brand relative to other brands in your industry. So for example, Grown Brilliance, we can see how many people were searching, like going to Google and searching the term Grown Brilliance relative to the amount of people that were searching for James Allen, Clean Origin, Brilliant Earth, so on and so forth. These things change over time. If you have a net lift in share of search relative to your competitors, it suggests that your brand advertising is effective, meaning more people are going to Google and searching for you at a higher rate than they are searching for your competitors now compared to where they were a month ago. So something is working, something is driving those people to Google. This information is pulled from Google Trends, so it's pretty reliable. And this is what I was doing here. So this prospect is BioOptimizers. They're a supplement company. These charts aren't really that great, to be totally honest, because the supplement space is really competitive, and it's really hard to compare like a small brand like BioOptimizers to like Nature's Way, which is sold in CVS, or On It, which is Joe Rogan's nootropics brand. But nevertheless, I do have some interesting insights here. So what I did here is this is the BioOptimizer share of search. And then what I also created was a row that shows a 6-week rolling average here. So it just kind of cleans it up over time. And it just shows that there's an increase, whatever. The point, and these are all a handful of competitors that I measured us against. The point isn't about to go into share of search or BioOptimizers specifically. really what I want to show you is how I generated this report and filled out these charts and how you could do so yourself. So to make it interesting and to know that I would get good data, I looked at the golf club industry. Come here. So let me get rid of this. So I wanted to see, let's pretend we were TaylorMade, which is a brand that makes golf clubs, and we wanted to measure ourselves relative to other players in the golf space. So you could do that. You could see relative search terms, search demand by going to Google Trends. You can only get up to 5. That's what makes this complicated. So choose wisely what 4 competitors you're going to measure yourself against. The interesting thing here is like ping is just a word, could mean a lot of things, but a lot of times in Google Trends, you can specifically search for a company name and it'll do its best to give you the actual company information. So ping, sports equipment company, I did that here. I didn't do them for the rest of them because like Callaway, if you search for it, it's like the Top Golf brand thing. It's a lot of stuff on like their stocks. I was just trying to keep this clean with the actual names of the brands. Anyway, you can see the trends over time. This is fine, whatever. You're going to download this information. It's going to break it down by week. By the way, this is looking at the past 12 months. So this is going to break it down by week over the last 12 months. But before we do that, the first thing I want to do is understand the overall market. So the best way for me to do it is to find a non-branded term and measure the impact of that over time. So I chose the phrase golf clubs. It describes it pretty well. So what I'm going to do here, and this kind of matches what we see in another chart, right? So there's a dip. It's pretty seasonal with the demand for golf, which is an outdoor sport. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to download this. Open this here, copy. So I have this share of search template here. You're going to make a copy of it. I named it, and here's what we're working with here. You're going to input the data into these columns, and then the rest of the stuff is going to work for itself. Just because I'm sort of lazy in the way that I copy and paste information from sheets, when you export something from Google Trends, it's going to give you like 2 rows of blank data. So I did the same thing for the template so that it doesn't screw anybody up. So I copy and pasted it. You see this automatically took this. Golf Clubs United States, all that information is here. The week by week data is here. Okay, cool. So now that's our non-branded. We're going to describe this as our market search term. Now I'm going to go to our specific brand search terms, and I'm going to download this list. So TaylorMade, our brand is always first. You want your brand to be first, and then the rest of the competitors, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to download this. Another sheet. I'm just going to pull these specific columns. Again, when you export information from Google Trends, it has this annoying like blank 2 rows at the top. So just to make it simple on myself, I'm going to drag all of it here. I'm going to copy this information. I'm obviously leaving column A alone because I already have the date in my sheet here. So I'm going to go to the top of row C. What's going to happen here? Very interesting. Awesome. All right, just show that one more time. I know it's confusing because of the formatting, but on the top of row C, I'm going to highlight it, and everything's going to fall into place. Now I'm just going to delete these top 2 rows, make it look a little clean. All right, now we have all the information we need. It's automatically populated. You see this, these titles were dynamic. So it already pulls the information, whatever you paste in here, so you don't have to worry about this getting all screwed up. If you really want to be a baller, what you do here is go find, and let's get rid of this like weird United States thing. So I'm going to do colon, United States, find and replace all, which is blank. If you leave this blank, it's just going to delete everything that has it. So Place all. So now it's a little bit cleaner. Instead of saying golf clubs, United States, and kind of screwing up all of our titles here, this is now just going to be a little bit more clean. So SOS stands for share of search. Okay, next thing we're going to do is we're going to input our script. We're going to thanks to Mr. ChatGPT for doing this for us. But to do that, you come to Tools. You're going to have to add an extension. So some of you might have this already, but it's an apps script. So if you don't have this already, go to add-ons, go to get add-on, go to search for it. It's not that complicated. But extensions, apps script. I already have this information here, but you're going to start with a blank script. You're going to pull. Oh man, let me make sure I have the right code here. I definitely don't. Just a sec. Bear with me. My Google Meet's going to time out. Yes, I'm still here. Okay. Here's my code. You got to hit the run button. I know that this looks like your call to action. Sort of, it's not very intuitive. Don't click the deploy button. It'll blow up. Not really. To actually run the script, there's this on this ribbon here, the run button. As you go through this the first time, it's probably going to ask you to authorize your Google account. So just follow the prompts to do that. It actually might ask me to do that here. Oh, here we go. Okay. It's a real demo. Allow. Okay. So I'm just going to hit run again. I already did this. Did I hit the wrong button? Allow. That's weird. Okay. So once it hits execution started, you know it worked. Release your authorization worked. It can be hilarious if this one doesn't work. Okay. Execution completed. Fantastic. So now what this script is doing is it's creating a new sheet inside your Google Sheet tab. It's going to be called charts. And it's creating a string of charts that I showed you at the beginning of this call. Should be 6 different ones. It's taking the data from the different share of search information. It's going to spit it out here. So here we go. Here was my raw data. Here's our new sheet titled charts. And here are our charts. Couldn't figure out a better way to format this from the jump, so it's going to have to drag some stuff around. Not that big of a deal. This saved us. What did I do wrong here? Didn't pull the title. Didn't pull the titles. Why didn't it? Oh yeah, it did. Sorry, I thought something was broken. Right, this is good, right? So, this is it. This is what we see. We can make this a little bit easier to see by changing around some of the data. So if you open this up, one of the things we can do here is go to Customize, go to horizontal axis, no, vertical axis. So if we set our minimum value to say 0.10, maybe even a little bit higher, 0.15, becomes a little bit more dramatic. So you can play around with your charts here, show, just so it's not so flat, so you can actually see nuances in the data. Let's go back here, vertical axis, minimum value. Let's make this 0.18. So this is our share of search over time. Again, what insights do we derive from this? I have no idea. It's a totally different topic of conversation that we can spend a lot of time talking about. The point here is that with this new script, you can automatically create these reports in just a few minutes. Let's just quickly make this for Callaway thing. So it's interesting. So what we actually see here is that, so overall, I mean, we can see this from this chart, right? So like Callaway is the biggest brand, followed by TaylorMade, followed by Titleist, then Mizuno, then Ping. But what you can see from these charts here is that Callaway is actually slightly declining over time. TaylorMade also has a small decline relative year over year, but it's not as significant. Mizuno's on the up and up. So I don't have a lot of insights here. It's kind of a lame ending, but I probably could have looked at this and come up with some thoughts about what the data actually means, but that's not the point of this preview. The point of this preview is to show you how to use Google Trends and this new script to pull share of search, and you could do so in just a few minutes. Hope this is helpful. Let me know if you have any feedback.
Howdy, Agency Overdrive members. Hope you're well. I have been excited to produce this lecture for a while. It's, I think, going to be one of the most valuable lectures in the Agency Overdrive. I think it's going to be a super valuable template for you to have in your business. I'm not on video because we're going to be going over slides, but also we're going to go over the actual model over here. So I figured that the video just might mess up if you're trying to see something in a cell. So we'll just do it by audio. We'll go through the slides. So this is an advanced budget allocation model. Clients come to you, or you're in digital advertising, and you have a marketing budget to work with. But where do you spend it? It's a tough question to answer. And having a budget allocation model allows you to begin answering that question. How should you spend your marketing budget? And this could be determining SEO versus paid advertising. It could be determining paid advertising, but what channels do you spend on? Facebook, Google, Facebook brand advertising, Facebook performance advertising, Google search, display, Instagram, Spotify, streaming TV. You know, how do I allocate the budget? So why do we have a model? Because clients expect their agency to provide insight into multi-channel budget allocation. Your clients are going to expect this of you. And whether you're a freelancer or you're working at an agency or you're in-house, being able to present something like this is going to immediately communicate that you're a next level asset. Because how is a budget allocation usually done? Well, one, it's not done. Oftentimes, and I've seen this a lot, that the client comes and says, well, we want to spend $30,000 on Facebook and $15,000 on Google. And that's you not doing a budget allocation. That's just it's being told to you how budget should be allocated. Or if the client asks you, you sort of just don't actually do a sophisticated allocation, or you guess, or you keep it the status quo. You look at the historic data that the client has. Where have they allocated budget in the last 6 months? And you just keep that. Or you go with the client wants, like I mentioned, or you go with your own experience and comfort zone. And this is how we did it for a while, where we said, we're really good at managing Google Ads. It's what we do. So we'll just try to spend as much as we can because that's how we make money. And then we added Facebook ads. But really the best way to do it is for you to develop the consultative skills that even if you're not managing streaming TV, even if you're not managing SEO, even if you're not managing display, let's say, you're able to at least show the client how budget should be allocated by doing something statistically significant and sophisticated as this is going to do. So this model that you're gonna have access to, that we're gonna go into shortly, it's fundamentally different. We start off by asking, where is your maximum opportunity? And then we work backwards from there. What channels present to you the most potential revenue opportunity out of your entire target market? So in the example of the template, we're going to be looking at the US. We're going to assume the USA is your entire target market, and we're going to narrow it from there to what is your addressable market, but where are you going to make the most money? That's what we ask first. And then based on impression, how many impressions we might get on a channel, what is that click-through rate going to be, what is our CPC going to be, then we start looking at where do we actually allocate budget across each channel. So this model incorporates market size, addressable market audiences. We're going to get into this. This is very interesting. Primary market targets, and secondary market targets. Market audiences, target audiences, you can call it what you want. X factor adjustments, we're going to talk about the X factor adjustments and more. So the best way to approach budget allocation is to first determine opportunity. It's very unbiased, it's very objective. Where are you going to have the greatest opportunity to succeed? What channels will bring you the most money? And of course, no budget allocation model is perfect because you're looking into the future. You're using assumptions, but that's okay. It's okay to use assumptions. The point is that you're using assumptions in a very organized, intelligent, and sophisticated way. So we look for the biggest opportunity, and then we work backwards from there. A lot of people are probably thinking, is this model for any budget? 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, a million? Yes, this works for every budget. So let's begin, okay? So the first thing we're going to do in the model is we're going to enter our total marketing budget. This could be weekly, annually, monthly. I did this annually. I like to look at a budget allocation annually, and then you could always divide by 12 to get your monthly budget. It's very easy. You could adjust for seasonality, so on and so forth, but this is the best way to look at this as is doing it annually. So as we go through this, here I am in the actual model. I'm going to zoom in. As we go through this, you should imagine your client scenario, your case being applied here, okay? So we actually got a new client recently that we're working on. They are a marketplace that connects people who want to buy food to home chefs. So imagine an Uber Eats style business. It's an app. You put in an address, but instead of ordering food from a restaurant, you're ordering food from a home cook. That's the company. It's very simple. They make money. They take a cut of the transaction. So I'm going to pretend that that's who we're dealing with now. This budget model was initially built for a pharma company, but it doesn't matter because this could work for any business. So total marketing budget over here. So I have $250,000 in here. This could change. Anything in blue is changeable. Anything in black is the output of a formula, and you should not change it. So 250,000. So if you put in 100,000, you'll see the charts down here will update. If I change this to 20,000, it'll still work, right? Everything updates. And if I make this 2 million, it's going to work. Okay. So let's just go back to 200,000, and we'll take it from there. So let's say that's an annual budget. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do after you've put in your total marketing budget down here is to understand channel breakdown. So there's two things. Column B is what I call your type or your medium or your category. The column D has your actual channel. This is good. Breaking it down this way allows us to do more advanced reporting, charts, analysis. So this model allows for 3 total mediums and 7 individual channels. And you could build on this easily. You just, if you're relatively savvy with Excel and Google Sheets, you could certainly build on this. So I have 3 categories. Let's go into the actual model and take a look. Zoom in a drop. So here in column B, 4 I call brand advertising. So this would be upper funnel. TV oftentimes is different. There's like a mix. Since you're buying it by publisher, it depends if you're buying it programmatically. It could be, oftentimes clients will consider streaming TV or cable TV advertising a separate medium altogether. And then I have performance. So performance might be bottom of the funnel, remarketing on Facebook, bottom of the funnel search. So over here, I include Facebook performance and Google performance. And under brand, I have more middle funnel, top of funnel awareness campaigns, video. So display, YouTube, Facebook brand, and Google brand. And then you'll see over here in row 13 is the brand average. And this is going to be important because clients will want to say, well, how much are we spending on brand overall, right? So you could break this down in different ways. You might say the category up here is Google, and you might do like, Google New York, Google LA, Google, you could break it down into different ways if the market conditions for your product change drastically, and that could be considered a channel. Um, you might make this all one, right? You could make all of these. Just don't fill in number 13 because it's pulling an average. So you might make this all one channel, one type. You might do something like PPC, SEO, and content. So all this stuff could work. I'm in the paid advertising business. Most of you are in the paid advertising business. So this is a typical breakdown how I would look at things. And even if I'm not going to be managing the streaming TV, although we actually have started doing some streaming TV for clients, but even if I wasn't going to manage the streaming TV, I want to be able to show my clients that I could predict and incorporate streaming TV into my budget allocation model. So that's a big thing. Now, once you get a sense of how this might be broken out for you and understand, build that in. This is just type it in. So this, display, you could change it to SEO if you wanted to. And we're just going to keep it how I have it. Next, moving along. Removing channels, right? So the first question you might have is, let's say I want to build a model with 4 and not 5, or 4 and not 7, or 3 channels and not 7. So it's very easy. All you need to do is make sure your we're going to talk about the X factor in a moment, but this is just for your sake. Go to column Q and make sure it is the negative of whatever is in column P. Okay, so I'll show you how to do that. So let's say I want to have no spend on Facebook brand, for example. So I'm going to go to column Q. Okay, so over here I have, it's blue. It's just written 1500. We'll get to X factor in a second. I'm just going to go equals, open parentheses, negative, column P, close parentheses, hit enter. And now in my chart, $0 for Facebook brand. Okay, $0 for either of the market segments, $0 total. And if I just remove that, if I undo that, we're back. Okay, so that's how you remove channels. Very straightforward. Understanding annual sales per customer. Now this is very important because here's how we start understanding opportunity. This could be monthly, again, it could be annually. I like doing it annually. Now, your revenue per customer might change, or it might be predicted to be different based on different advertising channels. Upper funnel channels are typically less valuable. So this model allows you to customize the revenue per customer and the frequency of sales annually for every different channel we're looking at. And then we get an annual sales per person simply by multiplying those two numbers together. So let's see how this might change in the real world. Right, so I want to zoom out a little bit so you can see the charts updating. So here we have these charts down here, right? But let's just say, let's watch for a second. If I take Facebook brand and I give it $100 average revenue per customer, my Facebook brand total spend goes up. Now other things go up as well because there are other adjustments in this model that impact that. But let's just say, you see that difference. And if you look at streaming TV with a high with a high average revenue per customer of $22, and Facebook performance with the same high $22 average revenue per customer, and you come over here to the annual sales per person at $88 for Facebook performance and $66 for streaming TV, and you wonder, well, why are we allocating more to streaming TV? Okay, that's because there's other adjustments further here that would allow us to change that, and we're going to get to that in a moment. So anyhow, let's go back to average revenue per customer. So how much money do you make on average per customer? Now, it's possible, I would say Google performance, this might be, going back to our case, we might be $36 because, and we get more, maybe we have six sales, and you see everything is going to shift now towards Google performance. You see that down here in the chart. And over here, Facebook performance might be a little bit less at $29. Streaming TV might be $8. And again, this is an average. This column over here, row 13, is always going to be an average, so we leave that alone. And let's say over here we can keep this the same, we can move it around, but the point is you get the picture. You could change, you enter in your average revenue per sale for every individual channel. And now you have your annual sales per person, right? So you have the, one second, this has to be an average. Okay, so now we have our annual sales per person per channel. So we see clearly here, in this case, Google Performance is estimated to have the highest revenue per customer and the most amount of most frequent sales per year. We're estimating, or we're using our historic data. If you're wondering how do we get this information, you go to your historic data. Look, do you have historic data? If you have historic data on these channels, then use it. If not, they're going to have to be guesses and estimations. But that's the point of a model. It's a model. So this shows me I'm predicting $216 in annual sales per person coming from Google Performance, $116 of revenue per year per customer coming from Facebook Performance. And of course, moving these numbers around is going to change that. So if my average order value is $18, it's going to change all the equations. And this is $17, things are going to change. Okay? Now, let's talk about addressable persona for a moment. Addressable persona is just like a notepad. This is for your notes. It's for sharing with the client. Who is the persona you were targeting on that channel? They might vary. It might not. So if I'm looking at streaming TV, I might say late night binge watcher, hungry, lives in apartment, single. So maybe that's my persona of who I'm targeting for the streaming TV customer for my company. So you could use this persona or not. It's up to you. It's just there as a nice thing. Now let's take a look at how we calculate the total addressable market. And understanding getting a sense of the total addressable market is crucial in understanding where the most opportunity lies. Okay, so let's see if we come back and look at how this is all set up. So we begin with USA population. That's a great way to start. If you're targeting the US, if you're in a different country, use that country's population. If your client targets the whole world's population, sure. If that's the pool, you could do this internationally. But again, it's almost irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because we're going to significantly get down from that number. But if a good rule of thumb is you could use the country that such a campaign will be running in. Now, the impacted market is where you're important. What percent of total market is impacted by the problem you solve? So example, like your impacted market for your company, if you're an online sports book, might be all sports fans. If you're selling something for to women, beauty products, it might be all women over the age of 45. It might be all teachers, all parents. And then you figure that out as a percentage of the USA population. And it's usually very easy to pull these statistics from Statista or anywhere else online. So that's your impacted market. Finally, what percent of your impacted market is likely unable to purchase, whether it's an income problem, location, where you service. So the point here is it's getting a little bit more sophisticated because your impacted market or your total viable market is not really an addressable market for you. Because if you're selling a product that potentially could be purchased by any parent, there are going to be parents that cannot afford your product. There are going to be parents who just don't want your product. So that gives us a nice additional way to temper the model. So you could also feel free to override addressable market with your own known values. So if you're just advertising in Brooklyn, or you're advertising in a specific state, or you're advertising in a zip code and you happen to know how many people are in that zip code, then you can go into the addressable market column and override it. Let me just get this back here. That would be a fine thing to do. You could override the addressable market. It is a formula, but you could put in whatever you want. So again over here, if maybe this number is a little bit lower, maybe it's the same, right? So if I do a 1%, maybe I have maybe like 20% of people might be knocked out if this is more of a mobile thing. Maybe it's 80%. If it's 80%, my numbers are going to drop. Okay, and that's going to impact a lot of other things in the model. So let's go back to something. Maybe I have a 40% likelihood to purchase within my market. And again, this could change. Maybe for streaming TV, it's a little higher if it's harder to target. Maybe, and usually your impacted market is going to be the same across every channel. It's hard to imagine why your total, again, if you happen to know of a certain channel, what you're doing reaches more or less people than the next channel, you could incorporate that here into your impacted market. But again, if you know that, like the way you would look at this is if you're targeting all parents, and you do some research and it comes out that 4% around of the U.S. population are parents, then that's what you do here, 4%. Okay. Now again, you don't need to be super worried or careful about this portion of the model, because this is just going to get you a theoretical number. We're doing all this to get first your total addressable market per channel. It looks around here 7.9 million. On average, we have 7.75 million. That's my total addressable market. But it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter in the context of my $200,000 ad budget for the entire year. But what's cool is this is going to start helping us allocate the budget across the channels. So we've gotten the total addressable market for a channel. That's the maximum amount. This is the maximum amount of people. Remember, this is a volume of customers, not a volume of sales. This is the total amount of people we think we could reach with each channel in a perfect world, if the inventory was available, right? It's very possible that we cannot even reach the 8 million people on Facebook or on display. It's, again, we're not making a statement as to whether or not we can actually reach those people. We're just trying to get first a sense of what is the total theoretical addressable market, because that's going to give us column M, and this is important, total potential sales in the entire market. So if we come back here and we look at total potential sales, we could do that by simply multiplying the total addressable market with total revenue per customer. That's what you get. You get the total potential US or other, depending on what your total population is, for each advertising channel. This, of course, does not consider your budget or available inventory. This is also, it seems silly, because it assumes you capture 100% of available customers, which of course you're not going to do. But we're using this figure to understand and model optimal budget allocation. So let's jump back to the model for a second. Here we are. So again, we have the total addressable market for every individual channel. Now what's interesting to look at is the percentage of sales per category. So now once we have so this shows me that for Google Performance, I could generate $855 million if I capture the entire market based on my model, which is 49% of the totals. So performance, Facebook is 31% of the total revenue. Google Performance is 49%, and the average of the brand channel, which is these four here, is going to be 11% of the total, right? Because we're looking at this formula, it sums all of the revenue together. Okay, so now we're going to look at, and of course, if we add all these four together, it's 100%. So we have 11% of the maximum amount of sales total comes from the brand advertising projections. 9% comes from streaming TV. 31% of the total addressable market in revenue comes from Facebook performance, and 49% of the total addressable revenue comes from Google performance. This is important to know because now we're going to start allocating spend by category in line with our actual budget. And that's what we're going to do over here. Let's just go back to the slides for a moment. Okay. So we did this. We went through. Now we know the maximum opportunity. We get the percentage of total sales by medium type, and then get the individual spend by category using the percentage of the total budget for each client. That gives us our base spend per category. So again, this is the same slide. If you go back to the model, base spend per category simply takes 11% and asks what is 11% of our total budget, which is in cell F18, and that's where we have $200,000 right here. And remember, watch this. So if I go back to this spend by category, if I get a sum, that's going to be $200,000. And that's, again, remember, it's based on these percentages, and it's based on the total. Look at this. This is a $1.7 billion in total potential market. But I only have a budget of 200,000. But maybe I have a budget of 100,000, or maybe I have a budget of 90,000. Okay, now I come back here, and my spend by channel in base case is 90,000. Okay, it works. So this model is going to work based on your budget, but it's looking at saying how do we allocate it based on where your maximum opportunity lies, right? It's very cool stuff. So let's just go back to 200,000. Here, column O. So we have our spend by category. So brand, overall brand. Remember, brand over here, it includes 1, 2, 3, 4 channels. It includes Google and Facebook brand advertising. It includes YouTube and display. And again, this could change. So that's going to be a total of $22,599 of my $200,000 in optimal settings to maximize opportunity. 9% is going to go to streaming TV, $18,102. 31%, $61,547 is going to go to Facebook performance. $97,751 is going to go to Google performance. $200,000. And here, column P, our base case scenario is simply dividing by 4 this total brand number and allocating it to each Facebook brand, YouTube display, Google brand. Now, however, this is not perfect, because what if we don't want to just have a equal allocation across all these 4 individual channels under the brand category? And what if even further, there are market conditions that tell us we want to spend more on performance Google, more on performance Facebook? We have outside information. Well, that's where we enter the X factor. So we looked at this. We looked at base spend by channel and the X factor. Here we are. After we've established the spend by category, we could use this variable called the X factor to add or subtract from the allocated budget based on notable factors impacting the digital marketing strategy. For example, what might some of these factors include? Let's say you're targeting a specific demographic, which is going to be on your streaming TV publishers, or you have an emerging trend where competitors are increasing brand awareness for bottom of the funnel search keywords. We want to capitalize on that. Let's say there's market saturation and we need to pull back from YouTube advertising and competition, or there's consumer awareness on a certain channel, a new market exploration, or a client desire, any dynamic, or a product goes out of, a product might go out of stock, and it's like, that's the product that sells well on Facebook. And we can't spend. Any single dynamic that changes, or any dynamic changes that influence sales or digital marketing goals, can be accounted for through the X factor, which is, I think, one of the coolest parts of this model, because it really gives you a lot of flexibility to layer on top of this basic math that we did, looking at total addressable market, total potential US sales, category as percent of sales. And now it's like here you could actually bring in what you know about the client. So let's zoom out. I'm going to make some edits and you'll see how the visual representations of everything changes. So you might not be able to see all the charts. So let's say here I am on my X factor. Brand Facebook, we want to spend negative 3,500, right? So you're seeing everything change in the wheels. YouTube, we want to do 0 X factor. Let's say display, we want to cut it down. We want to totally negative it out. So we might say negative 5650, right? I don't want to spend on YouTube. And here I have, you'll see reallocated spend by channel. It's really cool, $0. And again, display goes away. Let's say for Google brand, my X factor adjustment, I want to spend an extra $4,000. And again, you go along as we go. So now if I'm spending, my base case is $97,000 annually for Google performance. I know I'm getting an increase in lift in search traffic. Maybe I want to put that up $30,000. I really want to prioritize Google performance. Okay. So what's the problem here potentially? In my total with my negatives and my negative and positive adjustments, I now told the model I'm willing to spend another $21,850. And that's a problem because that's not what the client told us we're allocating for, right? Remember, we're allocating for $200,000. If we go into our X factor adjustment, we see $21,850 and adjusted totals, right? This is going to be a sum of my spend per channel in the base case plus my X factor adjustment. My sum is $221,850. That's a problem, right? Because I am spending too much. And that's where we get to reallocate spend by channel, which is really, really neat. So we have the X factor adjustment. We explained what it is. We went through doing it. Now we could reallocate spend by channel. So after adjusting for X factor, we might wind up with more total spend allocated than your marketing budget. This column adjusts this formula where you take the value, you take the R9 value, you take your total, you divide it by the sum of everything here, which is $221,850, and then you multiply it by your budget, your initial budget. That gives you the weighted reallocated spend by channel. So let's take a look here. I wanted to spend $56.50, right? Or not I wanted to spend. My initial base case output for Facebook brand was $5,650 annually. I said I have market conditions that indicate to me why that's not that I want to pull back spend from Facebook. Maybe our graphic designer is sick. Who knows? That would give me a base adjusted total of $2,150. But based on all the other things I want to do, I need to bring that down even further. So my reallocated spend by channel really is $1,938. Let's take a look on the flip side. With Google, I wanted to spend, my base case scenario showed me $97,000 annually. But I wanted to increase that by $30,000. However, based on all the other things I wanted to do, all my other considerations in the X factor per channel, the mathematical, I would then be spending $127,000, right? So 97,000 plus 30,000 is $127,000, but I can't. The mathematical output would be $115,000. So that's when this formula here is a neat trick to weigh the percentage, the appropriate actual X factor adjustment based on the boundary of my $200,000 marketing goal. All right, and you always want to make sure that this number here at the bottom of column S lines up with this number here, in cell F18. So S18, Sam 17 rather, and F Frank 18 should always line up. They should always be your total marketing budget. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so we've reallocated spend by channel, and we're seeing that in action. So listen, have fun with the X factor adjustment, or leave it alone if there's no reason to use it, right? You could have a 0 X factor adjustment straight across the board. See, that's not good. You could have 0, nothing wrong with having no X factor adjustments, okay? And then you're just going to still spend your same $200,000, and everything works. But I want to show you what it actually looks like. Now in column T, we have our category totals, the actual totals. So we're going to spend $18,593 in brand. After our X factor, $13,403 in streaming TV, and $168,004 in performance, broken out 54 to Facebook, 113 to Google. All right, beautiful. Now let's talk about what I think is the greatest part of this model: primary target market versus secondary target markets. Okay, let's just jump back into this slide. We spoke about reallocated spend by channel. Now I abbreviate this PTM and STM. This could be PTA and STA, primary target audience or market, and secondary target market or audience. And it's a very simple concept. Many brands need to, or they're interested in, targeting two or more totally different audience segments that they don't overlap. For example, Uber needs to attract both drivers and riders. Riders might be considered their primary target market, and then drivers then would be considered the secondary target market, right? So there's two different markets. Uber needs riders and drivers for their business to work. A healthcare facility might need doctors. They might want to attract doctors, and they might want to have a campaign that attracts patients. And when I say there's no overlap, that doesn't mean a doctor can never be a patient and a patient can never be a doctor, or a rider can never be a driver, or vice versa. It means that the marketing campaigns are going to be different. The ad copy, the messaging, the landing pages, the budget, the revenue, that's going to be different. And typically clients will have a primary target audience, and they will have secondary target audiences. A drug manufacturer, they may want to target both doctors and patients to make both doctors and patients aware of their drug. A toy manufacturer, they may want to target both parents and children. And if parents are the ones that generate the most revenue, because it's the most linear, then parents would be the primary target audience, and children might be the secondary target audience or secondary target market. And often these ad campaigns, like I said, they must be tailored to that specific market. That is why this model incorporates that consideration. Now, the cool thing is that you don't have to use it. You could just keep this simple and make this a model that's just allocating 100% of our budget to our primary target market. I'm going to show you how to do that. However, if a client comes to you and says, how would I allocate this budget and still give some budget to a secondary target market campaign? Well, this model allows you to do that. And let me show you how. So PTM percentage is what percentage of all this $200,000 allocation do you want per channel going to your primary target market? And again, the great thing is we could do this 7 different times. So let's say Facebook brand, we want 50% going to the primary target market. YouTube, we want 65%. Display, we want 100% going to the primary target market. Google brand, we want 100% going to the primary target market. Streaming, to me, maybe, you know what, that's really going to be our secondary market. In our case, so let's say, going back to my case that I'm imagining is the home chefs. So we need to have people who are buying food, and we need to have people on the platform that's selling food. So the sellers are my secondary target market, but I think I'm going to be most appealing to them through streaming TV. So I want only 20% to go to my primary target, which are going to be the buyers for streaming TV, or maybe even 15%. And then Facebook, let's call that 85 and 97. Okay. Again, these are beautiful. It's editable. You could do whatever you want with them. And then we're not going to actually write out the secondary target market percentage, because of course we could just use the math. But first, we need to get a sense of the market capacity to fulfill our desired allocation. That's what we need to do here. And that's going to just take some research on your end. You're going to have to look at impressions, click-through rate, and average CPCs. So getting the maximum available spend is important, because if we want to know if we could actually fulfill our desired PTM allocation, the primary target market. So if I say I want to allocate 90% of $100,000, I need to be sure that that we could tell the client that based on our research, we can anticipate us actually doing that. And if we can't, that's the coolest part of this model. If we find that the allocation that we want to spend $150,000 over the course of the year on Google search in our primary target market, but we look at impressions, click-through rate, and average CPC, total clicks, and our maximum available spend is actually less, is only $70,000. the model is going to automatically give an additional $20,000 to the secondary target audience campaign. It's really cool. So that's why we need to do this. And you could really leave this out if you want, but it's worthwhile. So you look at SEMrush, you look at Google, you look at your historical Google Ads data, you look at some research, and you put together and you say, okay, what do I think is the maximum amount of impressions? So that number here we're looking at, impressions, when I have 1.2 million, so on and so forth. This is the total maximum amount of impressions that I think we could get in a year. And again, you could be this is very much a model, and these are very much based on assumptions. Click-through rates, based on assumptions. You could incorporate as much historic data as you'd like. You should incorporate historic data. Of course, to get total clicks, we multiply our impressions by our click-through rate, and that gives us and then average CPC. You use your historic data, you use your research to get a predicted average CPC per channel. That gets your maximum available spend. Now let's take a look at here for a second. If I see all these numbers in column Z higher than all the numbers in column S, I'm going to be fine, because I know that I could allocate my full PTM, right? I know I can allocate my full primary target market allocation in the way that I'd like. However, let's just go for an example. So let's say I want to do $113,000 here for the Google performance, and I want to allocate 95% of that, let's say, okay? Now, let's just come over here and we say my max available spend. Let's say I'm only going to get, let's say I'm only going to get 50,000 impressions. Let's just give it let's be a little closer. 400,000. Okay. So what did I just do? Wrong place. 350,000. Okay, here's a good example. So 350,000 impressions, and again, of course, this is just an example, would give me a total maximum available spend of $79,000 for the year on Google performance. So this formula here, this really cool formula, shows that I could only allocate 70%. I could only allocate 70% of my $113,000 to my primary target market. Okay, because 70% of $113,000 is just right here at 79,625, and it's just a really cool added layer of sophistication. So again, if we come back here, if I say there's going to be 20 million impressions. Now, if I say there's going to be 20 million impressions, it doesn't mess up the model, right? It just shows me that I have a $45 million max spend. I could actually fulfill my 95% right here, desired PTM allocation. And then finally, let's just see if I make sure I didn't miss anything in the slides. We talked about PTM and STM as actual as a percentage. Right, so this calculation determines, based on total market available spend, whether or not we can anticipate hitting our desired PTM allocation like we just explained and we just illustrated. If we can't, the model distributes that budget to STM allocation. And this is an advanced insight I've never seen a budget allocation model that I've looked at account for. And of course, now we use math to get the STM percentage. So if we're 80% in the primary target market, you're going to get 20% allocated to the secondary target market, so on and so forth. Finally, the end of the model, PTM and STM actuals. We go into the model here. We actually take a numerical value, so it's 50% of we look at the actual primary target market allocation, and it's going to be multiplied by the total amount for that channel, and then you use math to get it for the secondary target market. So in the way we've allocated it here, the total final budget allocation across all the channels gives $170,483 to the primary target market campaign, $29,517 to the secondary target market campaign. And that's reflected in these charts with purple and yellow. And of course, because we gave so much, this is a difficult chart to really see because we gave so much preference to Google performance, right? We're spending $5,000 on YouTube, and this might be actually how it looks. And Of course, if you know how to use Excel, you could certainly take a chart and move it around and drag it lower, right, and get a better sense of this stuff. And I'll just move this lower. We'll look at that in a second, okay? Now, if I'm just looking at one campaign, then my PTM allocation here is just going to be 100%. Sorry, not 199, 100%. And if I go 100%, I'm not going to have any purple and yellow on that chart. I'm going to have all one color, as you see now, right? Everything's going to be primary target market, colored purple. But if you, let's see, have here, and again, this will still work. If I can't fulfill the primary target market spend, it'll still give me secondary target market spent. So let's say I told them I want 100%, but again, there's only available, 320,000 impressions. Look, my model just gave me $40,000 allocated to secondary target market in the yellow. It's really cool. And this goes back up to 3 million impressions. And now I'm at purple again. If I'm at, if I want to do 15% secondary target market across the board, then I just do 85%. And then each one of my allocations is going to have something allocated to, it will have something allocated to the secondary target market. So it's really cool stuff. Let's take a look at the visual charts we have here, and that's basically the end of the model. I know that this was a lot. It's quite a handful, I guess, to wrap your head around, but maybe listen to the recording again, make a copy of it, and go through it. So in this chart, as we just looked at, we have every single one of the individual channels broken out, and we see the total annual budget allocated, and we see how much of that budget is for primary target audience or market, and how much of that budget is for the secondary target market or audience. In this chart, we have the total budget allocation by category, so performance, TV, and brand. Remember, those are our 3 top-level categories. And if you want to get more information in a chart, you just got to pull it out a little bit. Sometimes you need to make it taller. But you could edit these charts on your own. And if you hover over, you'll see the values, 18,000, 13,000, 168,000 to performance. And here's the budget allocation by channel. Here's just similar to the bar chart, but just in a pie chart format, and it's not breaking it out by secondary or primary, just the total. So Google performance, Facebook, streaming TV, Google brand, YouTube, Facebook brand. And then down here, we have total budget allocation by target audience. So out of everything, we have 85% going to the primary target market and 15% going to the secondary target market overall. And of course, you could continue to make your own charts as you go along. But overall, this is a fantastically powerful budget allocation model. We use this. We use this exact same model and presented it to one of the global top 10 pharma companies. They're actually one of the companies that are definitely in the race to develop a COVID vaccine. And we built them a budget allocation model for 7 of their drugs across 3 different therapeutic areas. And of course, this was changed around to be for any traditional marketing campaign, digital advertising campaign. And I spent, I don't know, a good 3-4 hours on this model, making it usable for all of you guys, but it's the same basic bones. And I've gone on to use these models I've gone on to use this model for other clients and other pitches. So just lastly, the way to access it is to make a copy, because of course I'm going to give this to you as a view only. So you go to File, you have to, when you open it up, go to File, make a copy, and then you'll have a version of this in your own Google Drive, and you can play around with it. Now, just a couple things I'd like to ask of you. Please do not share or distribute. This will harm my personal income and livelihood, right? If you share this and you make multiple copies and you give it out to other people, you're hurting me. So please don't do that. I can't customize the model for anyone, unfortunately. Not every use case is going to be the same. You might have to massage it a little bit, but I can't do work on anybody's individual template or model. I hope you understand. It would be very time consuming, and there's quite a lot here that you could use just out of the box. Again, please make a single copy for yourself. Don't make multiple copies. And lastly, use it well. Use it to generate business. Use it to show your clients the way you think about budget allocation. And again, whether you're a client or you're working in-house at a company or you're just in general a marketer wanting to understand how a sophisticated agency would go about budget allocation, how clients expect it. And lastly, even if you're dealing with small clients that are spending $5,000 a month, still use this, okay? Go above and beyond. The only reason why our agency has the opportunities that we have is because even when we were dealing with very, very small, we still deal with very small projects all the time. The majority of our projects are tiny little small projects. But when they are, we take them just as seriously and with the same amount of passion and care as we take our larger deals. So that's what I want to leave you with. Even if this seems so much more advanced or more than what a client is asking for, show them what you're capable of. Show them that you really care about their business. Go above and beyond what they're paying you for, and that will open up new doors and new opportunities. I hope you guys enjoy it. Use it well. I look very much forward to hearing your feedback on how this model has helped you and what you think about it. So be well. I'll see you guys all in the very next lecture.
Howdy, Agency Overdrive members. I hope all is well, and I hope everyone is doing well and staying safe and getting back to work and being able to sort of overcome the enormous difficulties and challenges that we've all been facing collectively together over the last few months. And most importantly, I hope everybody's safe and healthy themselves and their families are doing well. So in this week's lecture, I have an incredibly exciting resource to share. It's actually not a training, but it's a resource that will help you and your team really stay on top of all the important changes and features to Google Ads. Google over the years has really ramped up their own training and their own training libraries and resources with the Google Skills Academy, just their documentation, their support. And some of the stuff is actually really good, and you really ought to learn about it. And this is a campaign setup checklist and an onboarding training library that we ourselves use here at Adventure Media. We use it for all new team members, and we even share a lot of this information with our clients. And just having this all in a centralized place is extremely powerful and really positive. So let me show you what this is. I'll walk you through the sheet. You have access to the sheet. It's really straightforward. This is not going to be a very long lecture. The playbook, as we call it, it's intended to be used as a resource for learning the fundamentals of Google products and Premier Partner best practices. There are lots of resources included. I encourage you to go through each one. There are a lot of resources, and it's going to take a lot of time. So my suggestion is you try to aim to go through one a day. One a day, it'll take you anywhere between 20 minutes and an hour, hour and a half per resource, depending on which one you're doing. And over time, you'll really get a really well-rounded education around automated bidding and optimization score, and things like that. The goals is one, for you and your team to get Google Ad certifications that are applicable. Focus on smart bidding, non-last click attribution, responsive ads, and optimization score best practices. And 3, to have you refer to the campaign setup checklist often, and that's going to be the third tab that we've prepared. But let's first go into the onboarding training. So I'll make this a little bit larger. There's 3 top-level categories. 3 top-level categories of competencies. There's product knowledge, there's analytics training, and Google Premier Partner best practices. Now, whether or not you're a Premier Partner now, it doesn't matter. Like, this stuff is just good to know and understand and learn. You'll just be a better practitioner. So you have Google Ads 101, okay? And if any of these links that you could click, you can go and click the link and go into the actual modules. So you'll have Google Ad certifications that you could click into, and you start taking some of these tests and overviews. And these are really good things to have, just so you could show clients that you have these certifications. And then there's individual training for Google Ads Search, Google Ads Display, video, shopping, apps, and measurement. And each one individually you click into, you could take a course to learn to measure, and you'll go in and there's just really, really good stuff. Pretty well built out and a lot better. The resources are way, way better than they were when I was getting into this. So that's Google Ads 101. It's going to take a while to go through, but definitely work through each one. And when I say one a day, I don't mean one of these a day. I mean one of those modules a day. Video resources, again, Google Ads, YouTube campaigns, and how to optimize for videos. So if you go into this resource over here, you'll see all different sorts of Google Ads tutorials related to YouTube advertising. How to use the performance planner. This is a really good one. Succeeding with smart shopping campaigns, another really good one. There's just a lot, right? There's a lot of stuff teaching people how to use and how to maximize on behalf of your own company, your own campaigns, and your clients. So really good stuff over here. And this is all relatively new, by the way. So if you want to learn how to understand Google Analytics reports,
Head of the report,
these
conversions.
These videos are quite good. Again, I don't need to go through each one of them here because you'll just be able to click through them and learn about the topics you're most interested in. So let's say you wanted to learn about attribution on last click video. It's just a link to a direct tutorial on YouTube teaching you about changing attribution models, understanding attribution reporting, and again, it's high quality education. And I guarantee you every single person that's watching this or any single person in this Agency Overdrive will come out of this with quite a significant amount of information and knowledge that you do not have going into it. Checking out the third tab here, Campaign Setup Checklist. Here we have, again, search, smart display, YouTube for action, broken down, and discovery. These are all 4 different high-level campaign types, and it's a really cool checklist that you could keep records of for yourself or for your entire team. You could duplicate this tab and have it for each individual team member. You could do it company-wide, and it's all color-coded based on the hierarchy or the, I guess, dimension of the top level category. So under search, we have extensions. So you're learning through call extensions. And this is you check it off. Do you know what call extensions are? And do you know its best practices? Structured snippets, call out, site link, location. Smart bidding. Do you understand target CPA? Do you know how it works? Maximize conversions. Do you know how that works? Attribution, smart creatives, audiences, measurement. Again, same thing for smart display, YouTube for action, bids and budgets. Do you understand video TCPA? Video daily budget should be 10 times your new video TCPA, and you'll learn about what TCPA is, the difference between CPA, and you'll check these off as you go along. And these are all the most important things to know about for each thing. So for example, let's say you want to get into discovery campaigns, right? So you should understand, I guess, all the best practices related to discovery campaigns, and you should begin clicking through each one of these discovery checklists as you have reviewed and made sure your campaigns are adhering to each of these best practices. So up to 5 descriptions. Do you have up to 5 descriptions in your discovery campaigns? Headlines, logo, high quality logo, so again, you go through it, you start checking this off, and as you begin filling this stuff out, you'll see your knowledge just completely expand. And this is a resource that has been extremely valuable for our team. This, I can't overstate the value of this second tab, the onboarding training links, because this is not everything. There's tons of courses. Google has tons of documentation, and this is really distilling it to what we think is the highest quality training that you can get. And I think it's well worth your while to use this as an ongoing template, and I think it's well worth the price of admission, so to speak, but it's a really valuable piece of content, and I hope you enjoy it and use it and learn a ton from it and just sort of keep it on the back burner. You're doing it sort of one a day. You're not looking to overwhelm yourself with information, but it's just a great resource to come back to keep track of your progress and to have all these handy links to the key high quality education that Google's putting out. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you find it to be as valuable as I have found it, and I think it is. And I hope you have a great weekend, and I will talk to you guys again soon.
Ever know who Esty is?
I
Okay, bye.
actually
Hello?
never
I don't.
did.
Nice to meet
So
you.
hi, nice to meet you, Yuri. Okay, I'm actually going to send the link in the chat so you all follow along. I think that would be helpful too. And then I'll present my screen and we'll walk through it together. So the idea of this topic is to talk about new search campaign rollout. When you want to test a new search campaign, like what would be the best practices to start testing this campaign? And it's all based on like you have little to no data to start with. So like where should we even begin? So the first step, and I actually think a lot of you have gone through like the industry and market research guide. I'm not 100% sure, but we can walk through the process here. But the first step would really be walking through research. That would be the industry and market research guide. Then we'd start with keyword research, and we'll jump into how to do that exactly. And then we'll talk about how to structure campaigns based on best practices and based on the industry. And then we'll talk about identifying the right bid strategy. Again, this is based on you have no data from beginning, you don't know really where to start. You want to start rolling out new search campaigns, where to begin with best practices. And then there's closing the feedback loop and when to determine the next steps. So there's a timeline in here. So industry and market research. Do you guys think we should cover the industry and market research section, honestly? Because I don't know if a lot of you went through it already, if it's necessary. So I don't know if we should just jump to keyword research, but I'm happy to walk through industry and market research as well. So, okay, I'll walk through it a little bit, high level. Sounds good. Okay, so before getting started, you want to identify the industry and segment research data if it would be more accurate. So like sometimes you'll want to say, okay, this part of the business is different than this part, and I want to create different types of research reports or research them separately. You'll want to pull the list of competitors from Auction Insights report in Google Ads, because as we know, sometimes our competitors offline versus online are very different. Ask Wonder. I don't know if you guys are all familiar with this, but Patrick's obsessed with this tool. I have a little bit of hesitancy on this tool sometimes. They're not as great, and you guys could probably do a better job. But it is a good option. Where Ask Wonder, it helps us understand more market research trends and size of the markets and any other interesting information you want them to help you uncover. So they essentially do Google searches for you as well, but it's a good option. So sometimes you'll want to submit that request beforehand. Check Statista. I believe we have an Adventure Media account. They'll provide interesting statistics. Then we'll have list of the competitors in the industry. Again, what we were talking about to compare and contrast the competitive landscape you have, right? So the list between Auction Insights versus what the clients talked about on the call that is their biggest competitors. And then reach out to your agency rep to request a Google Care Package report. And this should include, Jesse, as we've seen, it didn't include everything, but it should include a competitor analysis, search benchmarks, vertical trends report, and brand category report, and an audit. So there's a lot of content there. But that's all before you get started jumping into the industry and market research. But again, keeping it high level here, because I think there's a lot of information within this itself. But step one would be identifying key players and the competitive landscape. So as we talked about, what are those key players offline? That can be from talking with the client with a discovery call, from what you've identified. And then there's the competitors in Auction Insights itself too. So there's different ways to go about this. And then we have step two, conduct the competitor analysis with comparing unique selling points, what makes them different and what makes your client different. So really diving into the competitive section here. Step three would be identify industry growth and industry trends. So this would be through Google Care Package and looking at year-over-year numbers. There's always some interesting things you can find there in terms of growing trending searches or whatnot. Statista will help. Ask Wonder can help. And then just kind of Google searches. There's typically you'll find some blog post or something about interesting trends on the industry. Step 4 would be conducting market research by identifying the market size. So this would be keyword planner, SEMrush, Statista, all those type of searches, and looking into to understand the market size. And again, we'd want to pinpoint market trends. So that would be Google Trends, Google searches. Step 6 would be identifying the target audience based on customer information. So that would be, I think this is really, I should be highlighting this section because this is really the most interesting part, and you'll probably get the most information is from reading reviews on your client site. This has been really helpful in understanding what people are finding is valuable to the company. Maybe they're not highlighting it and they should be highlighting it more. So understanding what people are saying about the company. And then the buyer personas, and Mikkel likes to call it that we kind of make it up, and it's kind of true, but you can make it up and try based on the industry, like the research that you found. It's always good to have this and understand your customer avatar a little bit more. So again, so we started with trying to identify what type of search campaign we want to launch. We need to do a little bit more research, and then we have that whole guide on the research. Then we jump into keyword research. So this is once you identify some sort of area you want to target within your search campaigns or a new opportunity within search, then we'd want to do keyword research. So something interesting, like for e-generation marketing, they aggregate law leads. Something we found there was that we noticed there were a lot of searches for Uber and Lyft, like lawyers, because of car accidents and whatnot. And like they weren't capitalizing on those keywords specifically. So then we talked about, leveraging that in a search campaign. And we kind of did keyword research and walked through all these steps to figure out how to test this successfully. But let's say with keyword research, step 1 would be begin crafting your keyword list based on industry and market research and your knowledge of the product or service you're going to launch in a paid search strategy. So you kind of do everything based on the knowledge you have. And then step 2 would be broadening your scope. So you'd want to look at Google Trends to identify similar keywords, SEMrush for keyword research, and then Google searches and similar search results section on the bottom of the Google search results page. So those are all ideas to help, like, okay, now you've narrowed down which type of keywords you think would be valuable, and then let's kind of broaden it in and see if I missed anything. And step 3 would be leveraging the tools in your toolbox. So that's keyword planner. Those always give additional ideas. And then another option is to have Google crawl your website or landing page by providing the domain, and it will give you keyword ideas. And as a side note, thought this would be interesting, that it's a great opportunity to see how Google understands your website or landing page before launching a dynamic search ad. So that's a good opportunity. So that's on keyword research. So then you should have some sort of list of keywords. You have more background information. The next step is how to structure campaigns. So campaign structure. This is like taking a few steps back, but I think it's good to cover the basics a little bit. But we segment our campaigns when we want to control the budget for any specific dimension, whether product specific, audience specific, or different goals. And then ad group structure, any keywords that have the same ad copy and direct to the same landing page should be grouped in one ad group. So that's kind of like a good baseline when it comes to, okay, should I separate out campaigns? Should I do separate ad groups? Or whatnot. And then when it comes to keyword match type recommendations, let's take a look at this. So we have broad match. The difference here, Nechama and I actually had a healthy debate about, and I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but combining broad match and phrase match and exact match versus separating broad match from phrase and exact match. So there's different ways of doing it, but to start a search campaign, we would say it would be best when it comes to a test to start with phrase and exact match keywords and then broaden and then expand to broad match. You want to first start like getting the data on these keywords into Google and adding negative keywords and understanding, making sure you're not missing anything, and then or you're not capturing too much, and then continue expanding with broad match. But one interesting thing that I thought was interesting about broad match when I was doing a little bit more basic research is that the other keywords in an ad group, broad match actually, when you add it in one ad group, it will use other keywords. So whether it's phrase match or exact match, to understand the keyword intent a little bit more. So there are pros and cons to adding broad match, phrase match, and exact match within one ad group. But again, for the sake of what we're doing here with like a new search campaign test launch, we would say we'd want to start with phrase and exact match, leave broad match out of the picture for now. Now, again, there can be different scenarios for everything, but this is what I would say is a best practice. Any questions so far? I keep on talking and I probably need water.
I have a question about so I definitely get what you're saying of like why you want to not start with broad match, start with phrase match. So Google like won't go too broad on when you're just starting something new. But can you also like say the other way that you kind of want to do broad so you'll get more information in the beginning and Google will be able to work off of all that information?
It's a good question, and it really is a coin flip. And again, Nechama and I've had this debate. And you can start with broad match. Like this, again, if you do think that in your scenario specifically, it would be better to gather as much data quickly as possible, or would it be best to kind of start, a little slower and a little bit more methodical, and not as, I guess, risky with the broad match, right? Like we can spend so much and maybe we didn't do our research enough that like, oh, if I just did broad match, we were capturing totally random keywords that we probably shouldn't have, or search terms. So like again, best practice, and never, what is it Patrick said? Never, I'm screwing it up. Never, always. Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. Never always. Yeah.
So yes, does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Last thing we should probably, again, from Nechama and I's healthy debate, I want to point this out. So typically the broad match term will take away volume from phrase and exact match terms. In the event that it happens, we want to separate the broad match term, assuming that the phrase and exact match terms have better conversion rate or better quality score. So there are reasons, again, this is more separate because it's not talking about specifically a new search campaign launch, but there are times when you'd want to combine it versus not, depending on expected conversion rates. And then we have, so again, we're talking about a campaign structure. I always get lost when people are talking, so it's good to go back for a second, but we're talking about campaign structure. So we talked about for a second the when to do specific campaigns, to break it out, when to have the rule of thumb for ad groups, the keyword match types, what we would recommend starting with. And then there's actually audience focused strategies within the campaign structure. So there's two different types. There's primarily using audience targeting. We do the strategy when the keywords themselves don't give us a good enough indication that the user is in our target audience. So there's, let's say you do want to, this is like another type of scenario. Let's say you say, okay, I think I really want to start with broad match. There aren't any really, I don't really want to start with phrase and exact match, but I'm going to layer on audience targeting, and not under observation mode, but take our highest quality audiences, target them exclusively, let's say in a broad match campaign. So there's again, different types of focuses when it comes to audience targeting and campaign structure. Then there's layering on audience to complement the keyword strategy. So in addition to your standard campaigns, you're taking an approach where you can bid more broadly on a specific audience, because you know that even if the terms are more loosely related, they are in your target audience. So let's walk through some examples. You may identify a really high quality audience. Let's say it's a customer list or top performing affinity audience that you want to target exclusively, and then you launch what I was talking about, that broad match keyword strategy to allow Google freedom to focus on that targeted audience specifically. Or let's say you may identify a really high quality audience that you want to target exclusively and do a DSA, a dynamic search ad strategy, again, to allow Google freedom to focus on the targeted audience specifically. So there's again, different types of setups or different types of way of doing search campaign tests. And in your scenario might make the most sense to focus on audiences with a broad match approach. So it depends on what it is, but kind of laying out the different options that are there. Then there's like overall best practices for campaign setup. So consolidation is key. The modern account setup is more consolidated approach. You don't want to segment campaigns or ad groups too much unless necessary. You want to give the campaigns enough budget and enough time to gather data and learnings. You want to make sure you add audiences under observation mode, unless, again, we're leveraging more of that audience targeting specific campaign strategy to help learn more about your top performing audiences. This is still a thing, but I don't know how much longer. It will be the 2 expanded text ads and 1 RSA. To help minimize the risk of a new campaign launch, we wouldn't recommend starting with a DSA, a dynamic search ad. But if your goal is to really gather learnings early on, you can launch a DSA along with your other standard ad groups. So I guess that also comes back to your question, Josh, about like, okay, is it worth it to start with, for example, broad match? So it kind of depends on like what the goal is at the beginning, but this falls in line with that. And then make sure you have extensions in your account, and if it would be more applicable to have extensions at campaign or ad group level, that would be better. So it depends, like, okay, I need to have extensions for that ad group specifically versus campaign. So whatever makes the most sense there. So that's on campaign structure. Any other questions so far before we jump into identifying the right bid strategy? Nope. Okay, cool. Smart bidding strategies. So we really want to leverage smart bidding. So there's, let's say, target CPA, target ROAS, maximize conversions, maximize conversion value. It's kind of going in, like, I don't know if we need to specifically talk about each one. I feel like this is a little bit more basic, but then we have the enhanced eCPC, and then there's the types of maximize clicks or manual CPC bidding. And then there's the focus on visibility, which would be the target impression share. And we have our smart bidding versus manual bidding. And as we all know, Adventure Media is very pro smart bidding, unless there's specific cases where we'd want to use manual bidding, which would be the catch-all campaigns. So for example, this kind of makes the most sense, and it's explained the most when it comes to shopping campaigns, where we'd want to have a shopping, like let's say we're running our main smart shopping campaign, we have a manual catch-all campaign that is essentially a lower CPC bid than what we're getting in our smart shopping campaign to see if we can get any incremental traffic. This strategy can also be used for search campaigns. If you have a very high performing search campaign leveraging smart bidding, you may want to consider creating another search campaign as a catch-all, much lower bids, like manual cost per click, in that similar strategy when it comes to shopping, so that in case there were any types of users that would come through that Google didn't necessarily do a good job predicting their conversion rate, and there are instances where that can technically happen, where Google inaccurately predicts the conversion rate, so that we can technically capture them in our manual campaign, and it might happen that way. So like the similar concept when it comes to shopping applies to search. Don't launch without conversion data is what we would say. And we would only want to use it if we would only want to, we would recommend manual bidding if you don't have conversion tracking data. So those are kind of the 2 instances where we would use manual bidding, which catch all campaigns in shopping or search, and then there's no conversion tracking data. So new search campaign launch bidding strategy recommendations. So for lead gen, I want to read this a little bit. So we would recommend launching first with maximize conversion bidding strategy to allow Google time and freedom to learn. We know the learning phase is officially 2 weeks from any major changes, but we would want to let it run for at least 3 to 4 weeks before considering migrating to target CPA, so you can learn the benchmark cost per acquisition and migrate to a target CPA bidding strategy most effectively. And it kind of depends on how risk averse you are. You may consider launching an experiment, either a 50-50 experiment split or even less when it comes to migrating to target CPA. So you may want to run maximize conversions when you first launch, let it run for at least 3 to 4 weeks before considering the target CPA, and then maybe doing an experiment, or if you want to fully go target CPA, that works too. After 2 weeks of running maximize conversions bidding strategy, it's a good time to learn more about search terms and trends, and then ensure you're adding negative keywords and adjusting ad copy or campaign structure based on quality score and auction insights report if that's available. As a caveat, if you are going to be using value-based bidding, again, for lead gen specifically, if you are confident in the values that are being input based on conversion rates, then you can start with a maximized conversion value bidding strategy. So the same type of thing where like you want to start with either maximized conversions and then migrate to target CPA. With lead gen for value-based bidding, we would say start with maximized conversion value, get some sort of benchmarks, again, being that everything is accurate, and then migrating towards a target ROAS bidding strategy. And the same exact thing when it comes to e-commerce. So starting with maximize conversions, allowing some time, maximize conversion value, allowing some time, and then migrating towards a target ROAS bidding strategy, same type of timeline. Any questions on that? Okay, cool. And then we have closing the feedback loop. Again, it's important that we have like the campaign performance aligning with the business performance. So I've seen this a lot sometimes in accounts where like it looks like things are doing well in Google and Google thinks it's doing a great job, but when you look at the business itself, they're really struggling. And that's where you have to really see what your targets are. Are we hitting our targets we set? If yes, Google thinks it's doing a great job and we should, and we will continue on that path. That's the key difference here, is that if we aren't hitting our targets, then Google won't think it's doing a good job. And let's say it doesn't match up with business goals, then fine, we'll be making those adjustments that we need to. But the question is if our campaign performance really aligns with how the business does overall. And that's kind of a good health check in general. And making sure we're closing the feedback loop with value-based bidding implementation. And there's some links here about the value-based bidding, and then the offline conversion tracking if we need to, creating conversion action sets and whatnot for different types of conversion actions. This was actually Avery and I were talking about yesterday, the profit margin, which I think we'll talk about a little bit in smart shopping separately. So we could save that for then, about optimizing for profit margin versus total revenue. And then there's more of like another option for closing the feedback loop is those value rules. And I know Mikkel and Andrew are kind of dealing with that with make stickers, but there's some more information on what we call speaking to the machine, which feature different options for us to kind of teach the machine a little bit more, talk to it. So I think we're at the final step, and then I could grab some tea and water. And I'm sorry for talking so much, and I actually hope this is helpful. But step number 6, when to determine next steps. This step would combine a few different callouts throughout this whole sheet that we went through, but we would generally recommend the following timeline. So we have campaign launch. Week 1 is analyze search terms, add negative keywords. Week 2 is analyze search terms, add negative keywords, and adjust ad copy if necessary based on ad relevance scores. And I don't think we put enough of a focus on this about ad relevance and whatnot, but maybe we'll tackle that in another time. But week 3 is adding all of those plus other small optimizations that may help, like removing underperforming keywords, etc. And then week 4 is really when you establish benchmarks, and then we would say we potentially want to shift the bid strategy based on performance, or launch what we talked about, that experiment split test, which should run for at least another 3 to 4 weeks, depending on conversion data. Reevaluate after 1 to 2 weeks, and then we continue with optimizations, A/B testing, CRO opportunities, match types, ROAS or CPA adjustments, and auction insights analysis. And we made it through the end. Any thoughts, questions, concerns?
There was a lot there.
After that was great.
A lot.
Yeah. But if you follow it, it will help you launch new search campaigns.
I thought it was very helpful.
Okay, great. And
Yeah, thank you, Esti. I mean, it was super interesting and super detailed, and I appreciate it. I mean, especially for those that are learning Google Ads, is super helpful. So I wish I had this sheet in the beginning.
yeah. And I think the timeline also helps. It's like, I don't know what to do when or what. So it's a
Yeah,
good
exactly.
timeline also as well. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I stuck to the time, Avery.
Incredible.
Okay, we're good?
All right, guys. Any other questions? All right, we'll send out this recording. Thank you, Esti, and everyone has access to the sheet. Have a great day. Stop recording. How do you do that? Esti, stop recording?
I could stop
I
recording.
did it? Whatever,
Yeah,
I
you
just did it.
Howdy, everybody, and welcome to this lecture. I want to talk to you about heuristics evaluations, heuristics analysis, and why it's so important and a really good idea to implement in your own company and if you're doing this for clients as well. When it comes to conversion rate optimization, there's a lot of different stages of that process, and there's a lot of different things that you could do to increase conversion rate. But you don't necessarily want to jump right into A/B testing two different page variants against each other before doing a more broader analysis of where things stand. And I usually categorize this into two primary concepts. There's anecdotal, intuitive, experiential understandings of things, and then there's experimentation, which is, okay, I might know all the best practices, I might know all the principles of persuasion, I might know a lot about clarity of copy, but I'm going to put all that aside and I'm going to do actual user testing, and I'm going to ask 100 people, and we've covered ideas about 5-second tests and A/B tests, and those are all scientific experiments which are very important. But it's also important to have a good respect for your basic intuitive understanding, your experience, and your understanding of psychology and conventional user behavior to be able to identify areas of a site that need improvement. Now, this is very effective for a couple reasons. One, doing a heuristics evaluation for a client is something that you could charge for. We don't typically charge clients for this evaluation because we'll do this evaluation and we'll say, look, here's a number of issues on your site or your landing pages. This is where things are going well. These are where things are going poorly. And then we'll have them hire us to either redo elements or then to pay us for the actual A/B testing or to do user surveys, polls, heat maps, all those sort of things in a much more deeply analytical and in-depth way. The heuristics evaluation is a very, very good place to start. It shows your expertise. So that's a huge element. You do a heuristics evaluation for a client. It doesn't cost you anything to do a heuristics evaluation. And your client is then, wow, this is unbelievably impressive. That's the reaction that we've gotten from any client that we've done this for. And we'll do this, and just as a side point, we'll do this for clients even if they haven't asked us to do it. In fact, most clients don't really know that this sort of process exists, and we do it free. It's very impressive. It shows that we really care about their company, and then they're more than happy to continue to hire us for more services. Even if you're not doing this for clients, this is something very good to do for your own company, whether you're working at a company or it's your own business that you own. It's like a very, very effective, valuable thing to implement into your workflow. I'm going to give you a heuristics evaluation template similar to, or really the one that we use basically, and you're modifying it on a client-by-client basis. But what is a heuristics analysis? So you're basically taking a look at a website, or a landing page, but in a heuristics evaluation, you're typically looking at the full funnel, more pages, mobile and desktop, and you're going through it from a marketing perspective. You're putting yourself in the shoes of a new visitor. This is not user testing. You're not actually spending money on panelists. You're not actually having people come into the office and recording them trying to perform specific tasks on your website. This is just you, someone who's trained in these ideas, trained in these concepts, going through and pointing out, listen, there's a bunch of areas that you could use improvement. I don't necessarily know the exact ways to solve these problems, but at least the heuristics evaluation will outline the challenges. So let me walk you through a few different heuristics evaluations that we've done recently for a few actual clients. I'm going to show you the actual presentations. Again, I'm going to share this template with you. You could download it and you could use it for your own presentations. And this is how it's delivered. Like a heuristics evaluation is delivered through a slideshow, through a slide deck, through a presentation. It could be a PDF or it could be slides, depending on how you present it to a client. We'll either send this entire presentation to a client, or we'll get on a live screen share and walk the client through the heuristics evaluation together, which is the ideal way, because a presentation is typically bullet points, right? You're not filling in all the context. You want it to be sort of visually appealing and not overloaded with information. So if you have the opportunity to walk a client through a heuristics evaluation, the first time they're seeing it, you'll come off as a lot more impressive. And it's just a really good idea to do in general. So let's take a look at a couple different heuristics evaluations and you'll get a clear sense of what I'm talking about. Over here we have a heuristics evaluation for a company called Payfully. Payfully, you can go to their website, payfully.co. They help people and sort of brokers, contractors get paid before waiting for money from a buyer, it sort of applies to a few different industries, but you get advances and they then get the money from the client. And there's a lot of different businesses like this, so there's a lot of competition. You have to really do a good job describing clearly on your website landing pages who this is for and how it works. And why it's valuable, why it's worth going through this step, etc. And their production quality, as you could tell, is high. It's a nice looking website, but we went and again, they hired us for digital advertising services. They didn't necessarily hire us to do this, but now that we've done this, again, we've really helped solidify the client relationship, and we've shown them that we have a broader range of skills, we have a broader range of insight, and we are eager, willing, and passionate to do all these things for them. And that's what you need to do, and that's the sort of message emotionally you need to convey to your clients. So let's take a look at the heuristics evaluation over here. So starts off with the cover. You want to put the date, your logo, and you could change around this template, use whatever colors you want. We change this template from time to time, but this is the basic structure. So it's always good to have an overview. Clients, throughout any sort of presentation, always appreciate two things. One, that you know exactly the structure of this meeting, what we're going to cover in this presentation. And also, there's a feeling of comfort when a client also understands, okay, this meeting is not this open-ended thing without an agenda. There's a clear agenda you follow, and that's just a good tip in general for presentations. Like, I always start a presentation with an overview sheet. So you want to go like, what is this? You're going to explain to the client, why did we do this heuristics evaluation? What is it? What's the value of it? What is the different elements included in the heuristic summary? Like, is your website findable, accessible? Is the communication clear? Is the website credible, controllable, and delightful? And then you're going to go into all those things in a little bit more detail, other findings, questions, etc. So what is a heuristics evaluation analysis? And when I show you the next couple examples, we'll go a little bit faster through these slides. A heuristics evaluation is a usability inspection technique where a usability expert, which is you, evaluates the user interface of a product. So that could be a website, it could be an app, it could be a landing page, against a set of heuristic principles. These are set principles that, I guess for lack of a better word, you can call them best practices. And you're going to see, like, do we line up? Are we moving in the right trajectory? Are things looking overwhelmingly positive with some mistakes, or do things look really, really bad and there's a lot to fix? So heuristics are a well-established, proven set of guidelines that tend to result in good interface design when adhered to. And tend to result is important because this is not a scientific experiment. These are, again, evaluating the UX experience, the user experience, against a set of principles that are standard, not movable principles. They stay the same. But there are exceptions to the rule. So you'll have certain websites that are so well known or so established that they could profitably and successfully defy conventions. 99.9% of cases, that's not the case. You want to adhere to conventions as much as possible, and that's basically what a heuristics analysis is. Are you adhering to conventional good web design? And that's how you explain it to a client. What's the value of a heuristics analysis? Again, if you're charging a client for this, which you definitely can, and also, I know a lot of people will ask, like, well, how much can I charge? Well, it really depends on the client, and it depends on how well you pitch the value. So I could see if this is built out a little bit further with more slides, this could be a $3,000 to $5,000 job. If it's a smaller heuristics analysis, it could be a $300 to $500 job. Either way, even if you're charging your clients $50, $150, it's good to just get started doing it. You'll get better at it. The analysis results in a list of usability issues that, when fixed, can make your customers have a better experience on your site and make it more likely that they will return. Not only will they more likely to return, they'll be more likely to buy and convert. Many of the insights discovered are easy and relatively inexpensive to implement. That's another good marketing principle when you're talking to clients, because the heuristics analysis is not going to a client and telling them, look, we fixed all these issues. You're going to a client or you're going to your company and you're telling them, look, we have all these issues. That's the difference. So when you're telling, there's a natural nervousness or anxiety around that. That's like, well, okay, you're telling me that I have all these problems, but who's going to fix them? How much is it going to cost to fix them? So you say, oh, don't worry. These are problems that a lot of people have. They're not overwhelming problems. They're not expensive to change. They're not expensive to fix. They're not going to take a huge amount of time to fix. The value of fixing them is going to be huge, and we could probably fix them for you, right? And we'll send you out a proposal to do that. So let's continue on. Heuristics, so common usability issues. Is your website usable? Is it easy? Is it clear where things are? Does it load fast? Okay, like these are all things that sort of go into that high level category of usable. Findable. Can I find the things on the site that I'm looking for? If I'm looking for information about if I'm a real estate agent, or if I'm an agency, or if I'm a contractor, can I find the information that's relevant to me in an easy way? Credible. Are other people using your software? Do you have testimonials, reviews? How long have you been in business for? Do you have any badges, awards? Do you have any guarantees? Those are all like elements of credibility that are important from a heuristics perspective to have on a site. Consistent. Do all the pages look the same? Is the typography and the padding and the spacing, is the brand voice and personality, is the decisions you're making around the use of images and video, are they consistent throughout the site? When you have inconsistencies, you create a lot of cognitive confusion in a visitor, and it's very, very unsettling. If you go from, most websites don't have this issue, but sometimes they do. You go from page to page and the design schema is different. And that's very, very unsettling, and it really turns people off from using your website. So you want to, during a heuristics analysis, you want to make sure, are things consistent? Delightful. Delightful encompasses a lot of different things, but basically, like, is it pleasant to look at? Is it fun to use? Do I feel like this is high quality? Do I feel like my time is being respected? Do I feel like my intelligence is being respected? Are you giving me enough information that I want? Accessible. Is it easy to read? Are you asking me to read through long paragraphs of text? Are things organized in a way that makes the content digestible? Clear. Are you clearly telling me on each page what the value is, what we offer, who we're selling to, why we're different, and is that clarity consistent from page to page? Communication sort of encompasses information architecture. Am I giving you the most important information first, but also am I giving you enough information? And this sort of goes back to like respecting a visitor's intelligence. If I'm really in the market for this type of service, I don't want just some funny headline and then a form. I want real information that I could read, that's digestible, that's clear, but I really want a lot of information. Like, think about, and I talk about this a lot, you guys have probably heard me talk about long form copy and things like that, and the idea that you're not trying to buy the maximum amount of attention. You're trying to buy the maximum amount of attention from people who want to buy from you. That's a very important thing to remember. So information architecture, do I have my inverted pyramid? The most important things at the top, and then the less important things towards the bottom, and am I giving enough of it? Do I have enough information? Am I really describing what we do? Am I making it clear? Am I reducing as much cognitive load as possible? Am I removing as many question marks from the minds of my visitor as possible? Controllable. Can a user control their own experience on the site? Do I have pop-up videos? Do I have pop-up forms? Do I have annoying elements in the site that make it difficult for me to choose my own way of browsing the site? And learnable, which is a big one, and this also goes back to the basic conventions. If you're going to ask me to do if you're asking me to do new things that are not typical on a site, are they easy to learn? Are they intuitive to figure out? And if not, are you abiding by conventions? Is the cart icon in the right place? Are the calls to action clear? If I came back to the site a second time, would I have to figure out again anything? Like anything at all. That's what learnable means. You should be able to figure out anything a website wants you to do. Every page should have a clear call to action. It should be clear to the visitor on every page what you want, what you ideally want that visitor to do, even if they don't want to do it, but it should be clear what the point of the page is. And they should never have to figure that out a second time. It should be so easy and so straightforward that it's memorable and it becomes second nature because you haven't defied any conventions and you haven't had to force your visitors to learn anything new. Okay, so these are the common usability issues. And I'm talking a lot now, but this is exactly how you'll describe this to your client every single time you give a heuristics analysis over by phone or by video conference or even by email. You'll write it out because the more depth and enhancements you could put together in a presentation, the more you show your expertise. So you begin with a heuristic summary. So like, what are the client's overall problems? So Payfully's usability issues are critical in the findable and accessible areas. They have major communication and credible, and brand booster with controllable and delightful. And this is an overview, and of course you're going to tell your client we're going to explain what these issues are in the coming slides. Brand booster means like it's not mission critical. Like things will most likely function well without changing anything. But you'll get a boost to your brand, and you can call that anyone. You can call it medium. You can make your own naming conventions, of course. So findable. Can users easily locate the things they are seeking? And you actually talk through some of the issues. So there's no contact number for someone to call if they have a question. We found that many users like to call, or at least want to have the option to call and speak to a representative when they are asked to give personal information. The icons for social media are quite small. We would suggest that making them a little bit larger. Okay. So here's a couple issues with findability. And again, you're not showing results of these high-level user testing A/B tests. Like this is something we do for free. It's a starting point. But yet, it might be one of the most valuable pieces to the puzzle. Again, whether it's a client or whether it's your own business, because if it's a company you work at, you're showing them like, look, like here's some serious problems we have, and here's how we can go ahead and fix them. And we understand the issues, and we could organize these concepts against a set of well-known principles that sort of we're bringing to the table here. And we're not making these things up. Accessibility. Can the site be used via all expected channels and devices? So mobile experience is not ideal on all devices. On the iPhone 7, the homepage copy is not readable. The headline of invite a friend is being blocked by the next section. Some buttons need padding. Some icons need padding. The menu icon is invisible or unclear on some pages. So most sites, and then here are some screenshots that correlate to each one of these sub bullet points. And two things. Usually you'll find very easy wins checking the mobile site because most mobile sites are not that well optimized. There's always like these, or not always, but there's often these little glitches and problems. And as more and more visitors transition into mobile browsing, and this is happening at an unbelievably fast rate, you'll be able to point out a lot more areas for improvement by focusing on accessibility on mobile devices. And then show screenshots. You don't want your entire slide presentation to just be text and just be bullets. It's boring, it's dry. Showing screenshots is an easy way to show your client that, or your company, that you've taken more time and more thought to do this. And there's that visual representation that makes these concepts easier to understand. And here we have all the screenshots, and you just annotate it with an annotation software, whatever you're using. Nothing fancy. Communication. Is messaging effective for the tasks and contexts being supported? So you have a few bullet points of issues we found with communication. On the FAQs page under referral plans, there are 4 different questions and they all have the same answer. That's a big problem. And that probably overlaps with a few other issues like validity and things like that. In the same section, the last 2 sentences need to be edited. When an advance is successfully completed, how can I know who I have already invite, and some spelling errors. And you don't need to point out every single error. You say like, look, like we're thoughtful enough to point out a few of these errors. These errors probably exist in many other places on the site. There should be more suggestive messaging on the call to action buttons, like get paid now instead of get started. Okay, good. Like we're going to go now and test better calls to action, but against our set of understood and known heuristics principles, we're pretty sure that we're going to be able to increase conversion rate if we rewrite the calls to action. Credibility. Is it easy to contact a real person? There is no contact number. That's a problem with credibility. There are a few spelling grammatical mistakes on the invite a friend and about us page. We suggest adding endorsements from real estate companies besides having single testimonials. Okay, that's a really good idea. So you have your testimonials from individual end users, but if you could show endorsements from real estate companies that have partnered with you, that also adds a lot more additional trust and validity. And again, you're going to then go and tell the client, okay, like we know that you're falling short with credibility, validity, trust. Exactly how short, we don't know yet. We'll know from testing. How are we going to improve it? We don't know yet. We'll know from testing. But this should be enough for you to be convinced to give us a budget and to pay us to go ahead and do this testing for you. Controllable are tasks and information a user would reasonably want to accomplish available. The apply.payfully.co landing page lacks sufficient information that is necessary for a user to understand prior to conversion. To add to this, the main header logo does not link back to the homepage, which is a common website convention that most users expect. Naturally, when a user does not find enough information on a landing page, their inclination is to click the logo to navigate to the homepage. We suggest including both of these, more content and navigation via the logo. In particular, we found conversion pages that drive home your most important unique selling propositions, even if they are posted elsewhere on the site, almost always directly influence an increase in conversion rate. So these are some bullet points that express that we think that that the website is falling short with controllable elements, allowing people to get all the information they want in the way that they want when they want it. And again, these are not all the issues we found. The idea is to not overload the client with mistakes. You don't want to tell your client or your company that this site is completely riddled with errors, it's not functioning, it's terrible, because then you're just coming off as annoying. You're not really helping anybody. Even if you're trying to help, there'll be such strong defense mechanisms that'll be like, okay, just like jump in a lake, okay, you think everything's terrible. So you want to basically point out some of the most egregious errors, but also say like there's a lot of good going on here too, and this is not overwhelming, but it's not overwhelming to fix, but if you fix it, it'll be highly valuable. That's sort of the message you want to convey. Delightful. What makes you stand out from your competitors? Fun. I mean, delightful could mean different things for different companies. Like, I would typically describe delightful as like, is it fun to use? Is it pleasant to look at? Is the voice and the personality of the site on point? But it could also be like, is it delightful? Meaning, am I being shown that this is highly valuable, even more so than the competitors? So EcoMissions has a rewards program that enables their users to get gift cards. That's a competitor of theirs, electronics and insurance. They also offer a 25% off code to new users. So this is, however, Payfully offers up to 25K while EcoMissions offers only up to 15K. So if you're able to show some elements that stack up your client against the competition, you do a couple good things. First, you stoke that competitive drive. You'll be like, you really want to match up to your competitors. You really want to be better than them, but also it shows your client that you're not just looking at their website, you've done industry research, you've researched the competition, you spent enough time on the competition site to analyze what it is they do and what they offer, and then compare and contrast it to what we do and what we offer and how we could be better. And I always tell people that you should approach the competition with a healthy respect. Like, you want to demolish them, right? You want to absolutely demolish them, and you want to drive them out of business. That's the impression you want to give to your clients. Like, you are the most important company in this niche and we want you to succeed. But you also should approach your competitors or your clients' competitors with a healthy respect, right? If you have an open mind when you look at competitors, you'll be like, wow, like they're doing some things pretty well. They're doing some things better than we are. How could we either take that and transpose it to our business and replicate it, or even do it better? And when you approach, I can't tell you how many times we've stolen good ideas from competitors, implemented them on our clients' sites and funnels, and have improved them to very, very good, very positive results. Finally, you could include a page other. A user should be able to talk with Payfully support without being asked for their email. Just a good, solid usability principle there. It seems like the competitors are servicing real estate companies rather than individual real estate brokers. Payfully would likely appeal to a larger user base if they service big companies rather than individuals. That's a sort of a high level point, which is saying like, listen, like we think that there's an untapped market here. We're not saying that you haven't thought about this. We're not saying that like we're the ones coming in here on day one and telling you how to run your business, but like, okay, let's have this conversation. Is there a way to implement this? Could we help do it? Could we help reach a broader appeal, a broader market, etc.? And you want to finally lead off with some questions. Please let us know if there is something that needs clarification. Thank you. And then you have a discussion with your clients. Again, you saw very little of actual strategies or results or data, like no data. You have a couple pictures. The heuristics analysis is very, very high level stuff. We have a basic set of principles. Before we spend a lot of money on A/B testing, on user research, on polling, surveys, etc., heat maps, chats, live chats, feedback loops, we want to basically get a high level sense of where we are. And that's what this does really, really well. Let's take a look at another one. So, and I'm going to run through this one a lot quicker because we've been through this past one in a lot more detail. So AudioEye. AudioEye is a publicly traded company, a client of ours for a good 4 years, and they help websites with accessibility. So people who are, and there's a lot of like government regulation around this also, and you can check out their website, audioeye.com. They help people with reading disabilities and hearing disabilities use websites, and a lot of educational websites have to have that sort of government compliance, and they have a lot of big companies. So you could take a look at you could take a quick look at AudioEye, and it's not even a bad idea if you want to take a look at AudioEye's website and see if you could do your own heuristics analysis and match it up to the stuff that we've come up with. That's actually a really good idea. But let's go back and go over into our heuristics analysis for AudioEye. So again, same cover sheet. What is a heuristics analysis? What is the value? Heuristics, common usability issues. Again, same template. So heuristics, AudioEye's primary usability opportunities is increasing usability, findability, credibility, accessibility, and communication. So usable, are users able to complete the tasks they set out to do without frustration? An issue that we show on the iPhone 7, or really it would be applicable to any mobile device. Scrolling menu doesn't work. The CTA buttons throughout the site blend in with the rest of the content. We recommend making the CTA buttons more prominent, which can easily be done by changing it to a color that makes it more eye-catching. An example of 2 CTA buttons are shown below. So interesting point here, this is not something that we brought up in the other heuristics analysis, is using color. Say like, okay, well, this get started doesn't really catch my eye if I'm looking for an easy way to contact the company. This color is the same exact color as the headlines and might not really stand out as a clear call to action. It's also in an awkward place. The call to action should be beneath the text, not floating off to the right-hand side, unless this was as a sidebar action block. So not only does this defy convention, but it's also not giving that visual prominence that a primary call to action should really get. The testimonials are hidden on the industry's overview page. We recommend making it more prominent, or making them more prominent on the site, because many people want to see that other companies have used AudioEye and what they have to say about it. And this is a great point. For those of you who have watched my webinar or have heard me talk about front-loaded social proof, I am a huge proponent of making your testimonials and reviews as visibly apparent as possible at the top of your pages. The first thing that people see, I talk about this all the time. People are more interested in what other customers have to say about your product than anything you could ever say about your product. And that's something, excuse me, that's something very, very worthwhile to remember. Accessibility, mobile experience is not ideal on all devices. Again, as you're seeing this trend, you could always find good usability issues on mobile devices. Buttons are covering part of the text. Communication. On the Alley managed service page, this is one of their primary products. The section shown below is formatted in a way that makes it difficult to read. We recommend reformatting it in a way that improves readability. And again, you don't need to give the solution. It's just like, okay, like we know that based on our principles of heuristics, with spacing, with bold, with headlines, subheadlines, different heading sizes, we know all those heuristic principles. We don't need to go to them. We don't need to go in them in detail. All we need to tell you is that we know from experience that this is not very readable. And they're right. The icons are not lined up. It's absolutely difficult to read and to understand. There's no doesn't seem to be organized in a intuitive way, and you don't have to give a sample of how it would be fixed. The point is, again, to point out the problems. Continue on communication. Again, on the Alley managed service page, the section shown below is formatted in a way that makes it difficult to read. It's true, like sometimes when it's not clear when 2 columns are 2 columns, You bring that paragraph below the rest of the text, and that's the natural way to read straight down, not across. And you don't need to put all that text in the presentation. Ideally, you're going to be giving this presentation over to a client. Again, on the same page, there's unfamiliar language to most people. We recommend adding a small question mark icon next to each term to enable users to learn what the term means without having to go off the site, which is another brilliant problem with communication. This gets into empathy with the user. Like, okay, I don't know what AWS GovCloud means. Most people don't. Like, you might know what AWS GovCloud means, but I don't. Attack and penetration tests, pen tests. Like, I don't know what those things are either. So the suggestion from our usability expert in-house was you don't have to necessarily create a lot more text, although I probably would create paragraph text under each of these bullets to explain it, but you could have a tooltip. You hover over the question mark and it explains with a paragraph of text like what all these things are and why they're important. Again, that's another usability issue, and that's a usability issue that appears regularly throughout the site. The sentence below is not grammatically correct. We recommend changing it to a comprehensive web accessibility tool for developers, designers, and auditors, so on and so forth. In this case, we venture to give the actual solution because just saying something's not grammatically correct is a little bit too thin. So you use your judgment, like when you'll put in a solution or not. Is the messaging effective throughout? There's an opportunity to test new headlines and subheadlines on the homepage, specifically headlines that more clearly explain what AudioEye is and how it can benefit the user. Here are some examples of competitors. Again, this value of showing competitors is really huge. And if you look through the slide here, I don't need to read through each one, you'll see that we took 3 separate competitors and we highlighted something that they're doing well in terms of communication that we could also do in terms of communication and probably do a better job at it. Recommendations: add a phone number to the homepage. On the homepage, test a new headline against the current headline, improve the clarity of some of the titles, and add more copy to the requested demo page to reinforce key value propositions, highlight the value of a demo, and set expectations for what will happen after submitting the contact form. Now, I want to pause again and just let you know that for AudioEye, we probably had 200 specific suggestions, right? Like going through the site, there was a lot of things that we think could be improved. But you don't want to write 200 things somebody's doing wrong. No one wants to hear 200 things they're doing wrong. It's like saying you're doing everything wrong. I'm like, no, don't tell me that. Tell me I'm doing 3 things wrong and 197 things right. Like that will get you a much better chance at being hired than telling them they're doing 3 things right and 197 things wrong. Okay, just remember that principle psychologically. You'll get the job, you'll get the work, you'll get the points. Write out the most egregious, most understandable, most easy to fix things, and you've done a successful heuristics evaluation. Again, questions. Let's go through one more. Heuristics evaluation. This is a huge company with multi-million-dollar advertising budget, and they're in the process of a massive website redesign. But again, we're very involved in that process, so we started off with a heuristics evaluation following the same template. So what is it? What is the heuristics evaluation, and what is the value? Jive's usability issues, a few of the things that we want to really focus on, and talking about usability. Again, issues on mobile. Icons, menu, density of contact. There's no form on the contact us page, right? So just pointing out that these are basic problems and anybody could have figured them out, but we have the forethought and the insight to analyze this, but also to then, as we continue these discussions, to improve things. Findable. Search function not working. Okay, so if a website has a search function, those usually don't work that well. So that's something which is a very good idea to test. Test website search functions, because if a search works, it's a really great feature. If it doesn't work, it's the most frustrating feature in the world. Findable continued. The sections on the global navigation are clear. However, once a user gets to a specific page on the site, it becomes unclear. So this is an issue with navigability and orientation. I've clicked something which I expected to bring me to a certain place, but now I'm on that place and I'm not really sure where I am. It's unclear how many products Jive offers and what differentiates the product from one another. It's therefore challenging for users to determine which product is best suited to fulfill their needs. We recommend reformatting the content in a way that clearly states the different features of Jive N. The advanced features section is not user-friendly. It's not clear whether or not these products are automatically included or if they have additional fees associated. Again, clarity, understanding what these products are, understanding where I am on the site. So these are all major issues from a usability perspective, and we're just pointing those out. The form on the industry solutions page should be made more prominent. Several competitors, including SharePoint, Jostle, and Simpler, list their prices on the site. Price is often listed as the number one attribute that users are seeking. It might be helpful to include a range of price anchors to alleviate this frustration. Again, a quick, sophisticated, thoughtful way to show that not only are we analyzing your site against a set of heuristics principles, we're analyzing 3-4 of your competitors against the same set of principles, and we're pointing out some ways that they're doing a better job. We've also done some research for this client as an aside, and we were able to add in that in the surveys that we've done, most people list price as a chief concern, and that sort of helps to increase the how compelling this bullet point is. More issues with findability. The homepage is very overwhelming. It's very dense. We suggest reformatting the content in a way that's more readable and only keep what's absolutely necessary for the homepage. And then showing a picture of the following section that just has all these irrelevant tangential elements that a person can go to on the site. That's not that shouldn't be given the level of visual prominence that they're being given. So instead of overwhelming the user with all the information at once, we recommend calling attention to the white paper, one white paper. And again, we're not showing them high-level mockups here. We're just saying, like, we have ideas to make this better. In the next stage, in the next level of this relationship, it's like, okay, we're now going to pay you to create mockups, to create tests, to do user surveys, to do A/B split tests, to do design tests. And then there's a whole world of available work you could do once a client is convinced that you have your brain in your head and your head screwed on right, and you could understand the basic ideas of what's going to make a good user experience. Credibility. In order to contact someone, a user needs to fill out a form. Some competitors, including SharePoint, Jostle, Simpler, display a phone number on their site. If the salespeople are able to take phone calls, a phone number may increase conversion rate for users that would rather call directly. So that's a good one. Facebook hasn't been updated since 2017. That's a good one. If you're pulling in a Facebook feed, make sure it's updated, make sure those embeds work. Consistent. Is the design content consistent throughout all the channels? So mobile device, we found, mobile device design is not consistent on all devices. And we point out a few issues over there. When services and support and about us in the global navigation opens, the secondary navigation goes from right to left, which is different from the other sections. That's really, really bad. Not only are you defying conventions by doing that just even if you did that consistently, it would be bad, but you're doing it inconsistently within your own site. Super problematic. That's not an issue that happens on most sites, but it was an issue over here, and it's worth pointing out. What makes you stand out from your competitors is the product aesthetically pleasing. The content finder on the Jive Solutions page is a great feature that is not common among competitors. So, that's a nice thing we're doing. If your client's doing something well, you could point that out in the heuristics evaluation. Probably in the last two ones that I showed you, we probably fell short of doing that. It would probably be a better idea to do that more often. Like if you see something outstanding, point it out. Say, like, this is awesome. You're doing this better than your competitors. Jive's website and intranet software has a reputation of having a more modern interface compared to competitors. By the way, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you what Jive does. You can go over to do a search for Jive software, and you'll see that it's an intranet provider for companies, very high-level business. They have a lot of Fortune 500 clients, and hopefully you did that already and you tried doing your own heuristics analysis. If a user fills out a form on the site, the next time someone's information is needed, the form is filled in from the last time. This is a great feature that should be implemented into the new site. It decreases the frustration a user can experience for having to constantly fill out the form. Again, pointing out something that's being done well and reinforcing that positivity is really huge. Communication is messaging effective throughout. There's an opportunity to test new headlines and subheadlines on the homepage, specifically headlines that more clearly explain what Jive is and how it can benefit the user, and some examples of what their competitors are doing. And again, it's so good to show elements from the competition in your heuristics evaluation presentations, because like I said, it stokes that fire under your clients. It makes them really, really want to implement these things to be better than their competitors. And it also shows your value, that you took the time and you had the thought and the thoughtfulness rather to analyze not 1, 2, but 3 competitors. It's huge. And then some other points. The competitors managed to format the information in a clear and concise manner. We're falling short of that, and the overall presentation focus on that point. When a user clicks on community or some of these other links, the user is brought off to a different website. This could cause distraction and cause them not to return. We recommend making it a new tab and opens on to the same site. And here's a sitemap comparison. So this is not something which was in the other this was not something which was in the other heuristics analyses that I showed you, but we do include this in certain cases when it serves to supplement the point that we've been making. And throughout this presentation, we're telling them, like, listen, like, the content is not organized well, it's overwhelming, people don't have a sense of orientation. And we're saying, look, like, you have a competitor, SharePoint, that has a much simpler sitemap, and look at your sitemap, right? It's like out of control. And we actually took the time in Google Slides to create this sitemap from scratch and with colors and lines, etc. And you do that, and you take that 30 minutes that this took, and it really makes a big impact on your client. We showed some heat maps that we did. Now, this is not your typical heuristics evaluation element. Like, this is not something which is typically included with a heuristics evaluation, but if you've done it and you can do it, it just helps. This is a huge client of ours, and we do a lot of different testing. And by the time we've done this, by the time we sat down to do this heuristics analysis, we've already had been doing heat map testing and click map testing and all that sort of thing. So anyway, so look at this. Out of 96 people, no one clicked this button. So this was probably done over the course of a few hours, and we saw that no one clicked the get a demo button. So what does that mean? It means, like, okay, either the getting a demo is so unappealing that we need to change that, or the button is really poorly designed, placed, and there's not enough attention being drawn to it. The first section that describes that Jive is a collaboration software is below the fold, which is another problem. Like, the users will land on the site and they could read everything that's within visibility, anything above the fold, anything that's on the screen, and not know what the company does. Huge problem. This button can be distracting users from the conversion goal, which is like the conversion goal is get a demo, and here's like a secondary conversion action. Site visitors are clicking on this section. We recommend making this take a user to a different page, possibly to a page that explains what Jive is. So if we see people clicking on a certain area, we should make sure that click goes to a place that it clearly describes what a person is expecting to see after clicking. There are a couple more slides here where we analyzed a conversion funnel through Google Analytics, showing the client where there was a drop-off in the funnel. That's not something which is typically put in a heuristics analysis, but even so, I don't have permission from this client to show specific numbers, so I am going to skip through them. And what is to come, we already have this ongoing relationship. So if you could like do something like this. We have usability testing, affinity maps, personas, developing personas, really segmenting personas in the funnel, drafting out the user journey and analyzing each step of that journey, A/B testing, user testing, in-house user analysis and user research, and there's a lot that we're doing. But like, again, like this heuristics analysis really set the stage for what we're able to do. So again, anyway, those are three different heuristics analyses that we've done. You should be able to now do one yourself. I would suggest as a practice, find any website, whether it be your own website or a friend's website or anybody's website, and duplicate the template that you would get as a download and write up your own heuristics analysis, and then practice delivering it like I did in front of a mirror, or do it to a friend or a coworker or a parent or a sibling or whatever. Get good at the delivery of these things. Like, get good at explaining the value of the heuristics analysis. Get good at explaining what the clients are doing well, but also what they're doing not so well. And then go and do this for your company, do it for clients, do it for free. Like, it's going to open more doors, but if you want to charge, you're a little bit more ambitious. Like, again, we personally don't charge. We typically don't charge for like a heuristics analysis like this, but it opens the door for much better client relationships, but much more profitable client relationships. These heuristics analyses have absolutely helped us significantly increase the revenue that we've been generating from each client, because it opens the doors for them asking us for more services. And that's lastly, that's like a really big advantage. Instead of us going and pitching them and asking the client, could you pay us for landing page design? Could you pay us for A/B testing? Do you want to pay us for user research? Do you want to pay us for heat maps? Like, they ask us. Like, after you do a heuristics analysis like this, they'll be like, okay, guys, this was great. I understand that we're doing some things well. I understand that we're doing a lot of things not so well. What can you do for us to fix these problems? And we're like, okay, wow, like we have a lot. Like, what can't we do? We could do a lot of this stuff, and it's not difficult. It's not rocket science, and we close the deal every single time. So I think you'll be able to do the same thing. And I am unbelievably excited to see how you guys do with this. Let me know. Keep me posted. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope it was valuable. And cheers for now. And I'll see you guys very soon in the very next lecture.
Today I wanted to talk about a brand awareness playbook, more of a performance marketer's guide to brand awareness and how to present it to the client. So I feel like it actually ties into what Lucian was speaking about, where we're not able to scale up campaigns, and that's something we have to address in terms of overall creating brand awareness. And it's something difficult, and we kind of leave it off the table in a way because we're defined by our return on ad spend targets, our CPA numbers. So brand awareness is something we don't like really talking about, and we only bring up at a certain time period, whether it's a marketing thing or something. So I feel like this is an opportunity for us to be speaking to clients about brand awareness and being able to allocate a specific percentage of budget towards brand awareness. But I kind of want to take a step back and work on, let's define what brand awareness is exactly. I want to talk about why brand awareness is important, and then how does it play a part in a performance-based marketing agency. And then this whole presentation should hopefully be a way for you guys to pitch it and to clients, which is another marketing thing. So let's jump into defining brand awareness. So this might seem a bit obvious, but brand awareness represents how familiar your target audience is with your brand and how well they recognize it. So branding is more than popularity, though. It's the way people actually perceive the brand, and brand awareness allows a brand to convey their value. Do you still see it or no? Did I? Yeah. I also want to talk about how we know, we've heard people refer to themselves as, let's say, Apple people or Nike people or Trader Joe's people. So what does that mean? So let's jump into the next slide because we defined brand awareness. But I want to take a deeper dive at what this means and why brand awareness is important. And I did Patrick's cool thing of it's animated and it slides into it. So brand awareness is the first step to driving performance marketing goals. And this is actually what Lucian touched upon, and he broke down the awareness piece even more. But I kind of want to talk about, do you hear the beeping in the background? It's that hour of the day, but okay. It's the overall structure where you have to introduce your brand to a new audience. It's the first step in the marketing funnel. So we've put a lot of time and emphasis into the consideration phase, into the purchase phase, and about being able to push our audiences through these steps. But we've got to be able to create that overall awareness in the first part of the funnel. So we have to find and identify the top customers, whether that's through lookalike targeting, but being able to identify the top quality audience through either customer personas, customer journey, and creating a whole entire playbook on trying to expand our brand awareness and our overall brand messaging. And this kind of, all of this information on here goes in a bit more into depth into the other parts of the marketing funnel, but I do want to focus on the awareness pieces. That's the top point of view, and that's why brand awareness is important and an important component to the success of our digital marketing strategies. We can't just focus on the consideration, the purchase phase. It's about creating the overall brand story through brand awareness. Now, the next thing, brand awareness fosters trust. So another reason why brand awareness is important. So as Isaac had the quotes here, a brand is simply trust. I know this person, it's Steve Jobs, but it's a really important factor for brands. And in a world where consumers rely on extensive research and overall opinions of others, we know that's a big component of influencer marketing, but before making a purchase. So the brand trust is everything. And once a consumer bonds to your brand, they're more likely to make repeat purchases with little to no forethought. So that's helping in the retention period, which then bridges the gap between trust and loyalty. And on this component too, brand awareness helps add to brand legitimacy as well. And that's something that we've talked about a little bit with some of our clients, is that we all knew Monday.com beforehand, before we integrated into a project management tool. And we all thought it's this huge company. I was seeing it on subway ads. I was seeing it everywhere, YouTube ads. And when we migrated it, I was like, it's this huge company. Everybody uses it. And when the fact that I was seeing it so much helped create that brand legitimacy. But then in reality, it's not this huge company. There's a lot of other CRM systems that are more popular. But being able to get into the forefront and being in the minds of consumers, as again, when Lucian was saying that you have to get the people at the right time, the right audience, but it's about the right time in the second stage. But now it's being able to create that awareness in the first step. And I thought it was an interesting metric. Don't ask me where the study was taken from, but 70% of consumers brand trust determines buying decisions. So it's a big factor. And in order to get that trust, you need to have brand awareness. Third thing, brand awareness creates association. So this is something that you associate actions and products with particular brands, which can even subconsciously encourage us to replace common words with branded terms. You say, I'm going to Starbucks. You don't say, I'm going to the coffee shop, or I'm going to get a Starbucks. There's something with like Gen Z will say as like they're kind of flexing in a way, but it's something that creates a positive association with an overall brand, but it all plays back into the overall branding and the story of the brand. So when there's positive associations with the brand, the customers become advocates and then do the marketing for us and expand our reach. So it's important to not just, again, focus on the actual performance based with conversions and whatnot, but to be able to increase brand legitimacy, brand awareness in general to help create positive associations with the brand. Now we move on to the fourth one. Brand awareness builds brand equity. So brand equity describes a brand's value, which is determined by consumer experiences with and the overall perception of the brand. So positive experiences and perception equal positive brand equity. And the same goes for negative notions. Here are a few valuable things that come from positive brand equity. There's higher prices due to higher perceived value. So this is something that if there's a lot of people talking about how amazing the product is, it will help with overall creating more value towards the brand itself. There's some other things here, higher stock price, the ability to expand business through product or service line extensions. So that's something with Zebek. I remember they always talked about how they want to be the Jeep of the technology, like accessory industry, the Jeep of it, which is like a cool type of thing. And they want to be able to expand their product line and be like the Yeti Jeep type of thing. And the greater social impact due to brand name value. So that's something that brands stand behind a social movement, and they can have a greater impact because of their brand name value. So now I'll jump into the performance marketer's approach. So some practical applications for building brand awareness into our digital marketing strategy. So here's some 3 small campaigns that can be launched across Facebook and Google. We don't have to go into the exact details, but on top of that, then we layer on the additional strategies to recapture that same audience when they are in the consideration phase. So something else to consider is that brand awareness campaigns can be tested on a smaller scale, so possibly at a state or region level, so we can analyze the data in a shorter time frame to determine next steps. Another like personal story, I've been seeing this company called ClickUp everywhere, and I've been asking other people, like, have you heard of it? Nobody's heard of it, and it's all over the billboards here in Florida, all over the buses, and then I went to LA and I saw it in LA too. And I was like, this brand must be huge. And I thought it was interesting to me the way they probably have tried testing it on more of a smaller scale, maybe focusing on a state or focusing on one region. Because when I was asking people in New York if you guys heard of it, and you were like, no. So I thought that might be an interesting angle for us to take, to not just have to determine performance based on a longer time period, but that might help us really identify performance metrics within a shorter time period. But the whole thing with this performance marketer's approach really falls into the next step, which is is actually pitching to clients that it's separate KPIs. So while we're working on understanding and growing the whole business, we have to measure our brand awareness campaigns separately. So in Patrick's original test budget framework, I'm making a pitch here to kind of segment it out a bit. So we have brand building originally in the middle funnel, but I want to take out branding, brand building, and put it into a separate category called brand awareness here, and that would be considered brand building. But the same kind of term, like same thing here, we could do the longer term, we could do the modeled measurement budget with the regression model and brand lift studies. But I think the important thing to mention here and to think about is that there's separate KPIs that we should be pitching to clients. And that's something that I feel like we focus most on return on ad spend, we focus most on cost per acquisition, but sometimes I feel like this ties into a lot of people's presentations today with Ronnie saying, looking at the overall business as a whole, right? We have to take a look at that when we're looking at the KPIs. But I also want to say here, so we have in the right-hand corner, this initiative can be measured by multiple KPIs. So one of them can be social outreach and engagement, a net change in customer retention, and then organic and brand lift for new customer acquisition. So this can be in addition to more of the regression analysis of just brand lift in general. But I think it would be interesting to focus more on the metrics for engagement and social outreach and some of those other things when we're looking more in the short term. So I just launched this for ZBEC yesterday, so I'll keep you guys posted how it goes. But I think the idea being that I took the highest performing, high quality audience, the 1% of lookalike of purchasers, and layered on a bunch of additional interest targeting and segmented it out, and then launched a brand awareness campaign. We also have a separate campaign targeting a very similar, that same type of audience that's conversion based. So I'm curious how this does, but I think this will help overall increase brand awareness and increase is it called the MER? The overall revenue for the business. That's the goal. But yeah, thank you for joining, and I will stop sharing my multiple screens here.
Okay, so for our presentation today, we'll be covering what UGC is, how it works, and some best practices for UGC advertisements. So what is UGC? We're gonna play a video that kind of explains exactly what UGC advertisement is.
My dog had recently stopped being intimidating to me, so I looked for other options. I decided to get him his own custom formula from Spot and Tango. His plan was made by a veterinary nutritionist, so I know it's perfect for his exact needs. This is made with real ingredients and full of fruits and veggies without any additives, preservatives, or fillers. So he gets all of the benefits of a raw diet with none of the hassle for me. My dog is super happy with it, so of course I am too. Check out spotandtango.com.
So essentially, UGC is user-generated content. Sometimes that content is done by actors doing it in the point of view of the customer. So they're talking about a product. Usually it's unboxing products. They're using the products in their homes. So that video kind of showed you the person was talking about their dog food in the video. And you'll see that on your platform. It'll usually come up on social media platforms, and it'll be like influencers you follow, your friends that you follow. So it's a little bit more organic than other social media ads because it's people that you follow, so it's a little bit more personable.
Yeah, the sense of UGC is that it's purely based on social proof. That's why it's so strong. People consume this content on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and that's why it's so authentic because it's purely based on social proof. People, when they see these ads, they feel identified with the content creators because the content creators are sharing their experiences, their opinion about a product or service, and they feel identified with the same problems, issues, or necessities.
So here we have a quote from Robert Cialdini, who's the author of Influence, the Psychology of Persuasion. So he kind of wrote and studied why, the psychology of why people say yes. So in this quote, it reads, when people relate to those around them due to gender, class, race, and shared interests, they mimic each other's behavior with greater care. So this is just an example of kind of social proof. Usually when you see people that you're relatable to doing something, it'll also influence you to do that same thing. For instance, like making a purchase if you do see those UGC ads. So earlier we heard Patrick speak about that middle messy funnel and how these 6 cognitive biases attribute and share help with UGC. And this is an example of social proof specifically and how it's important to UGC ads and how it's important to marketing within the past, the present, and the future.
So the frameworks, this is super important for ad testing. Each framework is a different structure for our video, for our ad. And each framework is gonna have a different style. It's gonna communicate the same elements like our hook, our top value propositions, the CTA, but in a different way, in a different perspective. So this is super important for ad testing because it will allow us to identify the winner ad that will allow us in turn to scale our campaigns. We will see some examples now. Single testimonial versus testimonial mashup. Tasha, do you want to explain? Yeah.
So you can see on the left-hand side here, we have an example of single testimonial. So it's literally what it sounds like. It's one person talking about a product and product details and using that specific product. On the right-hand side, you have testimonial mashup. So those are a bunch of users talking about the same product mashed up into one video. So we're going to play the testimonial mashup for you.
24 years old. I'm 47 years old. I'm 54 years old after 58 years of life. Finally found my product. I want to age gracefully, and I love that BMW Earth stands for that also. I elected to get their starter kit first, and then once I tried that, I got a little bit of an addiction to their products because they're wonderful. I can't say enough good things about it. My skin looks so good. What I love about it is the smell and just the feeling you get when it goes into the skin. It's phenomenal. It smells so good. It's one of my favorite parts about Bamboo Earth is how awesome it smells. It feels wonderful. It smells natural, no chemicals. It doesn't have any sort of funky smell either. I know a lot of people are really worried, well, if it's all organic, is it going to smell too earthy? It doesn't. And this, I am telling you, when you wake up in the morning and your skin is still plump and moisture is still there and it's happy. And so this is the testimonial mashup. As you can see, they chose different people that represent the target audience of these products. And you can see that they are all communicating the same, but everything is mixed. So it adds credibility to the video because we see different people testing the product, saying exactly the same thing in a different way, of course. But this framework is super convincing when users see this.
So the next one is 3 reasons why. So those are usually UGC videos where somebody's talking about why they like a specific product or a problem that they're dealing with and how that specific product can help them with those problems. So something more relatable. If you kind of have the similar problems and you're trying to use a product, you can kind of relate to that video, and that's how you get a user to purchase from that ad.
As you can see here, this framework is super straightforward, super direct. Here are 3 reasons why you should try this product, right? And each reason is gonna match a unique selling point or a benefit.
3 reasons why.
The next one is product demo.
So with product demonstrations, it's literally just opening the product, using it, and this is where it becomes a little bit more personable because you can see people in their houses using the specific products, making sure they have a clear video and showing you how you can use that product essentially too. This is kind of UGC stuff that you'll see on like TikTok and like Facebook, things like that.
gym for my post-workout protein shake. Finally, I could even make a super simple salad dressing for dinner. This is the best invention ever, and you need to get one for yourself ASAP by heading to blendjet.com.
Okay. And humor is also allowed.
So this UGC video is more like humoristic, something you'll probably see more so on TikTok with like a younger demographic. Just trying to get like more personable with people on those platforms, trying to be more relatable with a little bit more humor. So in this video, he's kind of just saying like his wife says that his teeth are yellow. So just trying to get people to laugh and engage with the content.
What do you do when your wife says your teeth are too yellow?
I did not say that.
You can be sad and cry about it, or you can try to luminate teeth whitening strips. First, brush your teeth. Then use whitening mouthwash. Then apply the teeth strips. Now maybe my wife will love me. My teeth are so white now.
It looks good.
Link in bio if you want proof whites. What do you do when your wife says your teeth?
Okay. The main best practices that we have seen is the hook. The hook is a quick and engaging phrase at the beginning of the video that is going to hook the audience. It's going to make users stop scrolling the feed. That's the intention. When people listen to the hook, they need to think, is this ad for me? For example, do you want to learn more about wine? That would be a hook. Clarity is to show your products within the 3 first seconds. Be clear about what you are selling at the beginning of the video. Don't wait until the end to show the solution or to show your product. And thirdly, communicate your main unique selling points. And also the benefits and the benefits of the benefit. For example, the benefit of the benefit would be, if you take this thing that will make you sleep better, you will be more productive the next day. Tasha.
And some of the other main best practices is designing your video for sound off. So usually when people are scrolling through their feed, they're scrolling through their feed with their sound off. So that's why it's important to have captions in your video. So if somebody doesn't have their sound on, they know what the UGC is talking about, and they can still read it without having their sound on. And it's also important to also make sure you show the product within the first few seconds, because if you don't, usually people won't know what you're talking about and they'll just go scroll right through their feed. It's also important to have engaging quick cuts, so making sure you're making those quick transitions in the videos to make them interesting, keep people engaged. And then that sense of fear of missing out and the call to action, so making sure you have something to grab people and make them want to buy the product, making them feel essentially if they like miss out on this, it's something that they're going to be missing out of.
So this is below, and one of the main obstacles that our clients, or the vast majority of clients have, is that they don't have access to content creators when they want to start doing UGC. So below is a platform that is super easy to use. And when you submit a request to advertise a product to do UGC, you receive a lot of applications from content creators that match your target audience. And this platform is also super affordable. If you want to learn more about UGC, you can follow these smart marketers like Social Savannah, Savannah Sanchez, Andrew Faris, Ashton Shanks, or Lauren Schwartz. They are experts on UGC, and you can follow them on LinkedIn. You have all the links on this slide deck, and we totally recommend it. Thank you.
So essentially what we want you to take from this presentation is just to know that UGC is great for creative testing. It allows you to engage with your customers, and it allows you to build that brand awareness. So thank you.
Hello, Agency Overdrive members and subscribers. This is the first COVID-19 Agency Overdrive lecture. It's quite an interesting time we're living through. I hope everybody is staying safe. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm sure that I know for a fact that these last few weeks, it's been 7 or 8 weeks now that we've been working remote, have had a major and serious impact on many of your lives. And it's It's meaningful to me, and I've been impacted. We're all in this together, especially all of us, you, me, this membership here. And it's a serious, serious thing. We've done a couple sessions in the Facebook group of strategies that you could implement to keep your business afloat as much as possible, to retain clients, to help get clients through this. We lost a lot of clients ourselves. The last 7 weeks have been moving our entire operation remote, dealing with clients, dealing with financial issues, dealing with team members, dealing with family. So it's been quite a hectic period. Inside that period, there was a really exciting business pitch that we were working on for a large potential prospect of ours, which honestly we probably won't get, but we put our all into it, and I think we put out some extremely, extremely impressive work, some of which I will share with you guys in this membership. Not in this lecture, but in coming lectures, some really cool stuff. So all that's to say that I do apologize for not being as consistent with content as I intend to be moving forward. And next week, I'm going to try to record multiple lectures and to start making up for the lost time. But be that as it may, it's incredibly important to have enough collateral and assets available for your prospects, to put your best foot forward and to show them that you're a modern agency. Clients are looking for agencies and freelancers who are doing something different. You're in the service business, and being in the service business means that you're going to have a lot of other people providing essentially the same service. And when I say essentially, meaning it's not obvious how your service is different. You need to put effort and time and energy into establishing and communicating why you're qualitatively different. And that doesn't necessarily mean qualitatively better. Like, you hope to also communicate that you're qualitatively better. But the big thing is being different. When we pitched AMC Networks, this was a number of years ago, it was 6 o'clock in the evening before a 9 a.m. meeting with AMC's stakeholders, Director of Digital Marketing, at their headquarters in Midtown Manhattan the following day. At 6 p.m. I'm driving home. And we have our presentations, we have our talking points. We're going to bring our best people and meet them and hopefully win the account. And I was driving home from the office and I was thinking to myself, like, at the time we were 10 people. The current agency managing AMC Networks, they told us, was an international agency with 200 plus employees. They're a big company. And we're competing against other agencies. They're interviewing other agencies all week for a period of 2 weeks. We were one of them. And there was we were 10 people. We're not a big company. 10 people is attainable. To have a 10-person shop is attainable for every single one of you. And I was thinking, we can't go into this meeting tomorrow with our typical talking points, or we're going to get crushed. We have to show them that we're different. We have to play to our strengths. What are our strengths? That we're nimble, that we're agile, that we can move quickly, that we're more passionate, we're more energetic, we're more excited about this account than anybody else that's going to pitch. So what are we going to do? So I had this idea of creating for the, AMC Networks wanted us to promote a couple of their streaming services, which is a big moneymaker for them. And one of them was SundanceNow.com. It's sort of like a Netflix model where you pay $7 a month and you have access to their whole library of indie movies and documentaries and TV shows. And another one of those streaming services was Shudder. Shudder.com is another monthly subscription that you get access to the horror genre under the AMC Networks umbrella. So I was thinking maybe an idea for a creative campaign would be to create these recipe videos, those tasty style recipe videos that it's like an overhead camera on the ingredients sped up and it just looks delicious at the end and you see people take a bite and that's the style. Everybody knows those videos because they get shared a lot on social media. was like, maybe we come up with a bunch of like recipes for like, because this whole Sundance Now thing was like eclectic, different, indie type movie media experience. And I said, maybe we can come up with some recipe ideas and show them that we could create a series of videos for social media and for smart TV and for YouTube. That's the perfect recipe, or the perfect movie night popcorn, the perfect bourbon hot chocolate, the perfect grilled cheese tacos to pair with your Sundance Now subscription. I had this idea at 6 o'clock, and we have to be in 14 hours on the way into the city. And I call a few people in the company, run this idea by them, ask them what they think, and the basic response I got was that it's insane. It's not going to work. We won't be able to get anything done in time. And if we do something like this, we're going to be setting expectations that we're going to be producing like video content on an ongoing basis. So my response to that, was like, okay, well, don't worry about the issues that you're going to have when you get a client, before you get the client. Like, that's not anything you should be concerned with. Don't be concerned with, like, managing expectations at this stage. Like, once you have been given a scope of work and you're negotiating price, and you want that, there's ample reason and concern to be sensitive to setting expectations properly. That's something I've spoken about, but to be concerned that our client's going to think that we're promising something that we're not, that wasn't a concern of mine. And then as to the fear that this is not going to work and it's crazy, those things should be motivating factors. Like if you have an idea and 10 people tell you it's like, you're not good enough to make this work, it's a good reason for you to try it. And if 10 out of 10 people tell you that it's probably going to work, this could really work, it's probably not a good enough idea. Okay, so that's an important rule to think of as you're growing your agency. And this is true, by the way, whether or not you have an agency or whether you work as an account manager, as a digital account manager internally. The people who have taken great leaps at our company are people who have taken on projects that were so outsized as to be almost idiotic. And I mean that without exaggeration. So I go to the grocery store, I buy some popcorn kernels, I buy some oil, buy some paprika, buy some different weird salt, some interesting toppings. And I call my wife and I say, hey, we're going to be shooting a video tonight at the house on my iPhone. So put on some like hipster looking outfit. She was like, okay. She wasn't so thrilled, but she's a good sport. And I get home and really, long story short, spend around until midnight, 1 a.m. just on the shoot. At one point, I had my iPhone duct taped upside down against the hood of our stovetop, which we were cooking the popcorn in a stainless steel pot to get that top-down shot. And this smoke just like melted my case and like messed up part of the screen, but we got the footage, which was the important thing. And from 1 in the morning and straight until 7 a.m., I was doing the post-production. I probably had to watch 4 or 5 hours worth of YouTube tutorials on like Final Cut Pro, figuring out how to add certain text overlays and color grades and film effects to make it look like indie and cool. After we popped the popcorn with all the ingredients, my wife carried it downstairs to the couch and on TV, put on AMC Network, Sundance Now, and like I froze the frame there and added text and really cool, fast-paced music. And the beginning was the perfect movie night popcorn to pair with your Sundance Now subscription. And it was a 1 minute and 10-second video, and didn't sleep a wink. Got to the office, showed everybody, and everyone was like, wow, like, damn, this is good. And we were excited. We went to the city. We showed them the video. They loved it. The director of digital marketing turned to me and said, she's like, this is really cool, but this is not like, it's going to be more professional looking, right? I was like, yeah, of course, we're going to bring in the whole production team. And long story short, we got the account. Not only did we take the account away from a 200-person company, we won the account over a number of other agencies pitching. And we had no business. We had no business pitching AMC networks. But you swing high and you come across with proactive measures to impress and to differentiate yourself and to show your client that you're hungry and excited for this business, it will be taken well. And we won that account. And we did go on to produce those video series. We hired a whole production team. We scouted the recipes, we scouted locations, we got actors. It was a whole crew, and they loved it, and it did phenomenally well on social media. Now, the point of that story, because is to transition into today's lecture and slideshow, because this is something that we send to prospects. This is something that we send to prospects who are, expressing interest in working with us. So this is way before they ask us for anything. This is way before they ask us for a proposal. It's like, we're just sort of understanding what you're about. So this is a slide deck that you could use in an email drip campaign. You could have a chatbot build this. You could have a chatbot build this slide deck, and I'm sorry. You could have a chatbot take some information and email this slide deck to a prospect, to a website visitor, and you could use it as a gated content campaign to capture somebody's email address, name, phone number, whatever. Or if you get on the phone with a prospect, the moment you hang up that first call, you could email them this attachment. And what you're showing through this attachment is a couple things. One is you're getting an opportunity to expose more content about your accomplishments and your track record to your clients. But you're also showing your clients that you are on the cutting edge of Google's paid search technology, and that they didn't ask you for this, and that the prospect didn't ask you for this specifically, and that you actually have it available will go a long, long way in differentiating yourself. Because I'm telling you, other agencies and freelancers, they're not sending things like this. This is high-level stuff that they're not sending. So you want to really carve out a place for yourself where you're showing your client. You're not putting down other companies, and you're not trying to pat yourself on the back. You're saying, this is who we are. We're proactive. We understand this technology. We're eager to win this business. And this slideshow, this slide deck is something that you could literally copy and paste and use in your own campaigns or in your own email funnels and sales communications with your clients. So let's get into it. So a couple things here. First, to make a copy of this, you have to copy it, right? This is not editable because I'm sharing this with everybody. So you just go to File, make a copy, entire presentation, and then you'll have it in your own Google Slides account, and you could actually edit anything you want to edit. So obviously you'll delete this first slide, okay? This is just the title slide of this lecture. Delete this first slide. Here we are in a second slide. So it's called the state of paid search. That's what I like to call it. You can call it whatever you want. Prepared by Venture Media, and over here you would put prepared by, your company name. There's a background image. This image we put because we were dealing with a sports medicine training nutrition company. You could just go in here and delete the image and upload your own image. And I put this little square box overlay to make it look, have the text stand out a little bit more. And sometimes I'll add the client's logo right beneath here. It's a nice touch to show the client you're customizing it. So any little thing you can do to show the client that you're customizing, the flow it's a positive thing to do. So put your client's logo, or put your own logo, put your client's logo, or both. Then there's a 3 or 4 slides. Really, you'll only use 2 out of these. Only use 2 out of these 4, but there's just different designs and formats, so you could choose from both. So I like to start off with an agency statement, a high-level agency statement, and 1 testimonial. And you could swap out the testimonial based on who you're sending this to, or you can keep the same testimonial in. Now, there's just to explain to you this a little bit of this design framework. On the bottom right-hand corner, we have our logo. So you could edit this out and put your company's logo in. You have to edit the template. Or if you can't edit the template, you could just create a white box and put your logo above this. On the bottom left-hand corner, you could put your client's logo or like your client's icon. Oftentimes, a logo has a little icon, and putting it there at the bottom of every slide is a nice touch. So our agency statement, and you should adapt this to your vision and to your sort of moxie and specific way of talking, but you could use this as a template. Adventure Media offers its global clients a unique blend of data science, paid search expertise, and creative campaign ideation execution. We are neurotically focused on client profit, leaving no stone unturned in our attempt to increase our clients' ROI with empirical strategies and leveraging our distinct relationship with Google. Our no-nonsense record of performance and results for multi-billion-dollar enterprises underscores our attitude, efficiency, and sense of responsibility. You might want to edit that a little bit, but it's very good to start off with an agency statement because people want to be led by strongly opinionated companies. So if you're a strongly opinionated company and you make a very clear statement of what you're about, it's much more impactful than making a vague statement of, oh, we do paid search really, really well. That's stupid. It's lazy. It's boring. No one gives a damn. So you want to say something very clear, very, very impactful, and very specific. And the testimonial that I have here is related to our specific relationship with Google. So this is obviously not something that you would keep in your testimonial. And this is our Google rep specifically said this about us. So you can't just put your name here. That would be plagiarism, and it would be probably illegal because you're assigning a quote to somebody who didn't say it. But you could put any client testimonial. And I've spoken about client testimonials in previous lectures. It's really important to have them. And try to put a client testimonial that's related. So in some presentations when clients, we could get a sense that they're very concerned with our ability to leverage Google's internal resources or having a Google rep or whatever. So this is a good testimonial. If you have a client in the event space or in the healthcare space or in the education space, then if you have a testimonial from one of those industries, then that's a really, really smart idea. Instead of this format, you could do a slide like this. Again, this is very specific to me and to our business, but 2 blurbs about your accomplishments. And even if you don't have like specific recognition or industry recognition, you could put blog post. You could put a research thing you did, right? Did you ever do a research project for a client? Did you ever spend 10 hours researching an industry for a client? Turn that into a paragraph of how your analytical insights helped your clients uncover empirically based strategies in competitive data by pulling sources from over 15 different online journals and reports. We were able to put together a budget allocation for our client that helped them bid more effectively across their competitive markets, right? So that's a much fancier way of saying that you wrote a good blog post or you did a good research project for a client. So if you've done something like that, you could put that in this format. I like to have no more than 2 specific blurbs, and each blurb, if you could have a picture or a photo, even if it's a screenshot of your blog post, very powerful, very good idea. So that's this slide here. And again, this is not something that you would even edit because these are totally specific to us, but it's really for you to have the format of the slide and for you to understand what you want to put there. You could also choose to add in additional slides that give you some client logos. So if you have, and your client logos don't have to be recognizable. They don't have to be household names. As long as the logos are high quality logos, you're just implanting the seeds of legitimacy into your clients. So here we have Adventure Media Group, and we have some of our client logos, and then we have like just 4 small little bullet points. And these are really good things to do. So integrity, experience, innovation, education, and a few different supporting data points that indicate to a client that we could do a good job. So under experience, if you have much fewer companies you've worked with, you could say worked with 3 companies in the healthcare space in the last year, right? You talk about the things that are just relevant, specific, and you don't embellish the truth because your clients will see through that. And just another format of this slide. It could be just a full, if you've worked with, let's say if you're getting into the 15, 20 client logo range, you could put, you've worked with over 20 clients on complex paid search accounts. And our clients include business, like before we had any publicly traded companies, I would say our clients include businesses from over 20 different verticals or over 10 different verticals. And you can have your client logos in this sort of layout. Again, this is just an image which you'll edit. Okay, so now we're getting into the meat of this presentation. And this is the type of stuff. So over here, I would recommend having a cover slide and just 2. The maximum amount you would want is 2 of these slides, either slide 3 or 4, and you obviously have to change it to be for yourself, and 1 of 5 or 6. And 1 slide is fine too. You could start off with just this slide. It's perfectly fine because the point of this presentation is not for you to show your accolades. The main meat of this presentation is to show your expertise and knowledge about the paid search industry. Okay. It's a great idea to start off with key terms, okay? This is a slide that you keep. So you're telling the client that here's a glossary of terms. You're showing the client that you're an expert, right? You have a degree of expertise. You're in the driver's seat. You're in control. There's a very subtle psychological dynamic that's playing out when you have a glossary, especially at the beginning of the presentation. So you talk about the ad auction, and then if you're discussing, and you offer your prospect, you say, hey, we're more than happy to discuss the details and the strategies within this presentation over the phone. Let us know, right? It's a great lead magnet, something like this. So you have key terms like the ad auction, what the premium auction is. There's actually going to be a slide specifically about the premium auction coming up. What is a conversion? What does CPA refer to? Landing page attribution, a signal. Again, you're going to start talking about machine learning and automation and smart bidding, and you're going to sound light years ahead of the next competition. Remarketing list and search ads, and dynamic elements inside a campaign, and what dynamic actually refers to, because dynamic in English just really means movement. So, excuse me, this is some very, very useful stuff. Okay, so how has digital advertising evolved? How digital advertising has evolved? You're going to talk about your clients. You're going to walk your clients through the old school digital ad strategy, right? Which was a one-dimensional signals dictate expected conversion rate, value, and bidding. What does that mean? A one-dimensional signal, like conversion rate, it dictated value and it dictated bidding, or the value of a client dictated what my conversion rate had to be and what my max cost per click was, right? So you were using a linear system that said, okay, we're going to go from an impression to a click-through rate, to a click-through rate, to a conversion rate, to revenue, ROI, and I could look at any one or two of those metrics and figure out what my other metrics have to be. And there was a funnel. So towards the top of the funnel, right, and you guys all understand the idea of a funnel. The higher up you are in the funnel, the broader and less relevant the traffic is. So the higher up in the funnel, we had a strategy that we would look at display and social. So display advertising and social media advertising always had ultra low bids. We wanted to pay the cheapest, and it was for brand awareness, because the higher up in the funnel, the lower conversion rate you got, and the less revenue generated from those campaigns, so you couldn't bid as much. Then top of the funnel was, people starting to be more interested in what you're offering, lower bids, broader terms, again, not really a high conversion rate. Middle of the funnel starting to get a little bit of a higher conversion rate. People are now really showing some commercial intent for the products and services you offer. You have your bids are a little bit more aggressive and more industry jargon and rhetoric and industry-related terms and terminology inside the search query that indicate commercial intent. It indicates a buyer more likely closer to the bottom of the funnel. Then you have bottom of the funnel searches. You have your really high bids, long tail specific terms. They really express the specific products and services you offer. And then branded search, which of course, depending on if you're bidding on branded search or not, but it's brand specific terms. And that was basically the old school digital ad strategy. We talked about the funnel. We talked about breakdown of campaigns based on bidding. We're going to bid higher on the lower volume, lower funnel traffic. But that was the main talking point. That was the old school, and that's the type of pitch they're going to keep getting from their current the other digital agencies and freelancers. And you're going to show them something saying, "Hey, we're ahead of the curve. We're doing things differently." Okay. So next we say, what is the modern digital ad strategy? It's no longer this linear funnel. We could apply a much more segmented and a much more interesting approach at every stage of the funnel, because we're leveraging algorithms. We're leveraging machine learning. We're leveraging smart bidding. So Google's using algorithms to predict conversion rate to dictate bids, creative, and placements, right? So I'm no longer going to say, oh, this keyword is top of the funnel, therefore I'm going to have a lower bid because it's going to have a lower conversion rate. This keyword is bottom of the funnel. I have to bid really high because I have a higher expected conversion rate, and therefore I'm going to earn more revenue so I can pay more per click. And I'm going to do the math. No, it's different now. Higher conversion rate and lower conversion rate are constantly in flux. Google knows through algorithmic bidding that this keyword, which you might say is top of the funnel, for this individual user actually has a really high likelihood of conversion. So for example, let's say you're shopping for here's a bottle of Malibu Blue ink from Monteverde, USA. Oh, good. This is good. I spoke to this client. This is my client, penboutique.com, and they're struggling. They were hit very hard by COVID-19. They had to lay off some staff, and I was just talking to him, and I was telling him I had to go because I'm making a lecture. He said, "Listen, could you talk about our website in the lecture?" I said, "Absolutely, I can talk about your website during the lecture." So head over to penboutique.com if you can, if you're into pens, pencils, ink, beautiful stuff. I have a really nice pen from them. This is their website, penboutique.com. And they have beautiful stuff. They make beautiful gifts, beautiful stationery, beautiful fountain pens and rollerball pens. They're really, really good people, and they're struggling. And thankfully, we're still helping them in a tremendous way with their online advertising, but I wanted to just shout that out. So back to our example. Malibu Blue Ink. Now, I'm setting up an advertising campaign in the old strategy, so I'm going to say something like, okay, you know what? Pen ink is really top of funnel, right? Because I literally sell, this is what I'm selling here is a bottle of ink that's not only used only for fountain pens, it's used for fountain pens that is not using a cartridge, right? So the majority of people today using a fountain pen will buy fountain pen cartridges, which looks like this, okay? Here. These are fountain pen cartridges. They're simple, they're clean. You just pop them in the back of your pen. So if somebody's just searching for pen ink, not pen or ink for a pen, they might be looking for replacement ink for their $2 rollerball pen. They might be looking for fountain pen cartridges. There's very, very, very low likelihood that they're looking for to buy a bottle of ink that is not used that frequently. So that would be a top of the funnel keyword for me, and I would put a very low bid. Now, however, the problem is Google is using signals from all over the place about your previous buying behavior, credit card data, GPS data, demographic data, preferences, social media activity, conversations on WhatsApp, right? They're pulling data, Internet of Things data from devices in your home. And they might know that you specifically, even though you searched for ink for pens, you're really looking for this. Or there's a good chance they're predicting that you're looking for this. So for you, for this term, your expected conversion rate is actually high. And Google will say, let us decide what we should bid based on your target outcomes. Your business outcomes that you expect are a 500% ROAS, is a CPA of under $17. Great, you tell us that. And we'll set the CPC because the CPC, the bid in the auction, is an irrelevant metric. It's a proxy metric. It doesn't matter. What matters is your conversion value, your ROAS, your CPA, your profit, right? That's what really matters. So that's what the new modern digital strategy is. It's leveraging all these different signals. So a YouTube ad placement, LinkedIn, Facebook ad, bottom of funnel search, top of funnel search, middle of funnel search, programmatic display, they all could vary. The conversion rates could go from high to low depending on who the person is and what they're actually interested in. And Google knows that a lot better than you could tell from the query. It used to be that we had to look at the only thing we could do was look at the search query and say, okay, if somebody searches for bottled fountain pen ink, there we go, highest bid. If somebody searches for ink for pens, we don't know if they're looking for this or not. So we have to err on the side of a low bid. But you don't need to do that anymore. Or that doesn't have to be your entire strategy anymore. You're now going to be the modern digital ad strategy. And you explain that to a client, you explain that to a prospect saying we're leveraging machine learning. We're going to be the ones responsible for feeding the proper data into the machine and letting Google know what conversion values and what target return on ad spend we want through smart bidding. And we're going to let Google use the fundamental assumption and fact that not all search queries are created equal. Not all top of the funnel search queries that you think are top of the funnel are actually top of the funnel down to the individualistic level. Because Google will know that somebody looking for ink for pens is actually in the market for this, and the next person is in the market for something you don't sell. In which case, Google will bid very high or as high as possible, as aggressively as possible for the customer in your market, and as low as possible or not at all for that keyword when Google does not predict that person is going to convert. Okay, moving on. Modern smart campaigns, they use a combination of thousands of signals, something that I just mentioned in the previous slide, to set the best bid, placement, and creative combination. And creative combination means headlines, because you're going to use responsive search ads that have multiple headlines, they have multiple lines of description, and Google's going to see that, you know what? We know that this person responds really well when there's a question mark in the headline. This person responds really well when there's a sale mentioned in the headline. And if you give Google both of those options, Google's going to pick the right headline for the right person. It's quite incredible. Smart bidding sets unique bids for each individual auction and query based on your goals and conversion likelihood. Smart bidding uses signals combined per auction. All signals are measured and optimized per auction and query, including thousands of signals exclusive to smart bidding. So read between the lines what you're telling your client here. In the Google interface, right? What are some of the levers you could pull? What are some of the different targeting parameters you could mess around with to modify your max CPC bid? Well, you have geographic targeting, right? You could target location, raise and lower bids by location or exclude locations. You have let's see, you have day parting, you have gender, you have household income, you have interests, you have audiences, remarketing lists, but those are all incredibly, incredibly high level, right? Generic. Google's using thousands of signals collected from GPS data, Internet of Things, television habits, credit card information, travel information. It's really quite incredible. And this is obviously not personally identifiable. It's really more cookie based. So traditional campaigns relied on one-dimensional signals, such as a search query or the content of the web page that a banner ad is displayed on. Traditional campaigns are limited. So it wasn't really totally one-dimensional because you could still add a layer of modification based on gender or household income or location, but it was still relatively to what smart bidding allows you to do. It was relatively one-dimensional or almost one-dimensional. Traditional campaigns are limited to their potential to scale because as upper funnel customers are impossible to acquire at a profitable cost, right? Because you're bidding so low on upper funnel keywords where you're getting a low impression share on these upper funnel keywords, but really you're bidding too much for somebody who's not going to convert, and you're bidding too little for somebody who's likely to convert. So it's very difficult to scale those upper funnel keywords. Moving on. So here's a zoom in of this graphic, and this is a great graphic. We've gotten lots of really good feedback from showing customers this graphic. Okay. So mobile devices after 8 p.m. where all of this, and this is, by the way, this is like a Rubik's Cube looking thing that is a visualization of all the different signals that Google's going to take into account, or just a sliver of the amount of signals that Google's going to take into account when deciding, ultimately, what are they deciding? They're deciding what is the best bid to put into the auction for this person, for this keyword at this time. Mobile devices after 8 p.m. and we know that this user's impulsive purchases take place. It's crazy. It's crazy what you have access to through smart bidding. Google knows when you make your impulsive purchases. User uses Gmail account to log into Golf Now app for booking tee times and into PGA live streaming service, right? So Google knows exactly what you're logging into. User recently purchased a Callaway brand golf balls, right? Google has that data, proving he's not 100% loyal to TaylorMade. Location, user's home. User used Google Maps to get to and from Harbor Links Golf Club that evening. User recently watched Eddie Pepperell 14 Club Challenge on YouTube. He constantly watches videos about improving swing and short game. The day is Wednesday, 2 shipping days until the weekend. User likely to want fast shipping. Another signal. User interest, business, sports, cooking, overall self-improvement, and other signals related to competitive nature and willingness to invest in these topics, right? And then search history. Person searched for 52-degree wedge. So Google uses all these signals, and then they look at your products, and they see what is the expected conversion rate, what is the value that you'll get, and what can I bid? And it all happens in real time. Let's take a look at the premium auction. This is a really, really important slide to share with your clients and to explain. The slide could change the nature of your relationship with your client because it explains to your client why low CPCs is not necessarily a good thing and why high CPCs is not a bad thing, okay? It's a really, really, really important thing. So let's walk through it, okay? An ad auction that has a higher than average predicted conversion rate is a premium auction, which means that it's not every search term is a premium auction for every advertiser. For your website, the keyword 52 golf wedge might be a premium auction. For another website, the keyword 52 golf wedge, 52 wedge golf club is not a premium auction. It all depends on the expected conversion rate for your site. So an ad auction that has a higher than average expected conversion rate. Due to supply and demand, premium auctions will cost more than low quality auctions, right? So a premium auction that is likely to convert into a visitor, the higher the price for that click is going to be, because the more valuable that click is, right? Now, as supply decreases for higher quality auctions, it gets more expensive, right? Your clicks are going to get more expensive. So it's preferable to increase bids to go after premium traffic. You're better off getting fewer. In most cases, you're better off getting fewer clicks that are of a higher quality, that are more expensive, where each click is more expensive, than getting fewer clicks of a lower quality where each click is less expensive. It is preferable to increase bids to go after premium traffic. An increase in cost per click is okay so long as conversion rate increases at a greater pace, at an equal or greater pace. For example, let's take a look at an example. We have A and B. Okay? Now, you have 100 clicks at $100 CPC, right? So you spend $100. 1% conversion rate, which means you got one conversion, right? And your CPA was what? $100. Now, let's say you spent 100 clicks. You got 100 clicks at $1.50, right? That's a 50% increase in price. It's a huge increase in CPC. So you spent $150, but your conversion rate from those 100 clicks was 2%. You now got 2 conversions for the same products, and your CPA was $75, right? So it's simple math that helps you understand why going after more premium quality traffic that is going to cost more. It's basic economic theory, supply and demand theory. Yeah, basic economic theory, they're going to cost more. An increase in CPC is not a bad thing. It's actually usually the right thing for your account, right? That's the idea. So here's an example on the right-hand side of this chart, the demand line and the supply line. Down here in the lower quadrant of the chart is lower quality traffic. On the higher quadrant of the chart is higher quality traffic. On the y-axis we have price, and on the bottom axis we have quantity, right? So as quantity increases for lower, and the quality of the traffic is lower demand, we're going to have a lower price point. As supply increases, right, demand's going to decrease, as demand increases because it's of a higher quality, right, the supply is going to decrease because there's less of the higher quality traffic, and that click is going to be more expensive, right? As demand gets higher, that price is going to get higher. So this is a really good simple chart with a simple example, and this is something that every single one of your clients should understand. And it's so, I cannot tell you how valuable it is for your clients to understand this before they engage you in your services. Second to last, you want to talk to your client about the absolute imperative importance of high quality conversion data, okay? Because this is what is going to be the oil and the fire and the fuel for your smart bidding to actually work, for your automation that you're going to leverage to actually work. Smart campaigns learn how to optimize bids for each auction with conversion history from all the campaigns in your account. So keep that in mind. Every campaign in your account is looked at when the smart campaigns in one, let's say, even if you're running a smart campaign just for one service or for one product group, it's going to look at signals from all the campaigns in the account, conversion data. So when a user, for example, clicks on a branded ad and converts into a lead, all of the signals from that user are fed back into the algorithm. Signals include the company size of the lead, the browsing history, whether or not the user is in a specific audience or remarketing list, and so on and so forth. The same thing happens when a user clicks on an ad and doesn't convert. The system is always improving to meet your business goals. The machine learning algorithms rely on conversion data. Therefore, accuracy and breadth of conversion data. What does breadth of the conversion data mean? Breadth means you're not only tracking your final sale pre-revenue, your final, whether you're e-commerce, you're just tracking sales, or you're a service-based business and you're only tracking form submissions. You should be tracking key page views as supplemental conversions. You should be tracking a conversion if somebody hits 5 or more pages. You could trigger a conversion if somebody spends more than 5 minutes on your site. And that's sort of what smart goals and smart conversions in Google Ads attempts to be, but you could do it more specifically. And the more conversions you have across the entire breadth and scope of your funnel, the more optimized Google's smart bidding is going to be for you. So here's just an example. On the left-hand side here, we have the number of conversions. So campaign is brand search. You have the most conversions, generic search, generic marketing. And then you have small campaign C, B, and A, right? With 4, 8, and 13 conversions. So smart bidding will use data from all of the main campaigns for these small campaigns in real time. And that's very powerful because it allows you now, it used to be a couple years ago or a year ago, you couldn't launch a new campaign with smart bidding because it didn't have conversion data. You had to go manual first. Now that's not the case because if you have other campaigns that are getting a lot of conversions, you're able to leverage that information that the algorithm has to launch brand new, smaller campaigns without conversion data. And lastly, you want to review with your client and show your client a holistic, organized understanding of this all. It's a 3-step approach for optimal account growth. You're implementing best practices and new features. You're giving the system as much data as possible with new tests and proper implementation of beta features. You're leveraging attribution and audience signals. You're using non-last click attribution and audience signals remarketing to feed the machine better algorithms with better conversion data. And you're layering automation. You're leveraging smart campaigns and smart bidding so Google and other ad platforms can automatically optimize for success. And that's a cyclical system. And then you could add a conclusion slide. Now, again, you're going to send this to your prospects, and it's going to be very impressive. I spoke about why this is going to be so impressive. And you want to make sure, though, you get the opportunity to discuss this with them over the phone. Of course, you could create a written supplement, but you're much better off practicing, going through how I've explained these things and practicing that so you could get on the phone or a video call with your client and review this all with them. So I hope this was helpful. I think this is one of the most valuable lectures we've had because this slide presentation could change your close rate dramatically and improve it dramatically. I hope everybody stays safe. I hope everybody gets back to work soon. I hope everybody's families are doing well. I hope everybody is doing well themselves. And I look forward to seeing you guys in the next lecture. And I'd love to hear how this presentation has helped you grow your business and close more deals. Have a great rest of your morning, evening, day, night, week. And we'll see you guys soon. Howdy, Agency Overdrive members. In this lecture, we're going to review a digital advertising audit, which you will have access to, which is very exciting. I probably should sell this as a standalone section or a standalone lecture, but I'm not. I'm going to include it in the Agency Overdrive. You guys can make a copy of this presentation and you could use it for your own clients. A big key in signing bigger clients is being able to audit their account and to present a very professional picture of what your team is going to be able to do for them. When a prospective client sees this, they get the idea, they get the feeling that you guys are very high quality, that you have really good insights, that you know how to put the story of data together, you understand the field, you understand the industry, and if you present something like this in the pitch phase, you have a really good shot at closing the deal. And for closing the deal for a higher monthly fee than you might have otherwise been able to, because most of the other agencies that clients are looking at are not getting something this involved. Now, some of the slides in this presentation are not going to be relevant to every single client pitch you send out, but that's okay. You will be able to pick and choose from this library of slides what you want to include. Some of them are sort of like evergreen. They could work for any presentation, but the idea is to teach you not only to give you a copy and literally a copy and paste template, but also give you bullet points and give you ideas on how you should present and how you should focus on delivering an audit. We'll typically deliver an audit like this for larger accounts. If a smaller account reaches out to us and it's just a simple Google Ads management, it's a very small budget, a small company, whatever it may be, we might do a simpler version of this audit. But if it's a larger deal, we'll do something like this during the phase where we haven't yet sent out a proposal, or maybe we just sent out the proposal. Sometimes it's different depending on how the how the conversations go. But there are times that we'll actually present an audit like this after a month of working with a client. We have more data, whatever it may be, or after 3 months working with a client. So it's really up to you to figure out when is the best time to send something like this. And whenever you do, it's going to be very, very impressive to your clients. I hope you guys use this. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you learn something from it. So I'm going to walk you through each of these slides, and I'll sort of give you a brief review of what topic each slide is covering and the idea and what you're trying to communicate to the client and why it's important to include in a digital advertising audit. So here's your title slide, and over here you'll put a logo. You could just upload any logo of a client right up top here. You could put your logo. You could change the name of this audit, and we're going to use Google Slides for this because Google Slides is really easy to customize and to share and to work with your team on. It's just a great software. So you could do whatever the title is, but for now you can keep it. Digital advertising audit is what we usually use. And then it's always good to have an agenda. In general, when you're doing a longer presentation or a longer meeting or a longer pitch, the people who are watching are going to be reading your presentation. They really want to know the roadmap of what we're going to cover. So you might add in some additional things or take out certain additional things, so then you could just edit this agenda. But at a very high level, you just want to bullet out exactly what you're going to be covering. It gives people a lot of comfort. So first we'll talk a little bit about how digital advertising has evolved. And as you can see, we're using the Google colors and things like that, and it's just a nice touch. Makes a customer or a client or a prospect feel a little bit more that it's a little bit more relevant and familiar. Old school digital ad strategy, on one-dimensional signals dictate expected conversion rate, value, and bidding. So this is sort of walking through the old version of manual CPC bidding, where it was very, very similar. It was very structured how you bid based on looking at the data that you looked at to calculate those manual CPC bids. And manual CPC bidding still has a place, and it's still important to know how to do it and how to do it well. But you want to sort of set the stage that you understand the transition of the industry. You understand how things have been moving around. So this is a good slide that shows the lower conversion rate up or higher in the funnel, higher conversion rate as you get down, lower in the funnel over here. And lower funnel refers to people who are most interested in what you specifically sell. So if somebody does a branded search for your client's company's name, then that's really as low in the funnel as you're going to possibly get. And then, sort of top of the funnel, interruptive advertising, very low bids, brand awareness, and then, how bids should change. So of course, bottom of the funnel, higher conversion rate should have higher bids. Lower conversion rate, top of the funnel should have lower bids. So this is a great slide. Modern digital ad strategy. So what we're doing today and how the agency has shifted is we use algorithms to predict conversion rate, which dictates the original bid per click. So you still have this auction system. Everything still works based on an auction. At the time of a search, billions of times a day, Google will give you a specific max CPC bid in that auction. But instead of you determining a bid through math at the keyword level, Google's going to now take so many more signals when you allow them to test their automated bidding strategies. So what does this really do? So you're really expressing to your client that you increase the value of non-bottom of the funnel campaigns and increasing the potential of scale. Why? Because Google is able to see all these different signals that will really be able to tell the system what is an actual bottom of the funnel user. Because in the past, you could only really if you're using manual bidding, you're at the mercy of how much commercial intent you decide or you assume is in any given search term. So you would say, okay, this search term is middle of the funnel or bottom of the funnel. This search term is, or this display campaign on this website is top of the funnel. But now Google is seeing so many more different interactions where they're getting data on every time a person interacted with your ad or saw your ad, whether it's on an influencer post or whatever it may be, that these middle of the funnel, top of the funnel campaigns are more effective because they're able to get more nuanced. So you might have said that, okay, any display traffic is going to be, a 5-cent bid, but Google will say, okay, well, display traffic or middle of the funnel search terms their value, there's a variability in their value based on who this person is and all this other data we have on them. So there's these moving fluctuations between high conversion rate and low conversion rate. And Google knows, based on the data that they have collected, based on the cookie ID and the cookie collection, and just Google having access to all this other data, they'll be able to take a much more nuanced approach through automated bidding, how much they should spend on any individual click. And that's the idea of a more modern digital ad strategy. It's a more holistic approach, unlocking the power of Google's data to set the bids. And of course, you could temper the bids with a max or a target CPA or a max cost per click and things like that. But that's the idea. That's what you want to really communicate to your clients. How you're going from an old school digital advertising strategy to more of a modern digital advertising strategy, where you're incorporating more automation, you're incorporating, you're giving more control to the machine, which is not necessarily a bad thing. So here we talk about how there are so many different signals in smart campaigns and smart bidding, and you could read through the copy. Where smart bidding sets unique bids for each individual auction and query based on your goals and conversion likelihood, so on and so forth. And you contrast that with traditional campaigns that which are limited in their potential to scale, as upper funnel customers are impossible to acquire at a profitable cost. And then there's some notes down here that you could use. If you twirl up this, you could twirl this up, and you can see some notes, some key bullet points for each slide. Some of the slides have notes, some of them don't, but they'll be helpful for you to reference. And over here you have just this is like Rubik's Cube image, which sort of shows like there's all these different signals: time of day, location, the search query, which videos this person watched, what browser they're in, their interests, devices they're using, operating system. And Google is in real time using all these cues, using all this information to figure out the best bid for each individual person. And here we are at the concept of the premium auction. This is a really important concept to be able to communicate to your clients, because it could set the stage for many discussions that are going to happen in the relationship with a client. Clients tend to think that as you pay more per click, your account is performing worse. And it is not true at all, especially now with this modern bidding strategy where you're incorporating more automation. Okay, so the premium auction refers to an ad auction, which means a specific search or even a specific display placement. But let's just talk about it in the context of search. So a specific search that has a higher than average predicted conversion rate, not necessarily a historic conversion rate. Google knows, based on all the data they know about you, based on the data they know about your search term, based on the data they know about your landing page and website, it has a higher than average predicted conversion rate. So if Google knows that your overall account, you have an average conversion rate of 4%, they predict that this specific auction will convert, let's say, at 6%, right? Now, due to the basic concepts of supply and demand, premium auctions that are more likely to convert are more valuable, right? So they're going to cost more. If it's more likely to convert, it'll be a more valuable click. You'll be willing to pay more for that click than you would be on a click that is less likely to convert. So they're going to be more expensive, right? Winning those auctions is going to cost more per click. So it's preferable, based on this premium auction concept, the concept is that these premium auctions exist. It's preferable to increase bids to go after that premium traffic, right? So an increase in cost per click, it follows subsequently, just if you follow the progression of logic, an increase in cost per click is really okay, as long as conversion rate increases at even a fractional greater pace, right? So here's an example. So you have example A, you have 100 clicks at $1 cost per click, right? You spend $100, a 1% conversion rate, you get one conversion. What's your CPA? Simple math, $100. Now let's say 100 clicks at a $1.50 CPC, right? You spent $150, you spent 50% more money. Your CPC was 50% more, but you have a 2% conversion rate, you get two conversions, and what's your CPA? $75. So obviously the scenario B is better, and any client would prefer scenario B after all the dust settles and you got those two conversions, but they might get confused and like, what do you mean you started using automated bidding and our CPCs went through the roof, like it's terrible. And then like, slow down, relax. Let's just show you the concept. When you're using automated bidding, Google is going to overpay, or not overpay, but bid higher than average for these premium clicks. And when you have, well, there's a time lag. The concept of time lag we'll talk about in a second, but let's say your conversion window is typically 7 days. It takes up to 7 days for these conversions to come in. At the end of 7 days, you're going to be in a better position if you're letting Google bid for these premium auctions. It's a really good idea to let them do that. And you could show your clients this graph, the basic supply and demand curve, that the higher quality clicks are going to cost more, but they are going to convert at a higher rate, which means your overall average CPA should drop. Okay, that's a key idea here with this concept of the premium auction. Now, all this automated bidding is only as good as the conversion data that you're feeding into the machines, right? So smart campaigns over time, they get better. Automated bidding gets better because they optimize bids with the conversion history from all your campaigns in an account. So that's another thing important to realize. It takes a smart campaign through Google will take conversion data from all other campaigns in the account. A lot of people think that they're just going to look at conversion data from one specific campaign, but that's not the case. So here's an example. When a user clicks on a branded ad and converts to a lead, all of the signals from that user are fed back into the algorithm. Signals include gender, browsing history, and whether or not the user is on a specific audience or remarketing list. Now, the same thing happens when a user clicks on an ad that doesn't convert. The system is always improving to meet those goals, right? So they rely on conversion data. Therefore, accuracy and breadth of conversion data is crucial. So you should be including micro conversions, conversions that don't necessarily produce revenue, but are on the way to producing revenue. An example of a micro conversion could be somebody reaching your contact page or another page on your site that you know typically comes before a conversion. So if you give Google that information, you give them more of those conversions, Google's going to have, the smart campaigns are going to have a better time optimizing for the specific conversions that you want to actually optimize for. So here in this example, you have a small campaign should really be smart campaign, but fix that here. So that's just a quick mistake. It's a good thing I'm reviewing it now. Okay, so you have smart campaign A, B, and C. They each have, one of them has 1384 conversions, but smart bidding will use data from all these other campaigns and all the information that the algorithm had from those different conversions, which is good, by the way. It was this was maybe, 4 months ago, 6 months ago. I'm not so good with remembering timelines, but you really want your smart campaigns when they're optimizing for conversions to take a look at all the other campaigns in an account, and that wasn't always the case. Okay, so discovery phase testing is when you launch a smart campaign and you're doing this and you're working on this automated bidding aspect of things. The campaigns are in what they call discovery phase, right? So you have to tell your client that this is the time where Google's collecting this information. We cannot expect to hit that target CPA right away. That's not going to happen. I mean, it might happen, but you can't expect it to happen. So the discovery phase testing is really important to communicate to your clients, to be on the same page, with, because while you might have a target CPA of $50, during this discovery phase, you need to have some more leeway. You need to let Google overbid. You need to let those CPAs come in a little bit more, meaning the client ultimately has to be willing to invest some advertising dollars in getting these smart campaigns enough data for them to work long-term within the parameters, within the target CPA that you set. So what we'll do for clients is we'll take a look at historic time lag, and it's so important, and there's another lecture in the Agency Overdrive that talks about time lag in more detail, like what it does, how it works, why it's so important, and I include another template for how to figure out future revenue that's likely to come in based on time lag. It's a really good lecture. You should check it out if you haven't checked it out yet. But these are just screenshots. So we'll go into the time lag section in Google Ads, and we'll look at a screenshot, search attribution. And MQLs in this case is marketing qualified leads. This is for lead gen. If you're talking about e-commerce, if your client is an e-commerce client, you would just say 40% of sales. And if if you're only tracking one conversion action, you could just say 40% of leads, whatever it may be. You could just edit the name and obviously the actual details. So this It's just a screenshot, right? You'll delete this and you'll use your own screenshot, your own actual data. But what we're seeing here is 40% of our marketing qualified leads come in after the day of the click, with it taking 3.5 days on average. Okay, so it takes on average 3.5 days, and 40% come in after the day of the click, which is notated down here. And it's important information because that tells the client, or it tells you as the marketer, that there's going to be a lot of conversions that come in after that one day, after you got that click. And of course, you remember that when you get a conversion in Google Ads, it back attributes the actual conversion to the day of the click, not the day the conversion happened. So looking at continuing to look at time lag, just another report looking at a different conversion action. Over here, we're looking at SQLs. So this is actually SQL, sales qualified leads, come in after the day of the click, with it taking 13 days on average. So for this client in particular, an SQL, which is a sales qualified lead, is a lead that has to be qualified after the MQL, after the marketing qualified lead. So they have to get on the phone, they have to schedule a demo. There's a few additional steps before an MQL turns into an SQL. So there's going to be a percentage of MQLs that never turn into an SQL. And it's also going to take longer for an MQL to turn into an SQL from the day of the click. So most SQLs come in after the day of the click, with it taking 13.09 days on average. It takes an average of almost 2 weeks for between a click and an SQL to be generated. And that's important too, because an SQL has a certain amount of revenue associated with it, because we know that a certain percentage of SQLs are going to turn into actual deals for this client. So we're able to then use just basic division and give an SQL a value in Google Ads. And over here we have $161,980 value of these 11 SQLs, with an average data conversion 13 days to conversion. And you could just grab this exact same data from your Google Ads account and put that screenshot into this template. Next, we'll look at the Auction Insights report. Well, and just to tie it back to why this is important in the discovery phase testing, is because you're telling your client, look, we're in this original phase, this first month of testing smart bidding and testing automated bidding in these smart campaigns. So, look, you're not on a day-to-day basis, you might not be so happy with the results because we're in this discovery phase and Google's learning a lot about your actual the actual dynamics and the behavioral characteristics of your account and how things will really work. But on top of that, we know that it's going to take a week, it's going to take 5 days for us to actually get the full range of conversion data back into the account, and our return on ad spend will go up. It's also very good to show new clients Auction Insights reports. When you show a client an Auction Insights report, you're showing them that you know what's going on with the competition. You're tracking the competition. You're sort of explaining to them what the Auction Insights are showing. So we usually put in a couple different screenshots. Maybe you could do it at the account as a whole. You could do it based on different campaigns. So we actually have an Auction Insights report over here, which is the entire account over the course of a 30-day date range. This is for one specific campaign called predictive lead scoring. This is for another campaign. So these are all similar, and then we'll do a competitor's campaign Auction Insights report. So these are all the same report. It's the same screenshot in Google Ads. You go into Google Ads and you make the change, and you go into Google Ads, you go into your Auction Insights report, and you could just grab these screenshots and drop them into these Google Slides. And if you want to do more, you could just copy any slide by just right-clicking and clicking Duplicate Slide. So you might only want to put in 2 or 3, so you could these are all the same slide, you could just delete the ones that you don't want to put in. But it's really good. The reason why I like showing Auction Insights is because clients love it. They like to see that you're aware of the competition. They love to see what the competition is doing. They want to see how much they're overlapping in the auction with the competition. They want to see which competitors are showing up above them and things like that. So it's always worthwhile to keep an eye during this discovery phase and watching the Auction Insights report. Another good reason is that if you're switching from manual bidding to automated bidding, the Auction Insights might indicate things that are going well or things that are going really poorly. So if you're seeing a lot of overlap with non-relevant competitors, then you know that the switch to automated bidding might be problematic. And Google is reading what your website is about and your keyword targeting too loosely or incorrectly, which might indicate that you have to switch back to manual bidding. But if you switch from manual bidding to automated bidding and the competitors that are showing up in the auction with you are all relevant competitors or that they've stayed the same, then most likely your automated bidding is working out pretty well and you could be confident in that area. And that's something which is worthwhile discussing with the client as well, or at least showing the client a comparison. Okay, so here you have some suggestions, right? So based on, you'll say, okay, like based on certain keywords, sometimes you'll take some keyword screenshots of the account, and you want to just give your clients like actionable tips during an audit like this, to indicate that you have a specific strategy in mind, whether this is a prospect that you're trying to close, or even if you work at a company and you're presenting this to your higher ups, you're presenting this to your manager or to your boss or whatever it may be, you want to show that you not only could you access the data, could you talk about the data, could you communicate the data, could you point out the transition in the field, but can you give some actionable tips? So we're going to focus a little bit here on actual actionable tips. Now these, of course, you're going to have to change, right? These are specific to the data that we have in this presentation. The data in your presentation is going to be different, but these are just ideas and templates for you to look at when you write your bullet points. So here we have, there are currently 176 keywords that are rarely shown due to low quality score. Many of these keywords are very broad and may end up getting paused. During the discovery phase, we will try to increase traffic from these keywords by improving landing page experience and ad relevance. Okay, that's like an actual strategy. We don't know if these keywords can meet our unit economic threshold until we generate more volume from them. So unit economic threshold is just a fancy way for saying whether or not they're going to convert profitably. So you could just say, we don't know if these keywords are going to meet our profitability benchmark. Unit economic threshold is not a term that I would typically use. We only use it because this client talks about profitable bidding in this way. So we just talk about it in their way too. But don't try to be any fancier than you have to be. Just be as simple as possible. So like we could say, we won't know if these keywords will be profitable until we get more volume from these keywords. So that's something which is specific to 176 keywords. It shows the client that you have an idea to be successful, but then you're realistic, and clients always appreciate transparency. We don't know if this is going to work. We're not overly confident. We're just going to try it. We have the right strategy in place to try it by increasing landing page experience and ad relevance. That's the way to do it. But we don't really know if these are going to ever work for us until we get more volume. So the first step is to get more volume. It's a very sensible, very rational, like very down to earth, very real way of speaking. And this is just a good general tip for talking to clients. Clients have a very, very sensitive sensor to salesmanship and market tests and things like that, right? Especially if you're talking to a prospect when you talk about like your company and your capabilities and your excitement, go overboard, be as passionate as possible. But when you're talking about data in an account, clients really are sensitive to anything that you exaggerate or hide. So one of our rules is we always try to come to a call with a client with at least one piece of bad news. It's just a rule I have in the agency. And it actually came about from dealing with a client and having a big meeting in New York City. This is one of our largest clients. And they said things are going well, but what we don't like is that you don't ever tell us the bad news when we're on the phone with you. Like you prepare a report of like all the things that have been going well. Like we don't like that. We know that not everything is going well. And we're not looking to get rid of you. We're really happy with the job you're doing, but we could help work through the things that are problematic. So we want you to come to the call with the bad news too. And I thought that was really excellent. And I have implemented that agency-wide for every client. Come to every call with some bad news. It's just the way to do it. So anyway, getting back on topic, so this is a good way to structure some suggestions. It's like very realistic. We don't know if these keywords can meet our unit. We don't know if we're going to be profitable, but we're going to try. It's just how it works. It's just the best way to do it. Okay, moving forward here. Let's see. Okay, landing page experience. So again, keywords with a below average landing page experience indicate that we need to do a better job of matching the user search intent with our landing page content. A heuristic analysis, and by the way, if you want to do a heuristic analysis, there's another awesome template in the Agency Overdrive library. A/B testing. Not all of the keywords are set in stone, and therefore our landing pages do not necessarily need to provide a great experience for all current keywords. Throughout the discovery phase, we'll determine which keywords are going to make the cut and then make sure that our landing page experience is tailored to those searches. So that's pretty cool. Again, it's like just straight to the point, simple, be as simple and straightforward as you can possibly be. That is the way to do it. Now we're going to talk about audiences. Audiences is one of those things that just so many clients and so many agencies just fail to focus on. And it's worthwhile to have a few slides that talk about this idea of audiences, layering audiences over keywords, remarketing audiences, target, observing. If I don't have one yet, I'm going to make a more detailed lecture that specifically talks about layering audiences. But just some suggestions for the client. Remarketing audiences, we're going to add those audiences for time on site. Adding audiences such as people who are in the market for CRM solutions so that we can observe if they have a higher conversion rate, another straightforward idea, and showing them a screenshot of some of the audiences that we're going to add. Moving forward, again, still on audiences, identifying keywords which are too expensive but are still quality searches and only bid on them if the searcher is in a specific audience. It's one way to continue to stay on top of high quality clicks. For example, and then this is just a blank keyword, you could put in the keyword that you might find a keyword in the account that is of this nature, and almost always you will be, right? Like it's very common for you to have a keyword that you think is like a really good search term. It sounds like a good search term, but it just brings in bad leads or it doesn't convert well. So you can say, for example, this keyword is bringing in mostly low quality searches, but layering in remarketing audiences helps limit this to only people who have been on the site before and are more likely to actually be looking for what you offer. So that's another, couple good suggestions on audiences. And then we like to talk about dynamic search ads because dynamic search ads happen to be really hot and they work really well in many cases. So you could, again, a few bullets on expanding dynamic search ads, and hopefully that this might just be a slide that you could literally copy and paste into your proposal without adding too much, or into your audit without adding too many different things. Expanding our online presence and reach will require us to step outside of the keyword list we're comfortable with, but also ensure our targeting is accurate. Enter dynamic search ads. You could start getting a lot more data on much broader range of keywords. It's a really great thing to try. They'll target traffic based on the landing page content and any other signals we've given Google, like audience, bidding strategy, historical data, email lists. So dynamic search ads in general, if you forget about suggesting it to your client or including it in a digital advertising audit, they're very, very good things to try. And most accounts that you're going to be auditing have not yet tried DSAs, dynamic search ads. So it's a really great value add that you could say, like, oh, we understand how this works, and here's why it's actually a really good thing to test, because we'll be able to learn from the data in these DSAs and pull them in. So there are these new searches every single day, and we cannot predict on. Again, there are new searches every single day that we cannot predict and bid on unless we utilize Google's algorithm to find for us using our landing page guidelines. So that's a really, really good way to pitch to your client that there's just so many search terms out there. You're not going to be able to capture everything. DSAs with a limited budget are going to be a really effective way to get on top of those. So just to finish it off, there's a few more slides over here. Now this is just a beautiful slide to sort of promote the idea of DSAs, and if you present it, it's going to go full screen, so it's going to get cut off. But look, it's like you get all this cool dynamic. Play it again. But you'll see when you guys, oh, there it is. See, it's like sort of typing in. So 15% of the searches we see on Google.com are brand new every single day. So that's pretty crazy. It's just a crazy amount of unique searches on Google. So discovery ads are a really exciting additional new ad format. Almost no accounts that you're going to be pitching, or even accounts that you're working with now, are going to have discovery ads running in them. And you tell your client or you tell the prospect that this is this new ad format. It's a really, really engaging advertising experience where users are scrolling through YouTube or the Google mobile app. Actually, it's not only the Google app. We could write in here on the Google app, YouTube, and other properties, because they could show up in a bunch of different places. And it's since it's a relatively new ad format, there's also relatively low competition for those ad spots, and it's a really great way to test finding some new traffic. And then what we usually do is once we have a client for a little while, we work on putting together a market research report. So we go beyond just PPC. We do some research on the addressable market size. We do some research on the revenue that their competitors are bringing in. We do some research on how other companies that are in their same vertical are positioning themselves. We come up with some just strategic suggestions for how to optimize their business long term, and just doing that it really shows a huge amount of value from your end. It shows that you're very, very serious about putting in the work to make your client successful. So I've talked about this before. Anything that you could do to show your client that you're not just willing to talk about, and you're not just willing and able to talk about, keyword lists and negative keywords and search terms and automated bidding, but you could talk to them intelligently about their business, is really, really big. We have a really good market research template and an example of market research that we've done for a client. I don't know if we're going to include it in the agency overdrive, or maybe it'll be a standalone product. But it doesn't have to be an intensive market research report. It could be look, we've done some analysis. This is the size of the market. These are the threats to the market. This is what other companies are doing. So if you do that, then this is a great slide to include to tell your client that it's coming. It's in the pipeline. If you don't do it, then just delete the slide. So we're putting together a thorough market research report. This report will include data and analysis regarding market size and opportunities. The market research will help us during this discovery phase to determine where we should be directing experimental budget. So again, you go back to that discovery phase idea that we're learning, we're investing. This is research and development. It's big, it's exciting, and then of course thank you, and then follow questions. So it's 27-page presentation here, and there's certainly plenty of ideas that you could use as a springboard for your own digital advertising audits, but you could definitely use a lot of these slides. Here's this section here is copy and paste, and this just stuff looks impressive. Most agencies are not sending things out that look like this. It's just I'm not saying this to pat myself on the back, but this is awesome content, right? This is going to be super helpful. And these slides you could auction insights and suggestions. You sort of put in your own data. You take your own screenshots from your account, and you just have some really professional looking slides that will go a long way in making your whole presentation, your whole company looking much, much bigger, more professional, more experienced than maybe you actually are. So very, very much, I really encourage you to do something like this. You could, once you're in here, you could go to File and make a copy, and then you'll be able to download it into a PDF form. You could download it. By the way, if you want to download this into PowerPoint, you just go to the File, download. Once you copy this and do it for yourself, Microsoft PowerPoint, you could download it into images. You could download it as an SVG. You could send this as a PDF to a client. You could share this Google slide presentation with a client, and then you could actually present the presentation in an online meeting, and the client could actually go through it with you live. There's so many good things you could do with this. I think this is one of the most valuable agency overdrive lectures that I've put together, because this is something that we do a lot for clients, and I know how big of an impact it has. And then it's just secondarily, if you're going through this stuff and you're forced to put in auction insights information, and you're forced to explain overlap rate and position above rate, it's going to force you to sit down and hit the books and actually learn about what this stuff is. Time lag as well. So again, just to remember, when you're talking about this discovery phase of smart bidding, automated bidding, that there's a good 3 weeks, a month of learning, you want to focus on time lag, you want to focus on auction insights. That's the data most relevant to clients during that stage. And then you want to always make sure you're giving practical advice, you're talking about strategy, and you're also not over-promising, and you're being realistic, and you're being transparent. So you're saying things like, we don't know if this is for sure going to work. This strategy has worked in the past. These are the potential threats. It could be that it's just going to be too expensive. We're going to dedicate this amount of budget to testing it, and by this date, we're going to be making a decision. That's what clients want. They're not going to fire you if you're not successful. Clients are looking for confidence. They're looking for a plan, and they're looking for somebody that will be on top of whether things are working or not. And an audit like this will absolutely communicate to your clients that you are that type of person and you are that type of company. And if you're not an agency or a freelancer and you do digital advertising in-house at a company, bringing a report like this about how you're going to be managing the Google Ads or how you're going to be working on it is a really, really key thing. And I would even go as far as to say, if you're interviewing, if you're trying to land a job at an agency, or you're trying to land a job as an in-house digital advertising manager, some of this information, some of these slides would probably be very, very worthwhile to put together for a presentation for an interview. So that's that. Again, you don't ask me for access to this slide deck, because it's just a view only link that you're getting. You have to go to File, you have to be logged into Google, okay? Log into Google, File, make a copy, and then you'll be able to totally edit this to be the way you want it. So that's that, and let me know if you have any questions. I'd love to hear your positive feedback. I'd love to hear your negative feedback. Add everything into the discussion forum here. I hope you've been enjoying the Agency Overdrive. If you want to be an affiliate of the Agency Overdrive, earning 40% commissions, we have a lot of students that are affiliates. Just let me know. Reach out to me at training@adventureppc.com, and my assistant will get back to you. And good luck. And I really mean this. I want to know how you guys are using this in your own businesses. So if any of you take this presentation and you repurpose it and you use it and it's effective and you get positive feedback, don't hold that back from me. Let me know. I want to hear about it. Cheers. Have a great weekend, or whatever it is, day, night, early morning, when you're watching this. But looking forward to the next lecture, which we'll be working on in the coming week. Be well. Guys, in this video, I want to spend some time talking about proposals. And it's going to be a series of videos, I'd imagine. But in this video, I will give out a proposal template, and I wanted to start off with an overview of proposals in general and covering some of the ground rules. Let me just set this camera down here, because I think it's really worthwhile to spend some time talking about the right approach to proposals, how to make them work for you in the best possible way, and some things to think about as you're writing your proposals and making your proposals your own, making them unique, so on and so forth. So the idea with proposals, and if, this is obviously assuming you have a prospect, you have a warm lead, you have somebody you're on the phone with. I'm not trying to cover the art and science of getting leads and getting prospects. That's something which we'll talk about, we'll cover, we'll certainly discuss that. It's a whole different can of worms. But assuming you have somebody who's interested in your services, or you're pitching your services to somebody, even if they may not be actively interested in your services yet. So the idea is you want to send them a proposal. And there's a few different ways to do that, and we'll talk about that. But first, I want to really focus on this point of when to send a proposal. And I think a lot of people get this wrong. I started off in our business, we would get on the phone with a prospect, we'd have multiple phone calls, we would really try to figure out all the details, we would ballpark pricing estimates, and only once we knew the lead was ready to sign on with us, and this was a company that wanted to work with us, they were going to become a client, that's when I would say, okay, we're going to actually send you a formal official proposal. And that was the wrong way of doing it, and we changed we changed around that structure probably 3 years ago now. And we send out proposals immediately. And when I say immediately, it's as frequently as possible after that first phone call with a prospect. So you need to obviously know the business, you need to know their overall budget, you need to know what channels you're going to be marketing on for them. If it's going to be, is it influencer marketing? Is it just PPC? Are you combining some sort of SEO or copywriting or landing page design, whatever it may be? And you probably try to get some of that in, as much of that as possible within that first phone call. And then what I say is, you know what? I know that we're still early on in this process, and I'm sure there's lots of different questions, but would it be okay if I just sent you a proposal? And I'm sure that proposal might be worked through over time. We'll change some things, we might have to add some services, but just to get things started, to give you a sense of how we work, what our timeline looks like, what our process looks like, would that be okay if I shoot you over a proposal by email? I'll have it out to you by the end of the day today. And never once has a prospect told me, no, don't send me a proposal yet. And the reason why you send out that proposal is because psychologically, you guys I'm sure a lot of you have heard this concept. When you're selling, you want to conduct yourself as if you've gotten a sale, right? So this is called assuming the sale. And it's not a pushy maneuver. It's not it's not necessarily a psychological tactic. It's just conducting yourself with the seriousness that would be appropriate if you actually were going to work with a client. And clients like to see that. Second of all, you have an opportunity to put your best foot forward, which is really what the proposal is all about. You're going to hopefully have a very professional, thorough proposal ready to go. And over time, you'll build out these different blocks that will be, it's sort of modular. Like think of your proposal as a modular system. You'll send out a proposal that includes these things in one case, but you have a bunch of other things ready in the template library or your notepad that you could copy and paste into. And you could put together very professional, thorough proposals that are customizable very quickly for your clients. And I'm going to talk to you about the tool that we use in a minute and some other options for sending proposals. But you want to send that out immediately because you're showing your client that you're serious, but you're giving the client to really see the best that you have to offer. And if you do it right, it's a very powerful tool to actually move that process forward. So once we started sending out proposals before we knew the client wanted to work with us, we saw a serious increase in the rate at which we were closing leads. And that was a very positive thing for us. When you're writing your proposal, and I'm going to show you outright some of the proposals that we've sent and some of the language that we use. Feel free to use it for yourself. But when we send proposals, there's a couple things that I keep in mind when putting together the content of the proposal. And that is, I think about what am I really trying to communicate to my client when I send them this proposal? Like there's the superficial goals, which is like it's a legal document, there's going to be a signature. You need to know the scope of services. Sure, there's all like the superficial layer, but beneath it, you want to convey first and foremost, trust. Okay? This is the number one factor that clients or prospects need to get over before they sign on with you. That's the number one. Emotional construct holding prospects back from signing on with a new agency. Right? It's trust. I don't know who you are. And this is the prospect thinking. I don't know who you are. I don't know who's going to be working on my account. People take their own money very seriously. It's not something they make decisions lightly about. This is true for individuals. This is true for freelancers. It's true for companies. People take their money very seriously. And when you're going to manage advertising budget or you're going to do a landing page design for them and they're going to pay you, it's a serious decision. And they don't trust you yet because they don't know who you are. They might have heard good things about you, and they might have seen a case study, or they might have read reviews, and those are all very, very important things to have available to your company. But fundamentally, you as the agency or you as the freelancer you have to be the one that engenders that trust, that communicates that sense of trust. So everything you write in your proposal should be focused around conveying trust, and the way you do that is by communicating expertise, right? And that's like knowledge, your skills, your professionalism. So this is really more talking about like the production quality of your website. The production quality of your proposal, right? It should be thorough, it should be written well. It should have high production value. It should when a client sees it, when a prospect sees it, they should think, wow, this is like professionally put together. And these two things, expertise, professionalism, and experience would be a good one, right? If you could communicate experience, and that sort of gets communicated through communicating expertise and professionalism. But if you could communicate these three things, you get trust. And if there's trust, the decision for the client is very easy. They'll move forward with you. Lastly, high-level stuff, talking about in proposals. The balance between appreciation and authority, all right? So we tend to think of these things as binary. I'm either saying thank you, and you say thank you to somebody superior in some superior way. Like when somebody does something for you, you're saying thank you. It's sort of a you're communicating some sort of indebtedness. It's like I'm recognizing that you've done something for me, and I sort of, from a reciprocal perspective, owe you something in return. Saying thank you and engaging in an appreciative relationship is a hierarchical. It's a hierarchical concept. And it's a good thing, right? You know, it's good to show appreciation when someone does something for you. But you don't tend to think of authority figures as ones who assume roles of expressing appreciation, right? Authority figures, implicit in their authority is you should do for me, or you should trust me, and I sort of give the orders around here. But in writing a proposal, you want to be able to convey both of these things. You want to communicate your authority, because fundamentally, prospects want you to lead, right? They want you to tell them what to do with their money. They're not only paying you to manage keyword lists and ad group structures and A/B testing ads. They want your expertise. They want your authority. And if you can communicate that you are an authority, clients will pay a premium for that. You could charge more when you're able to communicate that you're a leader. That when a client comes to you and says, you know, I think we should spend this amount of money on remarketing, and you come back, well, no, actually we shouldn't, because the data indicates that whether or not we're spending money on remarketing, we're getting the same conversion rate and the same revenue. So the remarketing money is just additional money spent on clicks that isn't actually increasing revenue. And we should spend that money here and not where you suggested. And you come across it with an intelligent authority, like not only am I going to be proactive, but I have reasons, and I can explain why these suggestions are the ones that I'm making. You become a very, very powerful agency, and you start developing better relationships with your clients. So you want to communicate through your proposal that you're an expert. You will be able to take the reins. You will be able to direct this orchestra, and every dollar spent on every channel are all individual musicians of an orchestra, and you could be the director, and you could create a symphony. That's the authority element, but you also want to show appreciation. You want to express to the client that you're thankful, that you recognize that there are other talented agencies out there, and you did not have to bring us your business, and we take that seriously, and we take your money seriously, that you're giving us a chance to partner with you on this digital marketing initiative is something that we don't take lightly. It's a big responsibility, and we thank you for that. And you want to convey that as well, because if you could communicate that you're someone that recognizes opportunity and you're appreciative, it shows that you have a strong character, right? And if you could do both of these in a proposal, and you certainly can, it's not hard, you just have to think about these concepts, you'll be well on your way to writing very good proposals. So I think this is the basic introduction from a psychological high-level perspective. Send those proposals right away. Get them out if you can after the first phone call. And by the way, even if you don't know for sure, like I had this last week where we were dealing with a prospect that we might be doing like Facebook and Instagram advertising, influencer marketing for. Certainly we were going to do Google Ads. I said, I'm going to send you a proposal anyway, just for assuming that we were just managing Google Ads. And you'll take a look, you'll see, and I did. And it ends up being that they want to also advertise Facebook. Okay, so you go and you edit the proposal. Not a big deal. But you get the wheels turning as soon as you can, and the client already psychologically feels that they're further along in the selling process than they actually are, because you're going through the motions of a sale. You're going through the motions of closing a deal. And that's very powerful. You don't do it in a pushy way. You do it in the way that I described. Okay, so let's talk about now the actual building blocks any good proposal should have. All right, so this is the contents of your proposal. Now there's 13 sections here. Not every proposal I have that we've sent out includes all 13 of these sections. But basically, I'll let you know which ones sometimes we don't include. So, and maybe I'll make a notation of like what you're trying to accomplish in each stage, or some of the key points here. So you have your cover page. Cover page is important. All right. So your cover page, you have an image, you have a title, you have a logo, right? So you have logo. Put your company, even the client's company is good. title, dates, names, like, submitted by your team, right? That's the cover page. So this is all about communicating what I call PV, production value. Production value is important because if it looks nice and it feels professional, it feels well thought out, clients will just implicitly understand that a lot of work and thought went into that, okay? So the next section of your proposal is going to be a welcome overview, right? This is like a personal, this is more like a letter, right? And it starts off, dear your client, right? So dear Nancy, thank you very much for your call today, etc. We have a templated version of this opening cover letter, and I change it a little bit. It takes me 30 seconds every time I send out a proposal. And that's right, it's a welcome overview. Then you have about us. Don't worry if this is on your website, right? It's these proposals, if your client wants to skip through something, they will. They probably will skip through most of it. Most clients will probably skim a little bit and they'll jump to your fees section. Okay, but it's still worth it to have, because just it being there communicates a lot of thought went into it, right? So you have your about us section. Your about us talks about your core values. So when we talk about our core values, we talk about creativity, we talk about intelligence, we talk about respect, right? We talk about respect for our clients, money, we talk about the intelligence of our team, our creative energy, we talk about our commitment to increasing performance, we talk about our level of experience, we have little paragraphs for each of those. That's the about us page, 2 pages or 3 pages sometimes. Okay, then you have a scope of services. This is where you're going to really just outline what you're going to do, and then this stage, in this section, it's very important to focus on expectations. Clients will look at this, and if you get this wrong, clients will come back to this a month, 2 months, 6 months, even a year plus into the relationship and say, hey, your proposal said this, and you're not doing that, so you need to get this right. A lot of companies make the mistake, and this was a mistake that we made early on, to in great detail outline every element of account management strategy. So we would say, if it was Facebook, we would say we're going to create 4 new campaigns a month, or if it was AdWords, we're going to be writing 12 text ads a week, and we're going to add at least 30 negative keywords a month. And this was early in the days when I didn't have as good of an understanding of signing businesses. And by the way, over the last number of years, 5 years, I've sent out over 500 proposals. So I've done my time testing and analyzing and figuring this stuff out as I went along. And this is not stuff that came naturally or easy to me per se, but it's stuff that just spending a lot of time doing, you tend to get better at it. So this is very important, managing your expectations right in the scope of services. So what I've developed is a way to describe in detail what they're getting without describing it in detail. So we'll have a section for Google Ads Management, another section for Bing Ads Management, and we'll talk about it in a high level way. We'll say, this includes creating new campaigns, designing remarketing image ads, structuring keyword lists, and all the things you're doing within the strategies that will most improve the performance and efficiency of your advertising budget. So I totally avoid specifics. When it comes to influencer marketing and certain services, if that's going to be included in the scope of services, sometimes you have to specifically outline, okay, we're going to be aiming to work with 4 influencers a month for this tier, this pricing tier, whatever it may be. But with all different types of advertising services, you could be vague while still communicating what you're doing. So if it comes to Facebook ads, you want to outline, are you going to be responsible for designing ads, whether they be video ads, image ads, etc. If that's not included in your proposal, you should say so. Oftentimes we'll get clients that are sort of paying us on the lower end of our base fee, and we won't build landing pages for free for those clients. So our larger clients that are paying us a lot more money in retainer fees, will be regularly designing landing pages or microsites for those clients. That's sort of embedded in our proposal. It's not an additional cost. If your client during the phone call said, yeah, we want to do 2 landing pages, and you discussed there'll be associated fee, I would put the landing pages in the scope of service, and I make a notation, additional fees apply for those landing pages. But I would describe, okay, we're going to build it on Webflow or on Unbounce or on WordPress, whatever it may be. We're going to take care of the copywriting if that's the case, and you describe it at a high level. The next section is, and these are, so far, every one of these sections are essential, okay? Time frame. This is a chart. We have a table, and it's really easy to make a table in some of these proposal softwares. And stages. So I usually say, and clients like this. And again, the idea is to be specific, but not overly specific. So we'll say something like, let me see if I can just get another pad here. No, I'll take out another piece of paper here for a second. I'll come back to it. So we'll say something like launch call. Okay, the launch call will be 1 to 2 days after sign up, right? So it'll look like this, the table. This will be when, and this will be what, okay? And over here we'll have some description text of what is the launch call. So we're all going to talk for the next 45, it would be a 45-minute call between our team and your team, high-level review of the business, making sure we have access to all the platforms, tracking, etc. Okay, so then it'll be like, okay, competitive research and analysis. And what does that mean? Okay, that's going to be, 3 to 5 days after sign up or after launch call. Then there'll be campaign build. And your timeline might be different. And I'll tell you something about timelines in a second. So you have campaign build, you'll have maybe conversion testing, then you'll have, let's say, a Q&A, just a final run through of some new stuff you've done. And then you'll have discovery call. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Over here is what we call our discovery call, which is the intro call. And down here is the launch call. In our company, I can't write this low, launch call, this is usually 2 weeks after we take the first payment and the client signs on, and we give ourselves 2 weeks to do the preliminary things. I think about timelines. Clients are open to any timeline you suggest, as long as it's obviously not unreasonable. Let's say it's within a week or 3 weeks, 4 weeks to get certain things done. The clients are more than willing to work within a range of your timeline as long as it makes sense, as long as they understand what you're doing and you're actually doing that work. Clients will be happy to work within your parameters. But you have to stick to it. It has to be reasonable. And in certain cases, clients will be like, okay, let's say you're managing a Google Ads account. This happens all the time. So that, well, you're not necessarily building all new campaigns. They're bleeding money, and you know that there's a negative keyword that you could just add, and the company will save $1,000 a day, right? So there's no reason to have to wait until your launch call, which is, we say, there's a call with you. We want to get the green light, make sure everything is working. You could tell your client, and this is something we tell them all the time, saying, listen, this is our standard process. If there's anything that's an emergency, or we see any immediate short-term egregious errors, we'll take care of those right away. And then we'll go back to our competitive research, really learning your business, learning your competitors, structuring new campaigns, new keyword ideas, new ad concepts. If we're building a landing page, that could have a separate timeline. And if you have a number of different services quoted in the proposal, you could have a number of different timelines. So you can have a timeline for the campaign launch for Google Ads, and you can have a timeline for a landing page. Now, some people will like to keep reporting in the scope of services section. I like to have it separate because it gives me an opportunity for graphics, for pie charts, to show all the different metrics we're going to include, how customizable our reporting is. So whether you're using Optimizer or you're exporting PDFs from Google, or you're pulling data into Excel for your clients, or you're using any of these hundreds of reporting tools, glamorize it. Make it, or if you're using, let's say, Google Data Studio, which is a great reporting tool, make it look nice. Make it look like you focus a lot on reporting. Tell the client that you could have a daily, weekly, quarterly, monthly report. Don't do what a lot of companies do and say, okay, for this price you get weekly reports. For this price you get monthly reports. That's BS, because A, it doesn't take any time or effort to set up reports. B, there's no reason for that. If a client wants to see the daily results, okay, put it this way. Clients don't become annoying clients because they're getting daily reports. Annoying clients are just the types of clients that want to get daily reports. You understand? So don't think that if you send your client daily reports, they're gonna become annoying, difficult clients. They have access to their account, they know their data. It's usually the annoying clients that start requesting too many reports. And there have been many times we've had a client that requests daily reports, complex reports, and we explain to them that it's not even worthwhile because we're not making changes based on 1 day's worth of data. And the clients usually get that, right? So if you explain things well and intelligently, never be afraid to push back if you could defend it and you're not doing it in an aggressive way. Okay, so that's reporting. I like to include a section called the tech we use. It sounds fancy, right? Especially if you have paid tech. It shows the client that you're successful. Clients want to see, or prospects want to see, that you're a company that's spending money. They're spending money on, you're spending money on software and tools, etc. So we have logos and descriptions. So it's a mix of free and paid. So, and it's also not necessarily, it doesn't have to be relevant to every specific client. We just keep this the same as all the tech we subscribe to. So it's HubSpot, Google Tag Manager, Optimizer, Chargeify, Grow, Google Ads logo is in there, the Bing Ads logo is in there, some different bidding tools we've used in the past, Webflow, landing page design tools, Google Analytics, Google Optimize, Google Data Studio, right? You get the logos, get the tech, and you show that not only do you understand all these different tools and strategies and that you're actually using them, it's very likely a portion of the proposal that you're not going to get, or it's very likely a portion of the proposal that your prospects are not going to see from other proposals, right? So anything you do that's unique is also very good just to make you stand out. The next two sections are sometimes I have, sometimes I don't. You could include your team. You could include a bio of yourself if you're a freelancer. You could include a picture and a bio of a couple of your team members if those are the ones going to be working on the account. I don't always do that. I have done it in the past. It's a good idea. Case study. Nothing wrong with adding a one-page case study in a proposal. Yes, you might say, well, it's a proposal. What does a client want to see a case study for? They're going to skip it most likely, but you might have a couple boxes on the bottom of those 10% increase. It's an opportunity to show logos. It's an opportunity to show clients that you have. It's an opportunity to convey that sense of trust, that sense of experience, that sense of expertise. Every single section here comes back to that concept of, every single section comes back to conveying trust, expertise, knowledge, and professionalism. Your fees, straightforward, right? We have another video in this section that talks about how you're charging your client. Now, depending on how you're charging your client, this section will look a little bit different. So our typical starting point is the brackets. So we'll say, okay, we think you're starting off with an ad spend of up to $15K a month. This is going to be your, maybe we're going to be charging you $2,000 a month. That's the minimum fee. We explain how brackets work, that when you graduate into the next bracket, and this is what your fee is going to be, and you're not going to have a new setup fee. And then if you're going to be charging a setup fee, this is in this section is where you talk about your setup fees. And if there are additional bonus structures, I usually include that as a separate attachment. Because oftentimes when we do an ROAS bonus or target CPA bonus with a client, it's usually agreed upon in a spreadsheet. And I've given you guys a lot of those templates. So in the fees section, I'll have a separate page that's titled bonus. And in that bonus section, I'll describe the bonus. If it's target ROAS, I will describe the mathematics. I will give an example, and I'll say, here's the sheet with a link, a hyperlink to go to the actual bonus structure we have in place. Okay, and then you have your terms and conditions. Don't skip that. Even if it's just legalese and it doesn't mean much, it shows that it's a professional proposal. So have those terms and conditions. You can get them online. You can take the ones that I use. I haven't changed mine in 4 years. No one's ever asked me about them. Not once has a client asked me about changing something up in the terms and conditions. It's just basically boilerplate terms and conditions. Signatures. It's really important to get those signatures. You sign it, your prospect signs it, your client signs it. It's important for two reasons. One, it makes you look professional, right? Getting something signed electronically, it's just professional. And that's what real companies do. It gets signatures. Even if you're not doing long-term contracts. Now, the other reason is because you might have an issue like I just dealt with last week, where we had a really rotten egg client that basically came on board with the intention of paying us by credit card for a few months and then clawing those payments back with their bank, and they disputed the charges. And what I'm able to do in those cases, because if there ever is a chargeback, the bank by default will side with their customer, which is your client that's performing the chargeback, saying they didn't get a service. But in our case, since the client was clawing back 3 or 4 months of charges, I have a proposal that says not only are no refunds due at any time, no refunds are given at any point for any reason, but it also says that we work month to month. And when the client signs that, and you can show that in your dispute file, saying, hey, if they're charging back 4 months, and based on the proposal, knowing that we work month to month, why did they continue to work with us month after month after month that they're not trying to get back? And here's the proposal. And the proposal says no refunds, right? So it's not necessarily, it doesn't happen often, right? You're doing good work, and it doesn't happen often. So in most cases, you're going to be fine. This won't be a problem. You don't get chargebacks often, but when it does, you want to be able to fight it and provide your evidence. And having a signed proposal makes a big impact in winning some of these chargebacks. And then your last section, important, closing, right? Again, thank you and anticipation, enthusiasm. That's where you really show in the closing, is you just show another picture, another image. I'm really, depending if you're a freelancer or if you're a small agency, we're really looking forward to working with you. We're enthusiastically excited about this partnership, or we can't wait to put our great ideas to work on your behalf, right? So it's showing that authority. We have the ideas, we have the expertise, you know your business, but we appreciate this opportunity. We're looking forward to it. We don't take this lightly. That's your closing, and that's your proposal, right? These are the building blocks of your proposal. So the team, you can move it around. The case studies don't necessarily have to have. The tech section you don't necessarily have to have. If you want to just do our clients section somewhere, like let's say before the fees, to reinforce that sense of trust, not a bad idea. But really, your cover page, the welcome overview, about us, scope of services, time frame. Reporting is really dependent on how you want to put that in your proposals, but it's something that I always keep. Obviously, your fees, terms, signatures, and closing, these are all totally essential. But one of these three should definitely be in there. Because again, psychologically, what we are out to do is reinforce that sense of trust. That is the goal, is reinforcing that sense of trust. Now, as far as tools go, I want to walk you through a couple different ways you can actually get this proposal done. So let me get rid of this here first. Bear with me. Let me get rid of this page. Okay. So what about proposal tools, software? Okay. Now, I'm hopefully going to get a discounted link from Proposify, which is the tool that I use. I would love for it to be an affiliate link. I'm not ashamed to make a buck if you guys sign up for Proposify, and I'm certainly not an affiliate of Proposify now. I never have been, and I've used a lot of different software. So my favorite, by far, is a company called they spell it with a Z. No, do they? No, I think they spell it with an S. I know how proposals are spelled. Proposify, I believe, spells it with an S. Okay? Proposify. I'm in there like all the time, and it's hard to remember. So it's an online tool that allows you to create proposals really easily, and they actually have a bunch of these digital marketing proposals, pre-built templates that you can start with, a really nice template gallery. And the proposal templates that I'm going to share with you are from Proposify, that are built in Proposify, and it might be easier to transfer some of the stuff that I'm doing if that's something that you wish to do. But proposals, it's highly professional. So clients you could brand your URL. So when a client gets a link to a proposal, it goes to proposals.adventureppc.com. Right? So all of a sudden you look very professional. It's live, the documents are live. So that means a client can comment on a section, or you can comment on a section and update it. You'll get a notification, the client refreshes the page, and the whatever was edited now appears. Right? It's a live document. Dynamic variables. So when you go to make a new proposal, and maybe I'll probably do another I'll probably do an actual training on Proposify because it's worth it. And I think, I don't know, I'm paying probably $200 a month, but I think that the plan for 1 or 2 users is $50 a month. It's affordable. At $50 a month, it's really worth it. They might have a $29 a month plan. You take a look at their website. It's highly dynamic variable. So you enter in the client's name, the client's company name, your name, phone number, etc. And throughout the proposal, in your text, you could put those dynamic variables in. So in the welcome page, when I say I can't wait to do business with variable client's company, right? Company name. And every time I make a proposal, it makes it really quick to just, throughout the whole 30-page proposal, put in the client's company name in all the right spots so I don't have to do it manually. And you can do that with all different sorts of variables. It's easy to make tables, right? Pricing tables with totals, and then you could use the total. So if I have like 5 different services that I'm charging for, it totals it up, and then later on I could reference that total. So, you know, first month's payment of, it'll reference the total in the table, in the pricing table. It allows you to make timeline tables very easily and nicely. You'll get a notification when your client opens the proposal for the first time and the second time. There's good analytics showing how long it takes you to close a deal, how long it takes for clients to open emails, how many minutes did a client spend looking at different sections of the proposal. It's really cool software, and it's honestly built specifically for digital marketing professionals. That's Proposify. Let's see, what else do I like about it? Customized templates when you send out your proposal, prompting them to open the proposal and just giving them another thank you and what's going to be inside. Very highly customizable design. You can embed videos and images into the proposal, change the fonts, change the colors, and then when the client opens it, it's like a little mini website. So you'll see, like, on the left-hand side of the proposal, there's like your section titles. So it's your welcome, overview, about us, fees, legal, etc. And they can click and scroll down automatically to those different sections. It's mobile optimized. And then the electronic signatures are great. So that's another big factor here. It makes it very easy for electronic signatures, both for you and for your client. It's signed electronically. You'll get a notification when your client signs the proposal electronically. You get PDF versions. You can download a PDF version. You can send your team members preview links. You can send your client custom links. It's really secure. It's a really, really great proposal system. I highly recommend you guys check it out. It does everything. It really does everything you need. It's not a perfect tool. Like, it gets a little buggy, but it's really not bad. Next is PandaDoc. By the way, I've tried a lot of proposal softwares. I don't use PandaDoc. I have used it in the past. It's a little bit more professional in terms of its templates. Like, it looks more. The PandaDoc templates end up looking more like Word documents, but it also does a lot of these things like dynamic variables and pricing tables, electronic signatures, etc. I think it's a fine way to go. I personally don't use it. Before I started using something like Proposify, I was using Google Docs in the very beginning, and there's nothing wrong with that if that's what you want to do. But just make sure you customize it. You add your logo, you add your headers and your footers and your page numbers, and you write out your sections, and you have a nice font, and it's legible and it's clear, and you can put your tables in, and you could drag images in, etc. I once wrote a 60-page proposal in Google Docs, sent it out to a big client, and we won that deal. I just remembered, actually our largest client, we sent them a proposal in Proposify. And I remember him being so impressed. He told like somebody in his office, his assistant, he's like, we have to get this for our vendors, something like this for our vendors, which looks so professional. They were really impressed with how our proposals looked using Proposify. But anyway, Google Docs is not a bad way to go. PandaDoc is another good online software. Google Docs obviously is free. If you're much more of an analytically minded person, you could probably get away with doing a lot of these sections in Google Sheets or Excel for the proposals, but I really recommend you don't do that, because remember, production value, right? You don't have that unless you're using something professional. It's worth it to spend the $50. It really is. You'll be able to charge your clients double what they would have paid based on how professional your proposal looks. Like, I'm telling you, I've seen this stuff. So your production value, right? Professionalism, expertise, knowledge, experience. All these things come out a lot more when you take the time and the energy to put together a proposal. And one more thing, by the way, about Proposify is the library feature. So you could build all these different sections. You could build your team section, you could build your client logo section, you could build your fee tables, and you could have like 10 different fee table variants depending on the service. You could have your different legal sections even. You could have different about us sections. You could have different scope of service sections. You could have a scope of service for PPC, for Facebook, for Instagram, for content, for SEO. And you could add and configure every proposal to pull in different blocks whenever you want. So you could have, you're sending out a proposal, you don't want the PPC scope of services, you just want the Facebook advertising scope of services, you pull that in, you delete the Google Ads part, or the PPC part. You want to add in a team bio, but you don't want the case study, easy, it's fine, it's all there, it's all in that library. So I highly recommend you check out Proposify. It's honestly, I've been using this for over 4 years for every single proposal, so I don't know really, I know a good amount about PandaDoc, and I know a good amount about Google Docs, but this is what I use. But whatever software you end up using, and I'm sure there are good softwares that I'm not familiar with when it comes to writing proposals, I did cycle through a lot of them before I settled on Proposify for it has the best all-around range of features for what a digital agency needs. But whatever you do, focus on those ideas of getting the proposals out quickly, and making sure in every paragraph you write, you convey professionalism, you convey expertise, you convey knowledge. And why do you want to do those things? What is the ultimate goal? Psychologically, obviously the ultimate goal is to sign the client, but what stands between you and the client? There's one thing: trust. So the better the proposal is, the more you convey knowledge, expertise, professionalism, production value, and that a lot of time went into this, the more trust that will be communicated. And the best time to do that is as soon as possible. There's never a time too soon to start conveying trust to your clients. So even after that first phone call, definitely go ahead and get that proposal out. So I'm going to create more videos about proposals, and I'll probably do a full-length tutorial on Proposify, and I'll probably also do a couple other lectures that have specific templates for you guys to download and look at and certainly use. I don't think that there's anything else that I haven't covered. You have the building blocks of a proposal, you have the psychological ideas, you have the structure. Now you just need to go and actually start building the stuff. It takes a lot of time, but spend the time. Allocate an hour or 2 hours every day for the next 2 weeks to build out a library of elements that you'll be using in your proposals. It's really worth the time to write this stuff out, because when a client gets it, they think, not that they think necessarily, but it looks as if you've written this for them, right? Not that they think that you did it purely from scratch for them, but that's the sense a person will get. And especially something when you have a tool like Proposify or PandaDoc, you have those dynamic variables. In any little footnote or any little pricing table description or headline, you could customize with the client's first name, with the company's name, with the total amount. So it really looks like there was a lot of editing at least done in a large proposal. But take the time now to really get this stuff together. It'll be very, very worth your while. Getting this stage right could double or triple your conversion rate, right? If you have some prospects, if you have some companies that you might be able to work with, getting out a very impressive proposal can really make the difference between losing a deal and closing a deal. Good luck, enjoy, get to work, and let me know how your proposals are working for you on your behalf. Cheers for now.
All right, Brendan, for the sake of training and all these other things, can you give a very brief elevator pitch on the Metrics That Matter report and what we're trying to accomplish today?
So what we're trying to accomplish with the Metrics That Matter report is customize a reporting so it acts as horse blinders for the client in terms of our strategy and the way that we're measuring the success of our strategy. So like everything that develops out of the Metrics That Matter directly relate to the client's goals and the strategy that we're deploying in the account. So what it should really do is act as like, hopefully a way that the client can just get a gut check on how we're doing without going into the account and looking at a million different things. So if I was to give an elevator pitch, it's that we're directly reporting out on whatever the client's goals are, as well as the strategy that we're deploying to help reach those goals. So I don't know if, Patrick, have you been talking about like minimum viable KPI with anybody else, or is it like a new concept that I should review?
let's review that. But the other point I want to make before we get there is last night I sent out that you guys got a link to a document that shows account management roles. Inside there's a link to another document about the metrics that matter report. That's still a work in progress, but that kind of details our overall philosophy and goal with this project. And one thing that we need to rewrite that a little bit, Brendan, because I think, like, if you were to say, okay, well, what are the metrics that matter? It's okay. It's probably like revenue and ROAS, or it's qualified leads, like volume of leads, and CPA for a lead gen client. Like, realistically, we're a performance advertising agency. That's really what matters. That's the performance. But the goal of this report isn't just to report on revenue, because revenue is an output. And the path to revenue is not always linear or simple. So really what the metrics that matter report is really about, it's connecting the dots between our strategy that we're implementing in the account and then leading indicators, which is a concept and a buzzword that I want everyone to really become familiar with. Leading indicators that then, where profit or CPA or ROAS or whatever, that's the output. That's the final output. So an example here is like, let's say we're launching a new initiative and we're doing search advertising. And we got rid of a bunch of keywords in the account and we just put in new keywords. So what are the leading indicators that are going to prove us successful? Okay, well, some of the things that, like, before anyone makes a sale, I want to get a sense of, like, can this ever work? So are these people bouncing off the site as soon as they get there? If yes, then that's a bad thing. So are they coming to the site and viewing multiple pages? What's the cost to acquire them as a click? Ultimately, what's their conversion rate? There's a lot of other things that tell the story about whether or not this new initiative that you just launched is a good idea. If you have a lot of good ideas in your strategy, profit will naturally come. But the metrics that matter report is to help tell the story about what we're doing on a day-to-day basis that will then drive the actual outcomes that we're all really optimizing for. Any questions on that specifically? By the way, that was a bad example of leading indicators. The better example, right? Yeah. So we really first learned about this with they have retail stores all around the country. They make money when somebody pays them to fix their broken iPhone screen. But we don't have that data in the account. So a leading indicator are when someone goes to the website and schedules an appointment. So a lot of those appointments, people don't show up. And when they show up, they don't always purchase a product. But on a given day, we can track that as a metric and say, okay, well, we know that we're going in the right direction because we had, 100 people schedule appointments today. Or we had 1,000 people go to Waze and hit get directions to a YouBreak store. That's a leading indicator. So we know if we launch a new thing, even though we haven't realized the profit yet, that's a better thing than if they didn't do that action. All right, that's my soapbox on that. Brandon, do you want to introduce the concept of the minimum viable conversion, minimum viable KPI?
Yeah, so this is, I think it's a little bit of a tricky concept to kind of think about. The way I like to think about minimum viable KPI is the client wakes up the next day and they look at performance for the past 30 days and we're not hitting this. They would decide to cancel. Like, when I kind of think back to this, there's about 1 million memories that come into my head about clients like hopping on and saying, X metric has been, at whatever for the past 3 months. Like, why are we even paying you? And they ended up churning. So I guess with that, the way I think of minimum viable KPI is kind of on the basis of what their goal is and where we currently, or when we inherited the account, where we sat against that goal. And this might not always be the case, but that's the way I think about it. The reason that might not always be the case is if, the client comes to us and says they want to drastically scale up the account, they're willing to sacrifice something like ROAS the minimum viable KPI is what they would drastically change from there. So with that, every report, what?
Think about it this way. What's the worst we can do and still retain the client? I know that's like a sadistic and pessimistic way to think about the work that we do, but what is the worst performance that we can have in an account where the client won't cancel? That's minimum viable KPI. So we just got off a call. They mentioned that by Q4, they want to be spending between $700,000 and $1 million a month in advertising and doing so profitably. That's a lofty goal. We spent like 60K last month. If we don't get to that, I don't know if they'll cancel because there's a million other things that are variables along with that goal. But I know that in the short term, they have a 3-to-1 marketing efficiency goal, meaning for all of our ad spend, if we spend $10,000 today, they need to generate at least $30,000 in sales in Shopify. And if we're not retaining that baseline MER for a given month, they'll probably cancel. So regardless of what we're spending, this month we might spend 55K. Next month we might spend 70. The month after we might spend 60. It doesn't really matter. That marketing efficiency ratio is the minimum viable KPI. We need to be above the 3-to-1. Otherwise, they're gonna cancel the contract.
I would add on to that and say if you're probably not scaling at all or making attempts to scale, they'd also probably cancel. So like, right. If it's week over week that you're talking about and you don't see an increase in terms of spend, they probably won't react. But if it's week over week over week where you're not trying to increase account spend to get up to their goal, they're going to cancel. So it's a little bit complex in that, but you have to kind of read the underlying issue here, which is in order for them to be profitable, they have to have a 3-to-1 ratio between total ad spend and total revenue driven on the site. I probably said that backwards in terms of ratio. And then second to that is that they want to scale up drastically. So if you're not trying to or making attempts to increase on either a weekly or a bi-weekly basis in terms of spend, they're probably also not going to be happy. So in that case, the minimum viable KPIs, there's two. It's spend and it's the MER that Patrick was talking about.
Yeah.
So Patrick also made some comments, and we'll go into the leading indicators. I have some thoughts on like how I analyze what the leading indicators are. They're not perfect and they're not steadfast rules, but I think it's a good way to try to think about what could possibly happen. But I guess before we get any further, we're going to have to start talking about a client in a specific situation. So the reason that we wanted to talk today was, so with the first thing we have to start to think about is the client's goals and then the minimum viable KPIs. So first, really coming out, and it's ever since the discovery call, you should review goals with the client. I think this needs a little bit of revamping in terms of the way that we describe goals with clients to make them more specific. But what were the goals discussed for during the discovery call?
Ash, Ash might not have a great answer to this because it's sort of been up in the air, which is totally fair. And and we just are in the middle of trying to figure out what our profit margins are.
Yep.
So I'm going to continue this conversation and make a few assumptions about what the goals are.
Yeah.
But from a profit standpoint, I'm going to assume a 3-to-1 return on ad spend is the baseline. Now, again, we're asking specifics on profit margins so that we can get a real return on ad spend here. I'm operating with that assumption in mind for now. I think that I think that's conservative. So that's good. That's kind of goal number one. But Ash, do you want to add as far as like spend and some of the other things about like the US versus Canada thing and talk a little bit about
Yeah, so they want to drive more customers on the US side, ideally. We actually end up fixing a little bit of an issue with their URL today. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more on the US side as well. Yeah, so it's really they're trying to drive more traffic in the U.S. versus the Canadian side. They're based in Canada, so they're trying to target a little bit more on this side.
I know that it's vague at this point, but when they say drive an increase in U.S. customers, is that like total revenue from U.S.? Is that total new customers generated? Do we have like an idea for that?
Would it be new customers, Patrick?
I assume so. I don't think it's that sophisticated where it's like she's thinking in terms of new customers versus repeat. They've been around for a while. I think they're relatively small in the grand scheme of things.
I'll say new revenue, just generally speaking. And is there any other goals?
Ash, you know how much they were spending, if anything, before we came on board?
I can check. I think that it's had a couple of old campaigns running. Let me see what they were doing previously. So I don't think it was that much at all.
So what I would want to look at, maybe I can pull this up. I hope we go on analytics access. It's like the reason a client like this hires us is because they're running a good business and they clearly want to grow. So like growth is a big part of it. So we want to be able to bring new initiatives to the table. Like she's running a comfortable business. Like this isn't a side project, but also she's not spending a ton of money and taking on a lot of risk for running advertising. So this is sort of a big risk for her to be like, I'm going to hire an agency, spend more money in ads. So she's hoping that there's going to be growth and profit that comes with this. So my take is we need to be growing the business, right? So like, I don't know what the baseline threshold is, but like, let's say they've been doing, I don't know, $4,000 a day in Shopify. Realistically, we should get that. Like our target here should be growing top line revenue. Beyond that, like maybe not like in a specific way, but like overall, like incremental growth is something we want to point to. This isn't the sort of thing where it's like get us to 10K a day or you're fired. But I do think that just proving incremental growth, top line revenue that's profitable is a real goal as to why she brought us on.
They originally spent about $7,000 to $10,000
total,
I believe, on ads. Yeah. This is based on the discovery notes that Charles and I took.
That's total spend though per month, right? That's not.
No, yeah, that's total. But
right. So a lot of this seems to be,
You know what? They also have in the discovery notes. They also have it's a 50% cost of goods sold. That's what I have in there.
Perfect. So a 2-to-1 is break even.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not with ROAS. That's with MER, Patrick, or is that with?
Yeah, 2-to-1 ROAS would be break even ROAS.
Okay.
And I think that definitely what Patrick was saying about growth being like a really big factor, because I know that one of the things they also mentioned was that their previous agency, they lost 3/4 of their overall traffic coming in, and that was really hard on them. So they're really looking to grow from there.
Okay, so it sounds like growth is the main goal. They can afford a little bit of a lag. What's their current ROAS? So it says like goal was a 3x ROAS. I think Patrick came up with that, but he also just dropped off. What's their current, when we inherited the account, and what is the current ROAS?
Let me look right now. Do you want it from this past month?
I guess over a longer period, yeah. A month is good. If you want to take an even longer period from that, that's fine as well. You can do like 90 days and then 30 days.
It's not going to be, there's been conversion tracking changes. So this, whatever number you're going to read from the account, it's not going to be.
Right. I forgot we were doing that with Simone.
When has that been cleaned up yet, Ash?
We're still in the process of cleaning that up. So the conversion tracking should be done and everything's good with that. It's just the cleaning up the other tags that are on the page.
Okay.
All right. Let's just assume. Let me look at this real quick. Let's make an assumption that we're at a 3x ROAS right now, Brendan. Which might, like, is kind of being reported in the account. It might be close to being accurate, but it's not 100% accurate. But it's right now.
Okay.
I know that she's comfortable. Like the alarm bells are not necessarily going off that they're hemorrhaging money.
Okay. All right. So the reason that we go through this exercise is because our strategy now has to be related or in the direction of hitting these goals, right? From what it sounds like, I would actually prioritize this 3x ROAS goal a little bit lower than the other two. I'm going to highlight that. I don't know if it's going to highlight the cell it's going to. Yeah. I don't know if I can highlight the text only. I'll just change the text. Okay. So I guess before I put it in any like of my 2 cents, because sometimes it's not necessary, what is the current strategy for the account?
So we have a shopping campaign up, we have a PMAX campaign up, and we have a search campaign. And within the search campaign, because they have, we were noticing a lot of search terms come up, we started creating ad groups based on that. However, PMAXs right now are leading in terms of conversions.
Does that answer, Brendan? Is that your question about strategy, or are you looking for something else?
So I am looking for something else there. What you're describing to me is like what's the leading force in your strategy, I think, which I think it could be like very easily, I guess, swapped. I think what's going on though is the language that you're using isn't as descriptive for the strategy so much as what's going on in the account. So like the way, and I don't know if this is true, but the way I would, try to think about this is like, okay, PMAX right now, because it's an omni-channel, right? We're spending a lot of money in it because we think it's going to be a driver for new customer growth. We're spending more money in PMAX than the other campaigns. And that would be, I guess, getting closer to, the strategy for the account. Because based off of what we've broken down, right, the main goal is growth. And it seems like new customer acquisition is at the foundation of that. So if you're going from it with that approach for PMAX, I think that would be closer to the stratery. So I think it's just like revamping, and I don't know if that is true, but I think it's revamping the way.
Let me try and articulate the strategy in a different way. But my take on their business is that like the core functionality is some of these more. There is bottom funnel search and demand for these products. We don't have to go out there and tell people about the value of. There's already a market for. We don't necessarily, and not yet at least, like there's enough volume at the bottom of the funnel that we don't need to go and create ads that talk about the value of whatever it is that like my parents redid the bathroom with, a year and a half ago was a total nightmare. It wasn't this. So like we don't need to advertise the benefits of, because there's already a big market that exists for that. So the strategy is just capturing that demand. So that's why it's search. That's why it's shopping. And the reason why I think PMAX is doing well is because it's optimizing for both of those things, right? It's search and shopping. And a lot of the images are very compelling. So that's my take as to why it's effective at capturing the bottom funnel demand. But as of right now, it's a relatively simple, straightforward bottom funnel. Let's capture the demand that already exists for people that are looking for. We recently did the search campaign to look at things like, so there's volume for this stuff, which is great. So we're trying to capture that for as much of the budget as possible. Okay, so yeah, I
I understand, I guess, the strategy more. What I would say is, like, right now, for the strategy, we're going to try to capture as much bottom funnel traffic as physically possible because we know there to be more bottom of funnel traffic available than what we're currently targeting. So it sounds funny to say it's like more of the same, but the strategy is kind of more of the same. It's, you know, expanding, discovery, refining, expanding, refining, expanding, refining, up until the point where you're able to scale from, you know, a 7K monthly budget up to a 20K monthly budget. And then maybe, you know, you'll figure out a point where you are comfortable and you don't think there's any more bottom funnel demand to capture. So right now, by the sounds of it, at a 3x ROAS, do we think there's a bunch of refinement that should be done within the current strategy? Or is it very much so like continue to expand?
Like, are you saying with our current budget, is there a possibility to make that 3x a 4x or a 5x?
Yeah.
Interesting. I think that probably more of the opportunity, because these are newer campaigns and newer initiatives, I think that there's probably more of an opportunity to grow revenue at our current like mix. So spend more. Yeah, maybe it can be more profitable. But like I don't think this is gonna turn around and have like a 6 times return on ad spend. No.
Yes. Okay. So the strategy is to keep pushing PMax and trying to get to spend more at a similar return. And I don't think that's like unreasonable. I think like what you want to find is like at what point can we cap this? Like at what point is the cap happening? So like the conversation with the client will probably be, you know, we spend about whatever per month. Like what we want to do is we want to continue to push that spend at a similar return up to the point where we can't anymore. And what you would also convey to the client is like, with doing that, there's going to be some weeks of instability, right? We might see 1 week where we have a 2x return on ad spend. That doesn't mean that we've hit our cap. That just means that maybe it needs a week to stabilize. But what it sounds like is that we're going to keep pushing up and up and up with PMax. I don't know if there's development with search to continue to expand, but from the sounds of it, if there is for search, one thing that I would consider is if it's within the same campaign and just increasing budgets, you should probably have some search impression share metrics in there as a leading indicator. So with that,
not to harp on the semantics here, in my mind, I don't think search impression share is a leading indicator so much as it is a reference point about the capacity of the current strategy. Do you agree?
I think it's a health metric. Yeah, I would consider it to be a health metric for like the strategy.
Cool. So the idea here, team, and I agree with you, Brendan. The idea here is that we've identified the strategy here is that there's bottom funnel demand for the products that they sell. So our strategy has to do with capturing that demand as profitably as possible. Now, we're introducing search impression share because we want to be mindful of how much can we spend and do this, right? Like how much bottom funnel demand is there? And if we're at like, okay, great. So we're doing this profitably. Things are going well. We're happy with performance. But if we're at a 90% search impression share and the client says we want to be spending more money, we need to be realistic in saying like our current campaigns are kind of tapped out. So we either have to look up funnel, we have to look at keyword expansion, or we have to shift our focus away from growth and more toward return on ad spend if we want to squeeze that fruit for as much juice as possible.
I'm also going to include as a health. Yeah, I mean, that does make.
Does anyone have any questions on it? Because I think that this is, because now, like, I'm starting to already think down the road, because the whole point of this report, by the way, is to like guide conversations with the client. So if we're now coming to a call and we're doing an update. Wonder if Ash just accidentally left. If we're coming to a call to provide an update to the client, you don't just want to be regurgitating. Hey Ash, good to have you back. If we're coming to a call with a client, we don't just want to be regurgitating return on ad spend numbers or revenue numbers. What you really want to be doing is providing insights about what's happening in the account, what are we doing next, what does this all mean for me, right? Like that's what the client wants to know. So if we're looking at this saying like, listen, our strategy is to capture the bottom funnel demand as profitably as possible. And right now, like we're doing that. And we're capping out on search impression share, meaning there's not a lot of additional room for us to throw money at these search campaigns. So therefore, we're going to look at adding new keywords. So the initiative next week is to look at new keywords that we can add to the account to increase the amount of auctions, bottom funnel auctions that we can capture. So maybe they had a new product line that focuses on. So, okay, maybe there's keyword volume for people looking for. And now by introducing those keywords to the account, we're entering into more auctions that will hopefully convert profitably. So search impression share is an indicator that allows you to realize like, hey, I either need to look for more keywords or start thinking of other tactics to grow the business here.
I added an additional health metric, which goes directly off of that conversation, which is search impression share loss due to budget. So search impression share loss due to budget is going to be a representation of like at similar CPC levels, at least in my eyes, similar CPC levels, you're going to be able to expand out budget a little bit. If you see a percentage here, it's kind of a rule of thumb, but you should be able to expand out and see similar CPCs. Now, everything else is kind of up in the air from that point, but what search impression share loss due to budget really says is based off of where you currently position for your ad rank, can you spend more budget? So again, going into Patrick's conversation about like, what is search impression share at and like how much more can you expand? Search impression share loss due to budget is a pretty good indication of like, we can expand it up a little bit without having a drastic reaction in terms of what we were just talking about with return on ad spend, changes in CPCs. It's not an always, it's a Patrick expression. Never, never. Sometimes
Never,
always.
never. Always.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those are only two metrics, and we're, I know, a pretty good chunk of the way through the conversation. What I would say is conversion action one, it's going to be an on-site conversion, which in this case would be a sale. I don't think they have any leads. They're a e-com business.
Is that, are you saying transactions or are you saying revenue? Like by sales, what do you mean? Like conversions
like
or conversions?
Purchase.
So conversions.
Purchases. Yeah.
Right.
The conversion. Yeah.
Okay.
And then this is your CPA column. With that, I mean, what I would also consider is like we're talking about a situation where we're talking about how that bottom of funnel traffic is converting, right? Like what's directly impactful off of ROAS, right? Is where I would then go from here. So when you're talking about your CPA and your ROAS, I like to think about what ways in which this should be broken out. So with your leading indicators, when you start to think about them, I try to break out metrics as much as physically possible. And Optimizer is a really good tool. I'm sure we'll show how to use it at some point soon. I don't know if this is the time for it, but it's a decision tree off of certain metrics. And what that does is that allows you the ability to kind of break out certain metrics and see what's impacting them. And the same way you can kind of logistically or logically think about how these metrics break out. So like with ROAS, the way I would think about it is like the original or the initial breakout would be AOV, total conversions, and your total spend. Yeah, your average order value, your total conversions, because those multiplied by each other is your total revenue. And then I would look at your cost, the cost associated with that. But then you can break out those metrics even further. So like when we're talking about this, like total purchases is here. We should probably have a value for AOV. Maybe it's not necessary if everything's priced the same way and users only purchase one item, but that's something you have to consider. So like, I don't know if AOV is necessary, but if, you know, a user only purchases one time from the account, and doesn't have all the products are the same price, like there's no reason to include AOV.
Right. In this case, we should
I don't
include
know.
you will almost always want to include AOV, average order value. In this case, Brendan, I disagree that CPA matters. In an e-commerce store, ROAS is your profit metric. Like CPA depends on, like, your cost per conversion almost never matters with e-commerce, because it's like, okay, well, if we had a $15 CPA, is that good or bad? Well, it depends on the average order value, which, so the return on ad spend will be that proxy for you. But do you disagree?
I don't know enough about the business, to be honest. I mean, with an e-commerce account,
are there any e-commerce accounts that you work with? Like, I'm actually just really curious about it. Like, are you looking at CPA anywhere?
Yes. I'm
Where?
looking at CPA because the AOV stays consistent. Like, I don't think there's going to be any situation where AOV greatly has a difference. It's consistently around $50, $40 to $50. So
why
in that case,
return on ad spend not the better metric
then CPA, it's not. I look at ROAS. Sorry, ROAS is the bottom line. But between AOV and CPA, I look at the CPA rather than the AOV.
Yeah. I wasn't saying that AOV mattered. My question or my comment here was about, you included a column for CPA when I think that should be a column for ROAS.
I mean, it's, I guess, a preference. Like, I was going to include ROAS as the last metric in the row. And maybe I should have started with that. It's fine.
I personally think in most cases, CPA is not going to matter for e-commerce accounts. So just to make it simple, like, and if we're trying to keep this report somewhat clean and easy, I would remove it here, because we're going to have a range in average order value. So I would just have our profit metric be ROAS.
I realized that this should be change. Or I guess this could just be conversion value, and then this can be ROAS.
Right.
So you have AOV, total purchases, conversion value, and ROAS.
Right.
Lined up real nicely. So when we're talking about this, the last thing I would think about including is, like, you're talking about a situation with bottom funnel traffic, right? You're trying to expand as much as possible out in terms of bottom funnel traffic. My question to that is, how do you determine what is truly bottom of funnel traffic? Like, I think a lot, if I was asked this, a year and a half ago, I would say search intent, but I don't think that's the right way to think about bottom funnel traffic for a client, because bottom funnel traffic for you compared to your competitors should vary a little bit, right? If they're specialized and they have competitive advantage in one product, that may make that more bottom of funnel to them than you. So the way I like to think of bottom funnel traffic is predictability to convert. And the best metric that you can think of when you talk about predictability to convert on a click is conversion rate. So when I would talk to the client about this, I would think about conversion rate, because I think that's a good way to think about how bottom of the funnel your traffic truly is.
Yep. I'm with you. So I think let's cut to the chase here. I think conversion rate, we sort of spoiled this because I think on the Friday rundown or at some point sort of hinted at this idea that like if your strategy heavily leans on capturing bottom funnel demand, then two very important metrics that matter are cost per click and conversion rate. So Ash asked the question yesterday of like, what's the best way of improving the return on ad spend for a shopping campaign? It's like, well, it's a number of things but it all, any answer I have to that question is to do one of two things. It's either to increase conversion rate or it's to decrease cost per click. Because if I'm trying to generate a better return on ad spend, and if you think about how does the math work out to generate conversion value over cost, it's what percentage of your traffic is converting and what are you paying for that traffic? So if you can hold a steady conversion rate, let's say you have a 1% conversion rate, but your cost per click drops significantly, you're going to be more profitable. You're going to have a better return on ad spend because you're converting the same amount, but you're paying less for it. Or if the opposite happens, if your cost per click is the same, but you're converting a higher percentage of those clicks into customers, you're going to be more profitable. So from a leading indicator standpoint, those are your two leading indicators. If ROAS is the goal, your primary leading indicators are cost per click and conversion rate. Within like apples to apples, right? If I'm looking at a specific campaign. And now search impression share allows you to get an understanding about how much total traffic exists in the search campaign specifically that you're bidding on right now. And that's why like there's all these other metrics in the account, right? All these other things that help tell the story. Clicks, there's impressions, there's click-through rate, and there's quality score, and there's a billion other things. But in terms of us like actually boiling it down to like what are we doing with our strategy whatever we're doing to the shopping campaign is we're probably pulling levers with the goal of increasing conversion rate or decreasing cost per click. Because specifically like our goal of that is to increase return on ad spend. So if we're gonna update the client on a meeting about how our strategy is going, we should be addressing cost per click and conversion rate, assuming that the return on ad spend will follow. Took us a little while to get there. That's in the loop, the whole lead indicator conversation.
I mean, the final thing there that could change all of this, and it's highly unlikely too, is if your average order value suddenly skyrockets, all of that is thrown kind of out the window. But that's why we have average order value in here. We're not consistently looking at AOV on a week over week period to see changes, but we do want to keep a gut check on it as a health metric. So that's not a leading indicator here, but that is like what I would consider to be a health metric on this sheet. So like if I was to color code and talk about leading indicators compared to health metrics, what it would go through is it would look something like, okay, it'd probably be something with total cost, just because you're talking about a situation where you want to ramp, right? It would probably be something with CPCs, but even that I would consider to be more of a health metric. What we're really looking at here is, I would say, because CPCs are probably going to stay relatively consistent, I would say your, and this is a little bit of a mess, but we'll clean it up. These are your conversion rate, conversion value, total purchases, ROAS are your leading indicators. And then the rest is health metrics to help you get to that point. Then, so the second half of this is we have the leading indicators and the health metrics that we want to contribute to our week over week sheet. Now it comes down to how do we want to break out the view for the client in terms of the way that we're conducting our strategy. So I already put in performance max. I spelled performance max wrong, which is not something we want to have on our week over week metrics that matter sheet. But then the second way to think about this is, how are we conducting our strategy? Is there a bottom of funnel search campaign that we're not touching because we believe it's at a certain point with efficiency and it's capped? Is there a separate campaign that we're trying to scale up? Is it all sitting within one search campaign? Like, how should we think about breaking this out? And I guess I'll put that on the team's board.
So for now, I would say just listing, this isn't as interesting for the sake of this conversation, but I think just listing out the actual campaign structure, which it's just 3 campaigns. It's Performance Max, it's the bottom funnel search campaign, and it's shopping. I don't think at this point that there's a need to group anything together or to talk about the ad groups, because I think the ad groups are the only, they're kind of a lot of the same things. I do have one question on that I want to get your take on, Brendan. We don't have a brand campaign right now. Ash, is there a specific? I know that it came up on one of the calls. Is there a reason that we don't have that in there? Did Ash specifically request us not include brand campaign?
I don't think she specifically requested. I know there's a couple calls that I wasn't on in the very beginning. It's possible she mentioned it there, but I think the conversation was that she didn't know if she wanted to bid on her specific name. She'd rather bid on bottom of the funnel keywords instead.
Right. So, okay. So we'll table that for now. We'll probably introduce a brand campaign over the next couple of weeks, because otherwise we're going to start bidding into that traffic and it's going to skew our data, whatever. But for now, this is how we want to do it. But Brandon, I am curious, one thing that we want to report on is US versus Canada performance. And we don't have separate campaigns for that. We do have an ad group in our search campaign that's targeting Canada specific keywords. So if someone's looking for, we have an ad group that's showing, Canada, whatever sort of ad copy we have there. I would like to be able to report on US versus Canada performance, but we're not structuring our campaigns that way. Do you think that this is a place to do that, or do you think that that's just something we should leave out of the MTM report altogether? And
sounds like
a reason to not include it, by the way, is because it's not currently a part of our strategy. Okay, so this is a good part of the conversation. This is a good thought exercise. While it is something we care about, and it's a performance metric we want, it's not something that's currently shaping our strategy, aside from this one ad group that we have. We have no bid adjustments. We have no separate budgets for it. Whatever. We're gonna maybe make an assessment a month from now to see if we need to have separate campaigns for US and Canada. So therefore, you can make the argument that we don't need it. But should we?
I'd say not yet, because it's not an integral part of your strategy. I do think that every so often you should be giving an analysis via analytics or through Shopify on total sales generated in each location. Right now, what it seems like is you're incorporating both into your strategy. And what I would say to that is, if the client was to ask, oh, why are we not reporting out? And I don't think they will on US versus Canada sales. You could say our strategy developed right now with a growth mentality. It should create overall uplift for both markets. That's how I'd handle that conversation. And touch base on it. I would still talk about it, but I wouldn't include that in this report because this is a platform-based performance report.
I agree.
Okay, so that's my answer, is not right now. And if you start to develop out a campaign for that, plug that into the sheet.
Yep. Cool.
So the next thing is that the rest of these columns have week over week changes incorporated into them. I think it's good to look at week over week changes for the leading indicators that we were just talking about. I don't think it's necessarily advantageous for us to look at it for all of the metrics. So like what I would say is when we're talking about this, maybe some of the health metrics for like average CPC, search impression share, because they are used as a measuring stick, should be included to show change week over week. I don't think everything needs to be included. So I'll include like average CPC. I think that we can include the search impression share for the week over week changes because they're a good measuring stick of us working towards our goals.
Yeah. I think I want to double down on why average order value is so important, because I made the comment before about cost per click, conversion rate. If you see it's like, hey, I'm increasing conversion rate and cost per click is decreasing, I don't understand why my ROAS is not improving. And the answer to that might be your average order value is decreasing. And the simple way to describe that is you're selling products. So if you go from selling, $800 to $100, at that point, it doesn't matter what your average order, it doesn't matter what your cost per click is, it doesn't matter what your conversion rate is, it's going to look very different. So it's really important to be aware of average order value, because I think speaking from experience, it's really bit me in the ass to just not be aware of that and be like, oh my God, we are selling cheap products and we should think about that and say, okay, now it's going to shift. Maybe our shopping strategy needs to be different. Maybe the landing pages need to be different. Maybe we need to figure out a way to, I don't know, do a bunch of different things to either increase average order value, make the rest of the account more profitable.
I included it, but the other way you could look at that is like your total conversion value too, and then work backwards into your AOV. So that's like what Patrick's describing is what I would say when I'm talking about working backwards for metrics. The reason AOV is important is like if you're seeing a decrease in terms of your total conversion value and you're not seeing a decrease in terms of conversions, the only other thing that leads into your conversion value is your AOV. So breaking down metrics really starts to help when you're doing that. And I think that's the helpful part of this exercise. Let's see. I don't know if this stays on as a formula. All right, so I'm just gonna plug this in. I'm gonna flip the I think we've had a conversation about this, Patrick. Which way do we want the weeks to flow? Like old versus new? Like, so this would be old and then new.
Sorry. What have you been doing? I feel like new should be on top.
Okay, I think that's what it's been doing.
I think that's more intuitive.
I found out why. Okay. Wait, I did this backwards. So we want new at the top. Sorry, new at the top.
Yes.
Okay, so what was this past week? Or I guess we can go off next week if you guys are going to fill this out.
Yeah, it's not even worth going through it now. Let's we can fill these out manually.
Yeah, I can go through it tomorrow and Monday.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay, good. All our formulas are formatted correctly. And then we just have to make sure that these are then formulated correctly. I don't even know if you even need the impression change and search impression share. Let's do the budget. You can probably just shift everything down.
Right.
Okay. I think it's productive.
So Brendan, give me some hypothetical examples of how we're talking about this, right? Like you don't know anything. Well, I mean, I guess I've talked a little bit about what this account is actually is at this point, but assume we have numbers here. Assume that they're just, assume there's not a huge change week over week in performance, right? So we have a 3 times return on ad spend. We're getting the most amount of our conversions through PMAX, but we just added new keywords to our search campaign. And the search campaign looks like it has a 30% search impression share. Based on that, how would you go about planning for this call? And why is this report valuable? If you want me to
be lying if
I just threw it.
Yeah, just make up the metrics that they're just too fast.
So the metrics are, we're on pace to spend our monthly budget. The trailing return on ad spend is a 3x, and last week we haven't. It's fine. It's flat week over week return on ad spend. We haven't had any improvements or negative performance. But the other, we're at like a 30% search impression share, and over the last week, the majority of our conversions are coming from PMAX. And the other thing that's noteworthy is that we just added a bunch of new ad groups to our search campaigns. We split out some things. We added a few more keywords. We should be able to scale search a little bit. That's kind of the point there. But based on all that information, what sort of talking points do you think we would bring to the call? Where does this report come in? What are we trying to get out of this whole exercise?
Yeah, so if you're going into a call and you just added a bunch of new keywords and, week over week, things were relatively consistent, and then prep ahead of the call, you made a bunch of changes to add keywords. What I would talk to in that case is I would say, hey, like we haven't had enough data populate for these new keywords in the account for their search impression share, but we believe there's going to be predicted added volume here. Things have relatively held consistent week over week over week in terms of all our leading indicators. But I think the positive here is that we'll be able to start to test these new keywords in the campaign and start to bring in more volume, spend a little bit more, and have the strong belief that the rest of the performance will stay relatively consistent. So I think there's optimism that you would bring into that call, talking about, the possible expansion. And like, even though like there's nothing to talk about with any of the other performance, like you could still cover it. You could still talk about, there's going to be some variation. You can talk about what's converting well historically. And you could talk about the reason that you're trying to try out new keywords or make some expansion moves. But that's the way I would probably attack that call. The thing is like we have 30-minute blocks typically held off for clients. Calls don't need to be 30 minutes. If things are relatively consistent, like you don't need to find fillers. Like you can talk about like, okay, this is our plan of attack and get off the call. As long as they think the account is being managed properly and being handled the correct way, like I think showing optimism in that call, having it be a 15-minute call and saying that you're going to check in or maybe provide them an update email or an update report, I think that's good.
You kind of failed my test.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you were even giving me metrics that even made sense.
Yeah, no, they really didn't. I think I did a bad job of setting the stage there. But what I wanted to get at is that, yeah, first of all, I agree with everything you said. Optimism, calls can be shorter. Saying that there's not enough data yet to report on it, but I think that part of your story should always come back to like, if we're all sitting on this call saying that these are a handful of metrics that matter. These are leading indicators or whatever. So I think you should have something to say about one of them, even if the data is not there yet, because now this is the thing I've been trying to get everyone to do more, right? It's what do we expect to happen? So the only update is that we added new keywords to the account. What do we expect to happen to any of these metrics? You could be totally wrong. So I
I would expect a decreased conversion rate week over week, probably, because we won't have enough optimization to take place in the account yet. That is probably what I would go into that call talking about. And it's like, if we're predicting what's going to happen in the future, like, we can predict some volatility. Maybe we have the one in a lifetime hit, and, you know, we just absolutely look out and we have, you know, 5 conversions come in from the new keywords, and our conversion rate for those, for some reason, is 10%. Like, maybe that's a possibility, but I just don't see that being incredibly likely. Typically, like, you have to work at things to make them good. So if we're at a 3% conversion rate, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a dip to 2.25. I think that's a pretty likely scenario. And that is going to have an overall impact on your ROAS in a negative way if you're spending more on those keywords. So the trickle-down effect for a decrease in conversion rate is going to be decrease in purchases week over week, or a relatively consistent performance in terms of purchases if you're spending the same amount, or spending more, I should say. Right. But I do think you'd probably have a decrease in terms of your conversion rate.
Yeah, you could say that. Depending on what the keywords are, you might expect a decrease in your cost per click, or you might expect an increase in your average order value. If they have a, you know, you're starting to advertise keywords that typically are associated with larger purchases, you could say, yeah, we might see, like, if any of these keywords drive sales, we should expect an increase in our average order value. So I think, like, that's just something to keep in mind. Like, when you're looking for things to talk about, you want to talk about strategy, and you know, I'm a big advocate for trying to talk about what you expect to happen. One thing is you expect to get more clicks next week. Now, clicks isn't on this report, but you should convey that to the client. Why? Because we just added no keywords. But is there anything else here that it's like, okay, well, here's what we expect to happen to conversion rate or cost per click or search impression share or average, whatever it is. So that's just something to think about. There's a reason that we're choosing these metrics to begin with. So let's try and tell a story. Let's try and use it as a jump off point to frame a story around what we're doing and what's going to happen next.
I also think that's a good way to set expectations for their client, not have them freak out at you on a week over week basis.
Exactly. Okay. I think this is good. Let's circle back on this. We clearly didn't get to, I did not expect us to spend over an hour just on talking about this one client, but I think we got there. I think we dragged this thing across the finish line. Ash, do you have any questions or comments or feedback?
No, I'll start filling it in, and then hopefully next week we can present it.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. This has been delightful. Brendan, thank you for all your help here. The point is, so part of this, right? So what we want to do next, like, you could look at this and say, okay, well, that's how you build something for an e-commerce account. But no, that's not what the takeaway is, because it just took us an hour to figure out what the metrics that matter are for this specific e-commerce account. What I want to do, maybe we find time to do this tomorrow. It really comes down to if Avery and Gabby are available. Because it's also an e-commerce account, but there's a lot of different, like, the strategy is very different. There's different platforms involved. I think that things like click-through rate and time on site might end up being metrics that matter for that account. Maybe a little bit less about, I don't know, cost per click. Just throwing out some ideas here. So it's going to depend on what the strategy is and what the business model is, and so on and so forth. So we're going to talk about that tomorrow and or whenever we get a chance to do it, and I will take it from there. But all right, guys, thank you so much. We'll talk soon.
Howdy, Agency Overdrive members. Exciting lecture here. Again, another massive resource. We're not going to spend too much time on walking through all the details, but it's relatively self-explanatory. Clients want their agencies to be able to give them projections. Yeah, it's true. You know, it's really hard to know. It's impossible to know how things are going to play out. You don't know how conversion rate's going to increase. You don't know what's going to happen to click-through rate. You don't know what's going to happen to CPM and CPC. You don't know what's going to happen to clients' margins. You don't know whether or not you're going to be able to spend the entire budget. You don't know how you're going to be able to scale. It's true. I mean, we've managed 700 accounts, and we still don't know because every account is different. But clients still want to know that you have a framework to project different scenarios. And what I'm going to give you today is the exact framework, the exact spreadsheet that we've sent to some extremely large clients that at the top tier of clients that we work with, these are clients that are spending 5, 10, $30 million a year annually across paid media. And these were sheets that we sent them, undoctored, exactly the outline with which we conduct ourselves. So I think it's a really valuable thing to have. And you could use this for Facebook. You could use it for display. You could use it for Google. You could use it for a combination of paid media outlook. It's very flexible. And it's something which if you send this to your client, they're going to be like, wow, like you guys really know what you're talking about. You really understand your numbers. You're confident. You're thoughtful because you have a conservative, an expected, and aggressive model for growth. And you've put this together professionally and visually in a way that just makes sense. And that's what you're going to have access to today. So you open up this sheet, make a file, go to file, make a copy, and you're good to go. And you could edit it, do whatever you wish with it. So it starts off with you pull data from the prior quarter or the prior month or the prior year. That's up to you. I'm going to walk you through this sheet as if it's a Facebook ads analysis, but this could work the same way for Google Ads, for YouTube. If you're pitching an entire model for Facebook, Google, paid search, and social, like it's very flexible because these are just core metrics that apply to every platform. Spend, CPM, impressions, these are things that are applicable across the digital advertising landscape. So let's take a look at the first tab where you first, again, step one is you pull that prior data. I recommend pulling a quarter, 3 months of data because that gives you a good starting point. It's enough time. It accounts for some seasonality. It accounts for some holidays, whatever. Like a month is the minimum. A month is like as condensed as you'll ever want to go. So we have total spend. Okay, so these are just example numbers. And these are all editable. So anything in blue text means that it's editable. Black text means that it is the output of a formula. So let's walk through the line. So here's client, imaginary client. It's, I don't know. What's a company that I'd love to have as a client? It's Home Depot. I'd love to get Home Depot as a client. So $854,000 in total spend. Their CPM was $13.50. Which means, again, mathematically, right? You take spend and you take your CPM and you get your total impressions, your click-through rate, which is something which you'll have to pull because then you'll pull that from the account. What was your click-through rate? Link clicks. 0.26%, which gives you, obviously, your clicks by dividing clicks and impressions. Multiplying your impressions and your click-through rate gives you your total clicks. Your average CPC. Again, you could get this from the account or you could just do the math because once you know your total spend and you know your total clicks, you just divide your total clicks by your total spend and you get your average CPC. Conversion rate, that's another metric you'll have to get from your account. 0.8% in this case, which gives you your conversions, 1316, because again, once you have your conversion rate and you have your clicks, you multiply those two numbers by each other and you get your total conversions. And there's a notation here, purchase 28-day click. That's the conversion attribution that we're looking at in Facebook. But if it's Google, maybe it's just conversions for sales or it's all conversions. Again, it's flexible. The point is that you have this framework. How you use it is entirely up to you. And it could be used in different ways. LTV of a customer, very important. So for this hypothetical client, actually, I think this is for an existing, this is actually for an existing client. LTV in our case was $2,200. Yours might be $2. It might be $1 million, whatever. But it's an important number because that's how you're going to look at profit. So $2,200 on average, this client generates over the course of a customer's lifetime, which gives us the total revenue of $2.894 million. And of course, you multiply the LTV by the total conversion volume, which gives us an ROAS of 339%. Total conversion value, which is your revenue divided by your spend, gives you your return on ad spend, ROAS. So these are the core metrics that we start with. Now, this is not what's that impressive. It's just like, okay, here's a basic overview of the data. But what's impressive is when we go over the annual campaign, and let me zoom out. This is where clients get really, really happy. This is where they're like, wow, I love this. Okay, so it's 3 growth models, all color coded. You have the conservative growth model, you have an expected growth model, and an aggressive growth model. Well, why? Why do we have 3 growth models? The answer is you can't go and tell a client, this is what we know is going to happen. This is what we expect to happen. Because you don't know. You don't know what's going to happen. So when you go to a client and say, listen, we don't know what's going to happen, but we're not going to just leave you in the dark. We'll give you 3 versions of what could happen, and we're now covering our bases across a range. And that's the type of thing a client is looking for. So let's just take a look at the conservative growth model to start. At the very first stage, you need to pick and understand the metrics that you think your management will have an impact on. So to me, it's spend, CPM, CTR, and conversion rate. Spend is a function of how good you're doing. When you're doing better, you'll spend more. CPM is a function of it, specific to the platform, but with Google, Facebook, your click-through rate, your targeting, right? Like the quality of your ads. Click-through rate is a function of your creative. And conversion rate is a function of your conversion rate optimization, your landing page testing, your A/B testing, your cart testing, your price elasticity testing, and so on and so forth. So in the conservative model for this account, and again, these numbers here, 10, -5, 5, and 0, this is not necessarily the numbers for every conservative growth model. If you feel for a specific client that conservatively, that like you're really sure that you'll get a -20% movement with CPM, then say that. And then maybe in the expected, it'll be 30%. So for this like typical or existing client, this is what we felt made sense. Like conservatively, we thought we could do a 10% increase in quarterly cost and spend, a -5% decrease or a 5% decrease in CPM, a 5% increase in click-through rate, and conversion rate 0%. That was conservative, no change in conversion rate, because they already had a relatively strong conversion rate as far as we were able to ascertain. The beautiful thing here is now, once you have these numbers at the top, it filters through annually over the next 3 quarters, starting from what you've pulled in your first sheet. So spend is a 10% increase going from Q1 to Q2 to Q3 to Q4. If this goes to 20%, look at that, all those numbers change. Let's move that back to 10%, they change again. If conversion rate increases by 30%, all these numbers change, and this chart down here changes as well, right? So if we go to 0%, the numbers change and the chart changes. So down the line, total spend, CPM, impressions, click-through rate, clicks, average CPC, conversion rate, conversions, lifetime value, that's static. But again, you could configure this sheet to have an increase or decrease in LTV. But typically LTV is not changing all that much. Total revenue and return on ad spend, and how that impacts, how these metrics are impacted based on the changes in performance that you expect under a conservative growth model. Moving down below, we have this chart, which is a visual representation of the conservative growth model, where total spend is in dark blue, the revenue is in light blue, and the conversion volume is in that purple line at the top. Below the chart, we have a few very good metrics, right? And this is an annualized overview of what the conservative model would output. So the annual ROAS would be 401%, total annual revenue, total annual spend, adding up the important columns. The increase in sale, realized customers. Now the realized customers and realized revenue is important. It's not just the sum of all the customers and the sum of all the revenue. It is the difference if performance had stayed the same from Q1 straight to Q4 based on the data of the previous quarter or the previous month, across or against rather the performance in your conservative model. The realized revenue is how much better, not as the total revenue under these next 4 quarters. The total revenue, the additional revenue that you're going to realize versus just staying with the same performance that you had in the previous quarter. That's why realized revenue and realized customers, excuse me, is so important. That's the conservative model. And then we have the exact same thing under the expected growth model, where each of these metrics should be at least or more aggressive than the conservative model, right? It can't be a replica. There's got to be some changes somewhere. So for this account, we felt that click-through rate was the biggest movement that we could have. So we went from a 5% to a 30% click-through rate because we felt that when we did an analysis of this client's accounts, we felt that their creative and their targeting were really lacking. And if we increased the quality of the creative, the relevancy of the creative, and the relevancy of the targeting, we could absolutely see a 30% increase in click-through rate. Also, click-through rate was really small. It was not if click-through rate was 3%, I would not think that we could have a 30% increase in click-through rate. But if click-through rate is 0.26%, then look, going 30% quarter over quarter, you go to 0.26 to 0.34 to 0.44 to 0.57. That's not even 0.57 at the end of the year is a really not an incredibly good click-through rate for Facebook at all. So that's why I felt that we could really see a 30% increase in click-through rate, which, by the way, means we're getting so many more clicks. And if we're seeing a decrease in CPM, those clicks are getting a little bit cheaper. Conversion rate's getting a little bit better now in the expected model, 5%. But again, not a massive increase, 0.8 to 0.84 to 0.88 to 0.93, 5% increase a quarter. These are not even my expected growth models are not overly aggressive. But look at the returns. You're dealing with $17 million in realized revenue with small incremental changes, with small incremental improvements. And on the aggressive side, where I feel, and by the way, when I make aggressive models, I feel I'm shooting for at least the aggressive or beyond. But I like to temper expectations in reality, just being realistic, tempering expectations. So I see a conversion rate quarterly change of 15%, CTR of 35%, CPM negative 15%, spend quarterly change of 15%. And that gives us $36 million in realized revenue for the client over the course of a year, right? And these are just the numbers. And these are not unrealistic goals. Nothing crazy is happening here. Look at click-through rate, for example. Again, even under the aggressive growth model, 0.26% to 0.64%. That's not crazy. 0.64% is not a crazy click-through rate, right? But all these things play with each other. They interact. There's a dynamic tension between each one of these metrics. And when everything's moving positively, things get a lot better. The main purpose here is when you send this to a client is I understand the account. I understand where we could most likely improve. And I have a feeling ranging from conservative to aggressive, where we have expected in the middle, exactly how much we're going to improve by, or around how much we're going to improve by. So it's a super valuable thing to do. It's a super valuable thing to understand how to present to a client. And now you have it. You could use this for Google ads. You could use it for an Instagram campaign. You could use it for a Snapchat campaign. You could use it for a YouTube retargeting campaign. You could use it to pitch an entire client on if we're going to do YouTube, Google ads, display, retargeting, brand awareness, everything for you. And here is the conservative, expected, and aggressive growth models based on your prior data. It's a really solid sheet. Again, we've sent this exact sheet to some of our largest opportunities over the last 6 months. And the feedback we have gotten when we have sent this sheet was, wow. It's like all the other agencies pitching in the RFP did not send us things like this well put together. So I hope you use it well. I'm excited for you to use it well. Let me know how you use it. And I look forward to seeing you all in the very next lecture. Cheers.
Hi, SD.
Hi, Patrick. How's your day?
How's it going? Okay, so what we're going to work on today or walk through are just some frameworks for building a growth plan. So when a client comes to us and they say, here are my goals for 2024, how are we going to get there? How should we invest the budget? This is how to answer that question, right? So the media plan always comes after this part, right? So when you say, okay, well, we want to invest $100,000 in YouTube advertising, targeting, owners of convenience stores. Okay, well, why? And it's because you would work out some sort of growth plan that would then kind of tell you what your media plan should be. So what we'll do with clients is we'll say, okay, well, let's talk about what your goals are. So in this case, let's say it's a 2024 goal. And then you work backwards to see where you are now. And then you collect any sort of data that you have that'll explain your current market share, current market opportunities, essentially the bottom of the funnel. You'll try and define what the bottom of the funnel looks like. And then you'll be able to see like, okay, well, how much business can we acquire? And if not, like, what do we need to do to our conversion rates, our average order value, or certain other things that we need to be able to do at the top of the funnel to be able to reach those growth goals. And you can really just kind of build these into a spreadsheet, and you just kind of play around with numbers. And the key here is all models are wrong, but some are helpful. Any sort of projection or forecast you're going to attempt to do is ultimately going to be very far from what you're going to experience in reality, but it's still really helpful to be a guiding light, and you can sort of refine your methodologies over time. So the primary example I'm going to work through is an e-commerce brand that's in the custom printing space. So there's a lot of these types of businesses out there. It's very competitive, and most of these business models work under, like, they have these printing machines that can essentially print on anything, right? So if you want to get a custom printed t-shirt, it's like that same company can probably also print on coffee mugs, and probably print on mouse pads, and probably print large pieces of artwork. It's all kind of the same basic machinery. And a lot of these businesses will attempt to be very, they'll find their competitive niches by doing a lot of these different products and kind of really cornering the market in gift giving. It's really popular for screen printing. So this business that we're working on, we're working with, they primarily do like photos printed on X, right? Like you can write something, right? You want to put like the name of your company on a coffee mug, you can do that. But like their primary like selling proposition is you can upload a photo to their site, and then you can kind of figure out what you want to get it printed on, and they'll ship it to you. To this point, this brand had primarily operated with artwork. So printing on like posters, printing on canvas, printing on collage type things that you would hang on your wall. That's kind of what they primarily did. But they offered, if you go to their website, they sell almost anything, right? Coffee mugs, apparel, tote bags, whatever it might be. And they had sold some of these products before, but they were never profitable, and they were never a key piece of our advertising. So what the intention of this exercise was going to do is say, what are all the different bottom funnel avenues we can exercise with these different product categories? Where's the low-hanging fruit? How much budget can we spend profitably in each of those areas? And then what other things do we need to fix about our site and operations to do so profitably? So one of the first things we took a look at was apparel. So if you sell, all these different categories, right? Like you would probably agree that printing on t-shirts, sweatshirts is a very big industry. It's also very competitive, but it's a big industry. There's a lot of search volume for these sorts of things where people want to upload a photo or whatever and get a printed embroidery. So that was the first place we looked at and said, okay, well, in addition to artwork, what does the market for custom apparel look like, and how do we stand up currently in that space? So we looked at a number of different things. Let's start with Google Keyword Planner. So here I have it typed up already. So let's just say you go to Google Keyword Planner and you take a handful of your keywords that you think would be sort of bottom funnel. This is sort of what we do here. Custom t-shirts, printed t-shirts, personalized t-shirts, photo printed on t-shirt. That's kind of really describing what we do. So I'm gonna hit the get started button. And what I'm attempting to do here is really just get an understanding of not just different keyword types, but also assess volume and cost per click of all these different keywords. So see here, custom apparel, right? So this is projecting 6,600 searches per month at, and they're going to give me some CPC estimates. So this is really interesting because it gives me a low and a high range. And this is a really, in a lot of cases, this number there'll be a lot of variance here. There's a big difference in someone that's paying $1.50 per click and over $8 a click. And it's really helpful for us when we're building this model to have a sense of the high and the low, and then figure out like where can we reasonably exist in that median. So as we go here, what we want to do is, as you work with Keyword Planner, you can really expand upon this. So you start to add more. You can add more keywords, and they'll suggest more keywords, and you can keep building your list to figure out all the different variations, right? So like custom apparel and custom photo apparel are technically two different keywords, so it will give you two different versions of volume. So the idea here, it's like you want to export as much of this data as possible. And then that's what we did here. And I'll walk through this in a second. I know there's a lot of data on the screen right now. But basically we exported, I think there's a few thousand keywords here, all with different search volume, how they're trending year over year, month over month, what the competition looks like. Here's that CPC that we talked about before. So for T-shirt maker, there's less variance, but it's still, sizable, 78 cents to $3.18 on the high end. So just starting with this, and then you can kind of go through and groom and say, okay, well, that keyword's not something I would ever want to bid on the account. What we're really looking for is the total volume and the CPC ranges. And then at the very bottom here, you can sort of project out. Actually, not sure if this is the right. Let me go to a different. That's not a good one either. Pillows, okay, here we go. So what we did in this exercise for all these different product categories was we looked at across the board, what is a weighted average of cost per click. So like in the realm of personalized pillows, which we're looking at now, so photos printed on pillows, all those different variations of those kinds of keywords, what are the different like weighted average CPCs that we have here? So we did is, here's the high. So this is the weighted average of the high CPC. So it's $3.01. The very low end of the spectrum is 87 cents. And then we did was we built a few tiers in between that level, right? So like just because Google Keyword Planner tells us that, $3 is the high, maybe we can get a sizable amount of search impression share in that range, right? So we have, what we calculated here was what is 25% lower than the high, right? So you're just taking this number and times it by 0.75. What is the midpoint? What is the average? And then what is 25% from the low? So now this gives us 5 different ranges of possible cost per click that we could pay. And now why this matters is because this will impact a lot of things. Obviously, the lower your cost per click, the more profitable you might be able to be. However, reasonably speaking, you won't be able to capture as much search impression share, right? If I want to capture 80% or 90% of the personalized pillow market search impression share, I know that I'm going to need to pay close to $3 a click. So if the math doesn't work that I can afford to do that based on what my conversion rate is and what my average order value is, then I will know that I cannot afford to pay $3 a click, and therefore I cannot afford to get an 80% search impression share, and so on and so forth, working backwards to budget. Let me stop there. Does that make sense? Are you with me so far?
I am. Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, so just to kind of recap here, the point here is using tools. I really like Keyword Planner for this specific exercise to get a sense of total volume and then cost per click. And the important thing here is to understand a range of cost per click. Also, as far as volume goes, like you have to know that all of it's going to be incorrect, right? But it's all relative, right? Like to me, what matters most isn't the absolute numbers. It's not, okay, well, there's 37,000 potential searches for pillows a month. I know that number is like BS. I know it's going to be totally different from that. But apples to apples, like if I look at mugs, and I scroll down here, Oh boy. Sorry. And what did I say was on pillows? 37,000, and this one has, you know, close to 300,000. I know, relatively speaking, there's probably 10 times as many searches for mugs. So I don't know. I don't really care what the absolute number is. I just know that, like, all things equal, I could probably spend, you know, 8 to 10 times the amount on mugs than I can for pillows. And that's just helpful for me to know. Okay. So let's go back. Another important characteristic here is looking at your historic performance on each of these product categories. So in this case, we happen to have historic data. This came from Google Analytics of how much revenue do we currently do in each of these categories, and what is our average order value? And that's an important number for me to know. So like I told you, like a lot of their work is done currently in Canvas. It makes up the majority of their revenue, and their average order value on those products is $31. Now, historically, I don't remember the total time frame when this was collected, but like, let's look at this. So wall displays, that's more like collages, larger triptych artwork, $185 average order value, blankets at a $78 average order value. So that's good for me to know, right? Because when I go to blankets and I see that there's, let's see what the cost per click is. This number is screwed up here, but let's get a sense here. So it's picture blanket. Like, this isn't as high of a cost per click as some of these other areas, right? So if I'm getting a really high average order value here and the cost per click is in the $3 range, that's probably a really good opportunity for me that I can profitably spend a lot of money in that category and gain a lot of the search impression share profitably. So that's good. So average order value is really important. Now, if you don't have it, this site's getting a lot of organic traffic. So they had some historic numbers here, but like most people trying to build a growth plan are not going to have this data, and that's fine. So use your best judgment, right? Like, I don't know, like you're selling whatever, like you're I don't know, you name a product, right? Like you're Yeti and you're selling coolers and coffee mugs and all sorts of stuff. Like, what do you expect your different average order value to be on your coffee mug line? Okay, like use your best guess, and then we'll find these models over time. If you know a thing or two about your business, your average order value projections probably aren't going to be totally wrong. At least I would hope so. Okay, so this is important information to know, and we're going to use that to build some of our other pieces of the model that I'll get back to in a second. Page views was also helpful for me to see, because I can see, I can get a sense on things like time on site, bounce rate, how many people exit that page, conversion rate from these different product pages. That's really good because, like, if I'm trying to say, okay, well, should I be spending the next $10,000 on blankets or should I be spending it on pillows? Well, if I see that the pillow category has a much higher time on site, much lower bounce rate, I might be able to make a few predictions about, okay, well, people seem to like this category, right? Like maybe it's the pages are, well designed, the conversion funnel makes sense, it's priced competitively, maybe there's not as much competition. So these are all helpful things to consider as you're figuring out where you should be investing your budget. All right, so let's go and where's our actual model? Oh yeah, a lot of information here. Okay, so there's a lot of columns here, and the stupid way that we built this, we're actually going to work backwards, right? So this daily budget is actually going to be the final number. Also, I should give you a little bit more context here. The specific goal that this brand was working for wasn't actually a year-end goal, and it wasn't even a revenue target. Their goal that started this whole exercise was to get to 300 individual orders per day, which is a lot different than a lot of clients' goals. Most of the time, it's a revenue goal at a given ROAS or something related to revenue. Because of the way that their printing works, and they want to make sure that their printers are humming constantly. They just want to make sure that they're constantly feeding stuff through, so they don't really care as much about the total revenue as they do just total product shipped. At the time they were doing, I mean, I guess we'll find out as we go through the exercise, but I want to say like half, like maybe 150, it might have even been a little less orders per day. So the whole point of this exercise was to say, okay, well, just targeting wall art and the stuff that we're currently doing, we're getting halfway to this goal. So now we need to figure out how are we going to sell a bunch of other stuff to make up the difference. And that's what I'm going to show you now. So monthly searches was essentially the number that we found pulling the total amount of volume from the keyword planner exercise. I'm going to work back to this in a second. Or I guess you can kind of guess this, right? So target impression share. I'll come back to this part. So let's skip over here. I added the current cost per click that we saw in the account. So for this category, we had already had some campaigns in the account that were bidding on apparel. They just we weren't spending a lot of money there. So I had some historic data that said, okay, we're spending $1.99 per click on average. And then what is the current average order value that came from the category performance tab in Google Analytics? So for apparel, we're going to scroll down here. I guess it's probably t-shirts, right? So t-shirts, $28. That's the number that you're going to see in the current average order value. Current conversion rate is also pulled from this this sheet I showed you before, page views. So of people that hit the t-shirt page, what is the current conversion rate? So it's just under 7%. So and that's good. Like, this is historic data that I have, but again, most people don't have that. So you have to give a reasonable guess. And honestly, a lot of times that might even be better than what I have, because I'll be totally honest. When I first looked at these, like, if you have historic data and it's a very small amount of data compared to what you're going to be targeting, like, it's not going to, I knew that we were going to end up with a higher average order value right out of the gate. Conversion rate probably seems about what it was probably right. But there's sometimes where historic data is not helpful. So what you want to be able to do is, like, look at this and be truthful. Is this actually meaningful data that I can use? So this is important, right? So the current average order value, current conversion rate, current cost per click. Now, all things equal. Oh, by the way, the estimated average CPC, this came from, I guess I should talk to you about the different rows here, right? So we have 5 rows, which I showed you earlier. This is based on cost per click. So remember at the bottom of the pillows tab where I showed you these 5 things here? That's why I have 5 rows for every single category. Because again, what we're willing to pay per click ultimately matters more than anything else. Because if we're willing to pay more per click, we're going to be able to afford to gain more traffic and hopefully gain more market share. So this model shows 5 different scenarios based on what we can afford to pay per click. So in this case, I entered the estimated cost per click. So on the high end, remember we went through this originally, right? So it was $7.18. On the low end, $1.71. And this is everything in the middle. So right here, knowing that my current cost per click is about $2, I know that I am on the low end of this spectrum, which makes sense because I'm already not getting a ton of traffic here. We haven't been doing a lot of advertising. And it's good to know that I'm somewhere in that range. If our current cost per click was like 40 cents or $11, I would be like, this keyword planner report, it's either not accurate or my historic data is like totally faulty. The fact that we started in this range showed that we were going in the right direction. So this was the estimated average CPC from these different brackets that I outlined earlier. You get the idea. This metric here shows what is the percent change in cost per click to meet these numbers, right? So if we were to go for the very low end, $71, that's a 14% reduction in our current CPC. Again, not like earth-shattering stuff, but this is helpful to see. Like, all right, like if we doubled our CPC, we'd be in this range. Okay, fine. I already spoke about the current AOV, current conversion rate. Now, based on this, all right, well, I'll get back to estimated conversions in a second. Let me just keep going here. All right, I'll go back. Wait, let me stop. Do you have any questions?
No, but I don't know if you'll cover the impression share target.
So I'm going to talk about that now. So,
Okay.
So everything in yellow are variables that we can control that are essentially like you have to use your best guess. So this shouldn't all be the same number. because realistically, what you want to do here is give a best, like this says 35% because this was ultimately what we agreed on was a reasonable target for this category. And then we kind of work backwards to get the rest of the numbers and show why we shouldn't be bidding for 50% search impression share. But when you first do this and you say, okay, well, my target impression share, let's say on the low end, if I'm paying the very minimum cost per click, it might be 10%. Well, let's say this is 50%, and let's say this is 85%, and then let's give just some numbers in between here. So let's give this 65, and let's keep that at 35, right? So this is, and again, like I just made that up, right? But I would say, reasonably speaking, if I'm willing to pay the very highest across the board, and I had an unlimited budget, I think of 85% search impression share is reasonable. If I'm only willing to pay the bare minimum, we're not getting more than 10% search impression share. So this is sort of just like a gut check of like, all right, like let's see how these numbers fall out. So I already showed you that I have this amount of monthly searches. We're going to go with 2.25 million searches for the apparel category every month. So if I'm targeting 10% search impression share in those auctions, that means I'm getting 10% of these auctions, which gives me this number. Then, okay, what's our estimated click-through rate? Again, this number you can change as well. And okay, you could argue that if I bid more aggressively, I might have a higher click-through rate. Okay, fine. If you really want to get that nuanced with your projection, you can. In this case, it's like, let's just standardize this. Let's assume that we have a 4% click-through rate across the board, and let's see where we go from there. That make sense?
Totally.
All right. So
the
based
other
on
thing I would think about is also under the keyword planner, the keywords that you pulled, you're able to get it more granular than just like right now you're at the total United States, but what if they wanted to just scale up in a specific location?
You could.
You can.
So you could, yeah, you could pull these numbers any way you want. Yeah.
Perfect.
So based on your click-through rate, this will give you the total amount of clicks.
Mhm.
And then we already know what we're projecting to pay per click for each of these things. So this is going to give us our total spend, right? Actual CPC. Okay, so now with these amount of clicks, we know what our conversion rate is. Or we already have that number, right? So it's basically, let's call it 7%. We already know that we convert about 7% of the traffic that's looking for the apparel category. So, okay, well, what's 7% of the total amount of clicks? So that's what we have the estimated conversions. So we have 626, but on the high end, if we're willing to pay, what was it? $7, 7 change per click. If we're willing to pay as much as we need to capture 85% search impression share, then we might be able to get 5,326 conversions per month. Right? Simple math. Now we know our revenue conversion value because we're multiplying this number by our average order value. Right? So our average order value is $28. So I'm taking, let's go to the smaller numbers here to make this make sense. 626 orders by our average order value of $28 gives us $17,000 in total revenue. Now we know the ROAS target, or the actual ROAS, right? Because we know how much we would spend to acquire if we spent, in this case, $1.71 per click, and we converted 7% of that traffic at a $28 average order value, therefore generating $17,000 in revenue. We know total cost, which I believe is in here. Is this total cost? Yeah, this is total monthly cost, and we know our revenue. So what was the total revenue?
Sorry. The total cost gets plugged in when? After?
So this number, well, this comes from a different thing. But this is basically we can easily calculate the return on ad spend because we know all the other, like over on this side of the report, total spend is not calculated. But you take your average cost per click, you multiply that by your total clicks, so that gives you total cost. So in this case, it's about $15,000. And then you also know how much revenue you're generating because you're getting 626 conversions with an average order value of $28. So you multiply those two numbers together, You get your total revenue, which is $17,000. So now we have our revenue and we have our cost. We can multiply our return on ad spend. So in this case, $17,000 of revenue, $15,000 of spend. Our estimated return on ad spend here is 1.16. Now, again, this is where it starts to, like, reality starts to come into play here, where it's like, this is why we cannot afford to pay $7 cost per click, because the factors, the variables that go into that equation, the math does not work out. And in this case, this is our actual target return on ad spend here. By the way, when I said before, like, our goal is to get to 300 orders a day, there's a built-in expectation that we're going to be profitable, right? Like, the directive from the CEO wasn't, get me 300 orders a day, tell me how much I need to spend. It was, give me 300 orders a day, make sure that we're profitable in that range. So profitability for us meant at least a 1.3 return on ad spend. So all of this, return on ad spend still matters, and it's still a very, very important part of this calculation. Okay, so now where are we? So let's look at, what's the next, what's this blue? Improved average, oh, here we go. Okay, so we're basically saying, all things equal, like right now, even if we pay the bare minimum, and we get 10% search impression share, and we get 600 orders a day, 600 orders a month in apparel, we will not be profitable because we're only projecting a 1.16 return on ad spend. So something needs to change here. So now, to make this interactive, SD, what do you think needs to change? We really can't control, we can't just say, well, we need to make sure we pay less per click, because that's not an option. Because we need to be able to compete in this market, and the market sets the cost per click. So we need to be able to afford, at the very least, 1.71 in cost per click. So what are the other metrics that I can try and work on to make sure that we're gaining more market share while we're remaining profitable?
Increasing AOV or conversion rate.
Exactly. You passed.
Thank you.
So those are the two variables: average order value and or conversion rate. We can improve one of them. We can improve both of them. So let's model out how it would look at if we exclusively improved average order value. So to do that, instead of just projecting out a random number, an average order value, what we did here was we said, okay, well, let's set our target return on ad spend. And then based on cost per click and conversion rate, which we will hold constant for this exercise, let's see how much average order value would need to be for us to be profitable given cost per click. So we're saying, in a world where we pay, I really should keep these numbers. I wish I could keep this column sticky, but let's use this number for the examples moving forward. In a world where we pay $4.45 per click, and we hold our conversion rate constant to about 7%, what would our average order value need to be if we want to get a 1.3 return on ad spend? That's the challenge that we're looking at. Because again, this is the really important point. We cannot control cost per click for the market. You can always try and be a little more efficient, whatever. But ultimately, if we're going to compete and capture this market share, we need to be able to go out there and afford to pay for this traffic. So $4.45, what do we need to get? In this case, it's $83 average order value. That would give us 83 average order value if we held conversion rate constant, and if we paid $4.45 cost per click, we would get to a 1.3 return on ad spend.
What calculation are you using to get that? U5 divided by Q5.
So it's your estimated conversions. It's factoring all this stuff together and then saying, how do you work backwards to get to this?
Got it.
So basically the necessary, this column for necessary revenue it's saying if I spent, because we know how much the conversion rate's being held constant. So we know how many conversions we're trying to get here. We're paying $4.45 a click. We're expecting, we already predetermined what our budget is. In this case, the budget was $200,000. So in this case, we're going to spend 200. We know we already know that we're going to spend $200,000 and pay $4.45 a click. So we know how many clicks we're going to get, and we're going to convert 7% of those clicks into conversions. So we know how many conversions we're going to get, and we already know how much we're going to sell. So this is the backwards math to say, okay, well, if I know I'm going to invest $200,000 in spend, and you multiply that by 1.3. So let's do quick 200 times 1.3. So I know that we need to generate $260,000 in revenue. Oh, it's right here. Necessary revenue. Because that's the what do you call the bottom part of the my brain's not working. The denominator. The denominator of that equation, it's actually the numerator. Sorry, it's on top. The numerator of that equation needs to be $260,000 because in order for us to back out at a 1.3 return on ad spend, we already know what the denominator is. That's fixed because we're spending $200,000 to acquire the spend. So it's got to be 260 divided by 200, and that gives us a 1.3 return on ad spend. So we know, and then you divide that by the amount of conversions, and that gives us $83 average order value.
Thank you for explaining that. That makes sense.
I know this is super confusing. So I really like this is really where the equations get complicated. So you explain back to me what these how we got these numbers.
So you know you're spending $4.45 per click. And based on the search volume, click-through rate metrics, number of clicks, your constant conversion rate 6.96%. You are spending around $200,000.
Yep.
Then the question becomes, we need a 1.3 return on ad spend. And so you took the number.
Sorry, let me stop you right there. We know how much we're spending because we already projected. We started this by saying, what was our search impression share? So here was a 50% search impression share. We're paying middle of the pack cost per click. So we believe we can get 50% of this number in impressions. And we're projecting a 4% click-through rate. So we're estimating 45,000 clicks. So we're saying we're going to buy 45,000 clicks at a 4.45, what do I keep saying? $4.45 cost per click. So we know that we're looking to invest $200,000 in this traffic. And we know how many clicks we're going to get. And we know we're holding conversion rate constant. So it's 6.96 or whatever it was of this traffic. We're going to convert that, which comes out to be 33 conversions. So we're expecting to get that amount of individual sales. So now we know all pieces with the exception of average order value. So you just kind of write this out on a napkin. It's like, well, we have cost. We have total conversions. But we don't have revenue. So you just kind of divide those numbers together and you end up with your average order value.
Makes sense.
Okay. So that was an exercise to figure out what we would need to do to improve conversion rate. And this shows the percent increase. So under this model, we could actually decrease average order value. All right. Now, the next exercise.
What do you mean under the?
So this, I believe in this case, we're actually more profitable than we currently are. I forget exactly how that works out. I think I might have screwed something else up at the bottom here. Percent increase, we could afford to increase our average order value. Oh, no, sorry. We still have to increase by 12%.
Yeah,
you're right. It's green. It's green because It's green because it's reasonable.
Right.
Here, the average order value would have to be $31. It's currently $28. It's only a 12% increase. That's why it's highlighted in green.
Got it. Okay, cool. Just
Okay.
increase shipping.
Good catch. So the next exercise is going to look at what if we held average order value constant. Now you tell me, remind me again, what's the other lever we can pull?
Conversion rate. What would we need?
So if average order value remained at $28, how high would our conversion rate have to be to get a 1.3 return on ad spend? Remember, this is still the really important metric that we need to work off of here. So it's essentially the same thing, just with different inputs. Now, again, we already know how many clicks we're going to get, right? So 45,000 clicks. We know that we're going to pay $4.45 for each of those clicks. So if we held conversion value constant, we still know how much revenue we need to get, right? So it's this number's the same. If I'm going to spend $200,000 in advertising and I need a 1.3 return, this number is the same. I still need to get $260,000 in revenue. But in this case, if average order value is the same, I just need to get a lot more conversions. So in that case, again, you just kind of run the math and you figure out, well, I need 9,157 conversions at $28 will give me, so it's the revenue divided by the total amount of the average order value here, and that gives me the amount of conversions I need. Okay, well, we got 45,000 clicks. We need to convert 9,157 of those clicks into sales. What's that percentage? Well, in that case, it's 20%.
Got it.
9,157 is 20% of 45,000 clicks. So in this case, we need to increase conversion rate by 190%. Now notice these percent increases will always be the same because you're working off of the same return on ad spend and the same revenue goal for each of these, right? All the other numbers, cost per click, total amount of clicks are being held constant. But then you're changing one of the variables, and one, you're changing the average order value, and the other, you're changing conversion rate. So the number that you'll have to increase these are going to be. So let's say you did that. Let's say you did just one of those things. Right. So in this case, we achieved our goal of a 1.3 return on ad spend. Like, let's forget about how we got there. But let's say we were able to generate $260,000 in revenue. Let's project what the average total daily conversions are. Because again, our total goal for this whole exercise is to generate an additional 300 conversions a day, 300 sales per day. So this was what these numbers came out to be. Okay. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. So now let's go back to the very beginning of this. Based on those numbers, right? Oh, by the way, you don't always, it's not just about choosing AOV or conversion rate. Most of the time, you're going to try and be doing both. So we look at this and say, well, it's going to be really hard for us to go from a 6% conversion rate to a 20% conversion rate. Okay, well, can you get to a 10% conversion rate? Because then all of a sudden, if you go to a 10% conversion rate, then you only need to get your average order value from $28 to probably $40, and then you might be able to be profitable. Right? You can figure out whatever. There's multiple levers you can pull here to get to. So it's actually not as scary and bleak because there's two levers you can pull. And I happen to know the $28 average order value is low compared to what we should be getting if we actually start selling t-shirts.
Okay.
So now based on that, we put our smart marketing brains on. Adjust my hat. We reasonably said we think that we can get a 35% search impression share. So that's why I ended up changing all these to 35%, just to be able to show, just to simplify the model and the way that it was described. Don't worry about that. I guess that can all remain the same. Yeah, let's keep it the same because ultimately this is what I did here. It's this bottom line here shows the actuals. So we know what the budget is because we calculated our target search impression share and the cost per click and the click-through rate and all these different things. So we know that we can reasonably we can spend this amount per day. And then we kind of know, generally speaking, what we have to do to average order value and conversion rate to be able to get, we're going to project out to be 101 orders per day.
How'd you get the 101 from? We've been looking at the individual, the 5 different models, but then you seem to have a total. So what's this total line?
So of these, so I said, okay,
Yeah.
well, here's 5 different ranges, and we know, like, okay, well, to be able to pay that much per click, we're going to need to like really we're not getting to we're not improving our conversion rate to 32%. So like the top line here is just off. It's not available to us.
Okay.
So it's basically, this is where we say, what do we think is reasonable? So it's us saying, okay, well, we think we can make improvements across the board where we can afford to capture 35% of the search impression share. We think that's a reasonable target.
Got it. So you pulled the
I pulled
25
those numbers.
from low. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so it's the same, but it's a little bit different because estimated average CPC was.
Right. So this was, okay. So when I originally did this, I threw these numbers in earlier. So again, good catch. I just threw this number out, $2.75. It's a little bit different than what's in the model, but again, like it's somewhere in the range.
Got
it. Realistically here, if we were to run these numbers, let's say it was that, now it looks a little cleaner.
My only other question is, I guess, if I was starting from scratch and none of these numbers were in here, what would I be plugging in first?
You would be plugging in total monthly searches.
Okay.
Basically all this information from this point on, from column F on, because then you eventually work backwards to figure out what your budget is.
Got it. Okay.
So if you have your current average order value, you have your current CPC. If not, guess.
Okay.
If you have your current estimated ROAS at these different, like, that's great, whatever. And then, like, again, it looks like a lot of information, but a lot of it's just like, we're just breaking down these metrics of like return on ad spend. Like, we just need other metrics. We need like total clicks, average order value. We need the conversion rate. We need the total amount of conversions. We need all these things in a column somewhere if we're going to be calculating return on ad spend and total revenue. So that's why it looks like a lot more information, but like it really doesn't take that long to input.
Okay. But then one more question. If we scroll back to the right, so you have on the bottom here improved AOV, like the bottom line there. I just want to understand.
Right. So in this case, it's what do we need to get to our 1.3 return on ad spend goal? So it needs to be either, if we hold conversion rate constant, we need to improve average order value by 80%, or if we hold average order value constant and improve conversion rate, we need to improve conversion rate by 80%. Or we do a mixture of both. We cut these in half, we get a 40% lift in each of these areas, which is probably reasonable.
Got it. Okay, so that 12.58%, maybe I'm getting too nuanced, so stop me, but where is that coming from? That you just said, okay, that might be more reasonable.
Well, I don't actually think a 12 point, I don't actually think it's reasonable. I think that the main thing here that because again, like, it's a good question, and ultimately my answer is that like this part of it really doesn't matter, because I'm not really making a real true forecast on this. I'm just saying we need to go out there and we need to make improvements to our average order value and our conversion rate. Otherwise, this math will never work. So like if I bring this to the client and they say, yeah, listen, $28 is the most anyone's ever gonna pay, and we're never gonna convert more than 7%, then okay, well, the math here doesn't work. But reasonably, like all right, well, we think we can get our average order value to $70, which was actually their answer to this. Like, we was like, yeah, like we're gonna increase prices. We can do some conversion rate optimization on the page. We're gonna cross sell some of these products, and we know we can get far greater average order value than $28. Perfect. That's the easy part. Then it's like, okay, well, also they're going to launch a new version of the page that's hopefully going to convert a little bit more percentage, whatever. It doesn't need to be 13%. It just, okay, let's get it to 8%. And then the math can work.
Okay.
Ultimately, average order value in this business, at least, is the bigger variable. A 7% conversion rate on an e-commerce store is pretty good. So in this case, like we knew that the larger opportunity for this client was average order value. But a lot of other cases, if I looked at this and said, okay, well, their historic conversion rate here is 0.5%, I know that we can probably more than double that.
Got it.
So again, that's where experience definitely helps. Just like kind of knowing some benchmarks. Okay, so I gave you, and I said, okay, the goal here was 300 orders a day. We just figured out how we're going to project to get 100 of them. So we need to get an additional 200 orders somewhere. Okay, well, we started looking at every other product category. As you see, there's a lot of tabs on this spreadsheet. I have that hidden the whole time. So we did this for every single product category. Again, your growth model probably won't be this nuanced. This was a very big project. It won't always be this complicated. But we looked at this client sells a lot of different products. So we looked at this and said, okay, well, what's the best? Where do we get the best bang for our buck? And then we did some conditional logic here to figure out like where are the best opportunities. So like you see a lot of green here, right? So like apparel is going to be really expensive. But as we looked at pillows and blankets and some of these other categories, it's like, oh, actually, we should just be throttling up budgets as is. Like we're already profitable here. We could afford to pay less than we're currently spending. So the real problem here is that we just didn't have the right budget dedicated to these channels. Like our actual cost per click, let's look at pillows. Our current cost per click was $2.21, where the range was $3. So we knew that we can get really aggressive with our search impression share here. We can get 65% reasonably. Again, disregard the fact that all this is the same. This was me just trying to make this whole spreadsheet look a little simpler when I presented it to the client. But this was like this, I don't know what you call this. This total row is ultimately like our guess. Like it's what we went forward and said, we're going to target 65% search impression share, and we're going to aim to be somewhere in the $2.85 range, cost per click. So then it's like, okay, well, if that's your goal, what do you need to do? And it's like, well, actually, we just need to get our conversion rate and or average order value to improve by like 11.5%, 12% on both ends. So it's not that difficult. It was like, let's just get that average order value up, and the rest of this will kind of fall into place.
Perfect. This makes a lot of sense.
Okay, good. I'm glad it's finally coming together. I know it's really overwhelming. Anyway, what we ended up doing is let's look at, we summarized it, right? So we made this pivot table that looked at, it pulled in like, what are our, oh, this is why I needed to make all those numbers the same and all those rows specifically for pulling the pivot table. So we looked at this and said, like, look at all these different, like, let's not target tote bags, right? Like, because it's just not worth it for us. So let's start in areas that are going to yield a little bit more. So we basically created this conditional logic that said, like, what should our initial test be? And then it just kind of calculated out, like, what the budget would look like. And then we, I think this was going to be 20%. Yeah, so we said, okay, well, this is what we just want to do in search. And then historically in the count, like we had always looked at when we launched a new product category, we were going to dedicate 20%, an additional 20% of that specific budget in Performance Max. I don't think that's a rule of thumb that you should do in every account. That's just what we decided to do here. So it said, like, in addition to launching 28, so let's call $2,900 in search budget per day, we want to dedicate an additional $577 to Performance Max for those products. So that's just, and then figuring out, we think we can also get 20 additional conversions from PMax. So again, we're making some gains here, right? And then, yeah, I looked at all these different numbers here to model out the first 30 days, just trying to be really reasonable about, like, what are we really going to start with as far as like a starting test budget. This was like the ideal. Like, if we had unlimited budget, we would spend all this amount of money from day one. But since this was totally brand new, like, we knew that we weren't going to go out there and get a 1.3 return on ad spend right from the gate. Like we needed to be able to build up to this. So we ended up pitching a starting budget for a handful of different categories in the $6,000 daily budget range. You can kind of work with those numbers and figure out what works best for you. The most important thing here, it's like, so now we put all this on paper, we presented it to the client. They had some feedback about some of the product categories. Okay, well, you know, this is possible, this isn't possible, this might make more sense, this doesn't follow the numbers. We agreed on these numbers, the starting budget. And then we said, like, what are our goals? Because like I said, like we know we're not going to get a 1.3 automatically. So how much are we going to invest before we make a decision about this? And what sort of leading indicators are we going to look at? So that's why it's helpful to know, like, again, your page views. I was talking about like time on site, bounce rate. If all of a sudden our bounce rate goes through the roof and our time on site plummets, then we know that conversion rate's not going to follow ever. So, okay, now you're adjusting your test. But ultimately, you should have a plan for how you're rolling out these tests. And what was really interesting here, right? So like this model ended up being totally wrong, as expected, because a lot of this apparel stuff, so custom, there's a lot of stuff in here that's like custom t-shirts for family vacation, or family reunion t-shirts, or custom t-shirts for my trip to Disney World. Now you think, okay, well, that makes up a lot of this search volume here. I projected this in the model to have volume of what, like 3.3 million searches per month, right? A lot of these things are like family reunion t-shirts. And then once we started testing it, we realized that's not a good search term for us. Because if you do a search for family reunion t-shirt, you're going to see a lot of stuff from Etsy. People want crap like this, where they can just put in, okay, we're the William family. They're not looking to upload their own design, which is what this brand, you design your own t-shirt, you upload a photo, you build something yourself. This, most people, what we found, most people searching for like family reunion t-shirt want something that it's like, yeah, this is already a template. I throw my name in. They're going to ship me 300 of these for my family reunion next month. They're not looking to like invent their own cool design. So that was a flaw in our initial plan, but that's why you test. So we ended up looking at this and say, okay, well, there's 3.3 million searches on our original model, but realistically, we have to cut at least 50% of that right from the gate. So we're really only targeting 1.5 million. So you run the numbers again, right? I said we can get 100 orders a day. We can only get 50. Okay, well now let's go back to the product category. Let's go back here and say, all right, well, you know, we didn't want to start by advertising collages, but if we want to hit this goal, we need to start advertising other products. So this is why it's important, you know, going through the search term, challenging yourself. Conversion rate, interesting. Now all of a sudden it's 3%. Oh, well, it's because the family reunion t-shirts aren't actually what we sell. Let's cut that from our model entirely and look at the numbers again. All right, this was really complicated, really in depth, a lot of numbers here, a lot of different product categories. I want to show you just one other really small example. This one's a lot of colors. You can blame Mikhail for that. This is for a SaaS company. A similar idea. They said, okay, listen, we need to reach a certain goal of, it's a subscription SaaS company. So they have free trials and they have paid subscriptions and they have all their profitability metrics that go back into it. This is a much simpler version of this where it just said, let's look at an ideal world. Projection number one, we're being optimistic about our conversion rate. We're going to expect a higher conversion rate overall than what we're currently getting. So this is what our free trials ended up being, right? So based on a 15% free trial conversion rate, that's what we built into this model based on some historic data numbers that we pulled. If we have a 15% conversion rate, we know that we can go after more impression share, right? Because it's going to be more profitable. So we can buy a bigger piece of the pie if it's ultimately converting higher. So we're optimistic about the conversion rate. So with a 15% conversion rate, we can get more search impression share. We're ultimately getting more free trials, and then you kind of run the numbers down the line to see where the numbers fall. Okay. Let's be pessimistic about our, and we can afford to pay more per click, right? So in this case, the model ran out to be a $5.78 cost per click. So then you run the numbers. Okay, this is what we're going to pay per click. This is what we're expecting to get CPA. Run the numbers down the line. All right, cool. Projection number 2, or in this case, it was number 3. I guess we got rid of number 2. Let's be more realistic or pessimistic, whatever you want to say, about our overall conversion rate. This actually looks better, but I think you get the idea, right? So if you say, okay, well, you know, our conversion rate's only going to be 10%, not 15%. Therefore, we don't think we can pay $5.78 per click. We need to pay less per click. And then we can only afford to get X amount of free trials and new subscribers in the next month or whatever this projection was for. So the same methodology, you don't have to build your spreadsheet the same way, but it's really just about like, you want to go out there, you want to find how much market share exists for these different things. What do I expect is reasonable cost per click? And then what are the other metrics that I need to connect the dots between where I am now and what my goal is? Do I need to pull in click-through rate? Maybe. Do I need to pull in search impression share? Maybe. Do I need to pull in average order value? Maybe. The free trial to close rate, in this case, yes, you did. So these numbers are going to look very different. You know, we do this when we're building models for, you know, we're going to launch a programmatic campaign, right? So we're going to launch display advertising. We're bidding on a CPM basis. So we're not paying cost per click, but we're going to spend, I don't know, we're projecting a $20 CPM for these digital out-of-home placements. How much traffic are we expecting to get from that? Well, I don't know, like, our digital out-of-home is a little difficult. Let's just say it's programmatic display. We're running programmatic display. We're going to project a 0.15% click-through rate. All right, cool. So we had 100,000 clicks. We're expecting, that works out to be what, 100,000 impressions. Then, okay, well, what's 0.15% click-through rate of that? I think that works out to be 150, or is it only 15? Whatever, carry the 0. So now we know how many clicks we're getting. What's our expected conversion rate going to be? Okay, now reconcile that back to the $20 CPM. How much did we spend on this overall budget? Can this be profitable? No? Okay, well, let's try and get a better click-through rate. How do we get a better click-through rate? Get better ads. Let's get a better let's get a better conversion rate. Like, these are the variables you have to start to pull. And then you be realistic and say, okay, 100,000 impressions. We think we can get 3 sales profitably. Great. Well, we wanted to get 10 new sales next month, so we need to make up 7 new sales. Where else are we going to go? Okay, let's go to LinkedIn ads. Let's get a new audience on programmatic. Let's do meta advertising. This is how you have a conversation. Ultimately, I started this by saying this translates into your media plan. Because if I can't get all this information if I can't buy all this revenue from Google search and PMax, then we need to look at this and say, we have to be doing other advertising. So this is why it's important. You build the growth model, you be realistic about what you can capture profitably, how much demand exists, and then you say, okay, well, now I need to make up an additional 7 sales. Let me go to see what I can get on LinkedIn or Meta or TikTok or programmatic or CTV or whatever. All right. What do you think?
Amazing. Incredible.
You think you can, if you like, do you like, you tell me, like, now, you know, you're working on a client, they ask for a growth plan. Where do you start? Do you think you have enough information to go?
Yes, for Google, yes, and I think you did have a lot of historical data here that you were able to work off of, but I do think yeah, I guess how would you figure out, or you would do a little bit more research if you don't have historical data, what trends would be or industry?
Yeah, you can lean on, look, you lean on your agency for that sort of information, right? Like, hey, like for e-commerce, like I have a call tomorrow with a client that we're going to be talking about conversion rates, and it's going to be like, listen, like realistically, like you're never going to get a 4% conversion rate just based on like what you sell and the market that you're in. Like, it's just not possible. So we need to be able to work within the confines of a 1 to 1.5, maybe 2% conversion rate. So with people that have experience, or like, we work with our programmatic vendors to get a sense of cost per click, or sorry, CPMs and click-through rate. Like that number I gave out before, like 0.15 is like what our programmatic vendors like StackAdapt will say is like, yeah, like that's like kind of if you're getting a good audience with reasonably like attractive display ads, prospecting 0.15 is probably the best you're going to get from a click-through rate perspective. If it's retargeting, maybe 0.2. All right, cool. That's like these are numbers that are just sort of like I know, okay, well, CPMs for CTV is going to be around $45, but if you're trying to do it in Q4, it's going to be at least 60. So like it helps to have the experience and you work with your agency or your vendors or some of the tools that you have, whether it's Keyword Planner or whatever, that can help you kind of pull these projections out. So you're not just like making this stuff up.
Perfect. And then
Cool.
so this is very tailored to Google, but you can hypothetically do something similar for Facebook. The second model you showed me was.
Of course. And that's, you need to be more realistic there of like, okay, well, audience size, it's still, you're working with audience size and then you're working with CPM and you're working with click-through rate. And then you're working with average order value and conversion rate. So it's still the same thing. The data is a little bit more murky when you pull it from Facebook, but the projections are still the same.
Okay.
You know, and we did this, we were working with a client, they're, let's call them an electronics software provider. We looked at it's a retargeting audience, or sorry, a programmatic audience that we're going to be pulling into Facebook. And it's specifically of like convenience store owners. We had this example earlier, but it's an audience that we're going to the open market and we're trying to find people who own convenience stores in the United States. And I forget what the number was, but like we looked at it and we were like, this is BS. Like this, there's not 2.2 million people that own convenience stores in this country. We're expecting that to be like, I don't really know what it should be, but if that number is higher than 400,000, I'd be a little skeptical. So then, okay, we're going to refine the audience. We're going to get a little bit more strategic with it. We want to make sure it's a high quality audience. Then you make sure that you have good ads. Then you be reasonable about click-through rate, conversion rate, everything else.
Very cool.
Awesome.
Thank you for your time.
All right, glad we did this. I hope this helps.
Yeah, I'm going to stop the recording.